the Western fantasy journey that began with Game of Thrones. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 1, The Night of Death. The sound of shouting and horse hooves hitting the ground filled the whole world. The powerful shield strike with a bloody smell was like a heavy hammer that hit his tall and fragile nose bone with a bang. A strong sour feeling suddenly emerged, but it was quickly replaced by severe pain. This was not the end of the disaster. The huge force of the collision made him fall off the horse involuntarily, but because of a stirrup tied on his calf, he did not completely break away from the maroon warhorse under him, but was dragged headfirst by the violent warhorse at a high speed. The fully armed body drooped upside down on the side of the galloping horse, and the head with a steel half helmet rolled and wailed on the wet mud. The turbid mud smell was slightly hazy because of the damage to the nose. The eyes were also painful and could not be opened. He only felt that more than a dozen riders swarmed past him. They might be enemies, but they might be his own people. He thought so, and the next moment he had no time to care about it. A faint whooshing sound was heard, and then the horse fell, along with the whimpering and wailing of the horse, and the huge force brought by the heavy object falling to the ground. His legs were quickly squeezed and twisted, and finally broke like chopsticks with a click. The hysterical scream of pain stopped before it was born in his throat. Under the roar of collapse, the light chainmail on the chestnut warhorse collided violently with his silver mail. The fierce force broke a whole row of ribs. His breathing was dull because of the cover of the giant, and at the same time, it was intermittent because of the broken neck. Everything in front of him quickly became extremely dark. The clash of weapons, the black three-headed dragon flag fluttering in the wind, the rumbling of the riders galloping past, screaming, laughing, howling, roaring, begging for mercy. Everything was stripped away from the battlefield. At this time, only pain was his real enemy. The pain on his cheeks, neck, heart, and body was everywhere. It was crazy, sharp, cruel, and unbearable. He lost. It is not clear when the terrifying enemy was defeated, but as the darkness was lifted, as the world changed from chaos to silence, as a sleeping little boy in the tower bedroom screamed and sat up from the feather bed and gasped, the result of failure was self-evident. The footsteps sounded from outside the room, followed by a knock on the door. "Young Master Renly, are you okay?" The voice sounded muffled through the door. "It's okay, it's just a nightmare." The suppressed hoarse voice responded to the servant, but it seemed to be persuading himself. Unfortunately, the words were normal because of deliberate control, but as long as you look down, you can find that his pair of white hands and two arms that were grasping the silver grey bedding were shaking and twitching uncontrollably. The servant outside the door obviously couldn't see this, so the sound of thumping was born again and quickly faded away. The boy called Renly didn't pay much attention to this, but kept looking down at his hands in front of him. The pair of beautiful blue eyes still had the pain from the nightmare, but with a strange change. His hands and the heart that was shaking with them quickly calmed down. Racial level, LV1. It seemed to float past his eyes, but it seemed to be just a special enlightenment. When this information was captured by his brain, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fake. Yes, all fake. I'm still alive. I wasn't crushed to death by my own horse, and I'm not an adult knight. Muttering, he felt it carefully. The surging pain not long ago really disappeared, and only the illusion left in his memory was still bothering him. But it was not real. He silently comforted himself, but turned his head to the bedside table beside him uncertainly. On the low bedside table made of old oak were several decorative scarlet garnets and moonstones, a half-melted white wax candle, and a silver-plated round mirror from mirror across the narrow sea. As he watched, a delicate child's face was reflected in the clear mirror. It was only about 4 or 5 years old, with black hair and blue eyes. It stared at him quietly, and its bloodshot eyes were full of scrutiny. Another piece of information thus emerged. Heraldry LV6, language LV1, etiquette LV1. There was no such database ability in dreams, so he completely let go of his worries, and everything that was ignored around him quickly emerged. This was a quiet and petite bedroom, with dim light. The heavy brown wooden door was less than 2 meters away from the bed. The fireplace, which was piled with black ash, was quietly embedded in the wall opposite the bed, only one leg away from the end of the bed. On the blank space above it were several exquisitely crafted light golden brocades, and the surface of the silk was embroidered with the crown and stag symbol of the Baratheon family and some of the family's past achievements. The Baratheon family was an ancient and honorable family, one of the 8 great feudal nobles of the Targaryen dynasty, so it was not difficult to imagine how exaggerated the paintings on the brocade were. But Renly did not keep his eyes on it for long. After a glance, he moved his eyes to the narrow window on the left. A beam of sunlight shone from the glass of the window, slender and bright, illuminating a nearby floor, but also covering a floating dust that was invisible to the naked eye. At this time, he was inside the towering tower of his family's Storm's End, so high that there was only a hazy sky in his sight beyond the light except for the sunlight. But a strange fragrance was faintly drifting from the window. The fragrance was strange, like the fragrance of books formed by the blending of ink and parchment, but there was a faint smell of burning. So Renly lifted the silver silk bedding, put on the shoes on the floor beside the feather bed, and walked towards the window wearing only a thin black velvet pajamas. Sparse and trivial sounds kept coming with walking. It was the layer of rush mats on the floor that was causing trouble. Usually, Renly always disliked this thing because it was a bit too noisy when walking, but at this time he had basically ignored it and focused all his attention on his goal. The window embedded in the wall was not low enough for him to reach, so he moved a long bench nearby and climbed up, and then pushed the narrow square window open. With a creaking sound, the breeze that was blocked outside blew in through the window, and the sound of seagulls came. The salty sea breeze blew his short charcoal black hair to his ears, and the coldness brought by the wind caused goosebumps on his white arms. Looking across the courtyard under the tower and a forest of godswood, the morning mist covered the sea outside the city wall, blurring the vast ocean scene. Farther away, the hazy shadows of ships slowly rippled in the depths of the fog, not just one or two, but dozens or even hundreds. They were in neat formation, surrounding the seaside castle on the towering cliff from the sea surface, looking like a group of black knights quietly hiding in the fog, riding their horses with high spirits, aiming their lances at the enemy, waiting for the horn to sound, and then launching a charge. The target was Storm's End. The head of the Baratheon family, Robert Baratheon, who is now his eldest brother, had previously launched a rebellion against the royal Targaryen family. As a result, they were hit hard by their good neighbors to the west, the Tyrell family, the lords of the Reach, who were loyal to the royal family, just as they started. They were forced to leave their own territory and disappeared without a trace. The family's Storm's End was also besieged by the soldiers of the Reach. However, they have been besieging for more than half a year, but there is still no movement. Maester Cresson, who taught Renly, claimed that Storm's End had never been captured for thousands of years. The Tyrell family obviously knew this, so they only besieged it without attacking it, hoping that the supplies in the castle would run out and starve them to death. Renly didn't know whether this statement was correct or not, and he was not interested in delving into it, because if nothing unexpected happened, the castle would stand firm until the last moment, until Robert Baratheon smashed the heir of the Targaryen dynasty to death with a hammer and successfully usurped the Iron Throne. Of course, he was not sure about this. Although this was a familiar world, no one could guarantee whether it would develop according to the plot in his memory. The tower was tall, but due to the location of the bedroom, Renly could only see the seaside at this time, and there was nothing to see there. So he shifted his gaze. There were faint shouts of soldiers behind the tower. It might be daily training, or someone might be giving a speech. He stretched his neck and looked down. At this time, 2 figures were talking face to face in the courtyard at the root of the building. The distance was too far to hear any words. Due to the height, they looked like 2 small ants, one black and one grey, not very eye-catching. However, Renly could clearly identify who they were. Maester Cresson of Storm's End, and the coach Gavin Wilder. Maester Cresson taught him some necessary knowledge for the noble children every day, and it was not long before the teaching time. But Renly's blue eyes were looking at the coach of Storm's End standing opposite the Maester. The smell that smelled like the scent of books, but also a bit burnt, was coming from this person. The distance was too far, so it was actually difficult to identify at the moment, but the smell had already existed. As the third son of the Baratheon family, although he was still young, sometimes Renly needed to eat in the same hall with the coach, so he was very sure of this. So the question is, would a normal person emit such a strong special fragrance that transcends such a high level? Or is it abnormal? Is it really Coach Wilder? Leaning against the window, he raised his hand and touched his nose, as if the sourness and pain still existed. The boy pursed his lips. He didn't know how he entered this very cruel world in his impression, and he was reincarnated as a Baratheon. Many things before becoming Renly were also quite vague, but the abnormality was obvious at the moment. The inexplicable fragrance, the unique data that emerged faintly as he looked at it, and most importantly, it was not the first time he had that kind of dream. A new book is opening. Please recommend and collect it. Chapter 2 Heraldry. When Mr. Crescent finished talking with someone and climbed up the stone stairs panting, Renly had already left his bedroom and came to the Maester's residence not far from his room to wait. He was no longer in pajamas, but in formal clothes. The black wool pants were tailored half a year ago, and they were a little small, so that when he stood up to greet him, he unconsciously exposed his ankles. Mr. Crescent didn't notice this. Instead, he praised the boy's velvet jacket, which was quite suitable, but the color was not suitable. The color was the same as the pants. Coupled with the short black hair, the whole black outfit made him look even thinner. You can dress yourself without bothering servants, which is impeccable. But child, don't forget that you are less than 5 years old. It is the right thing to do to accept the help and advice of servants. The Maester ended the greeting with this sentence, and then sat down at a partition table by the window in the room with a heavy parchment book in his arms. Renly then sat opposite him. His clear eyes curiously glanced at the book that the other party had spread out on the table, and then blinked. Learning heraldry again. It's to learn the family history of the nobles, identify the words of the common language, and understand the heraldry of the lords and sirs. The old Maester answered. His hands covered with age spots turned the book to a certain page at the back, and after carefully smoothing out the wrinkles on the page, he officially began to teach. The layout of the rooms in the tower is basically the same, but the window of Mr. Crescent's room is larger than that of Renly's bedroom. The abundant sunlight shines in from the windows beside the two people, embellishing the small and delicate black common language characters on the surface of the old yellow sheepskin pages, as if there is a sacred atmosphere. The carefully painted heraldry patterns in the upper left corner or the center of the page further intensified the exudation of this atmosphere. The child's voice is pure and pleasant, and the old man's words are kind and steady. Apart from the voices of the old and the young, there is no other noise in the room. Silent metal utensils and messy glass jars quietly dotted the surroundings. On a desk not far away was a half-opened black parchment book, with a feather pen inserted in the ink bottle. The unique smell emitted from it made Renly feel that it seemed to be some kind of delicacies from the mountains and the sea. There was a group of black ravens here before, which were very noisy. However, as the siege unfolded, most of them were released to ask for help, and the few that were not released gradually disappeared. Renly guessed that the old Maester might have donated them all to the fat chef in the city. Lunch always smelled of bad droppings recently. It is worth mentioning that there is no breakfast or dinner in Storm's End at present. Food is scarce, and everyone here can only eat one meal. A silver seahorse on a sea green background. House Valerian of Tidehead. House motto. Ancient, true, and brave. Their history originated from the extinct Valyria Freehold, once a dragon-riding family, allied with the royal Targaryen family, and followed the Targaryens to migrate to Westeros. The most outstanding figure in the history of the Valerian family was Lord Corlys Valerian, who was known as the Sea Serpent 200 years ago. His fleet once sailed to the known world. Mr. Crescent was already an old man in his 60s, but his body still looked strong. Only his back was slightly hunched under his grey wool robe, but this did not affect his spirit. When he spoke, his grey-brown eyes were bright and seemed full of wisdom. Every time he turned a page, the old Maester would start to explain, and then let Renly repeat what he had just said. Renly did not think he was very smart, but at least he had the mind of an adult, so he learned these things relatively quickly. At the same time, He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that his memory was particularly good today, so much so that the old man opposite him looked more and more satisfied. I really should have suggested to Robert to send you to Old Town to study. Yes, I should have done so, if he were here. Child, you are born to be a bachelor, and even have the opportunity to become a doctor. Renly had no interest in being a medieval doctor, especially since he knew that bachelors in the Citadel were not allowed to marry and have children, so he didn't respond to the question after hearing it, but pointed to a dead brown deer hanging under a horizontal bar in the book, and changed the subject. Does this hunter family have a grudge against us? The clear voice unique to young children was full of doubts. Why do you say that? The old bachelor asked curiously, and after speaking, he looked at the emblem again before reacting, and couldn't help laughing. It's just a coincidence. Besides, the deer of the Baratheon family is black, not brown. Renly said, oh, and then suddenly asked, what about the black dragon and the red dragon? Black dragon and red dragon? Or three-headed dragon, one black and one red? The red one is the emblem of the Targaryen family. I know. Which family is the black one? This question stunned the old meester. Three-headed black dragon? Yes, three-headed black dragon on a red background. That is the family emblem of the Blackfy family. A noble bastard designed it, taking it from the reverse of the Targaryen family emblem. But the last Blackfy died in the Stepstone Islands 21 years ago. The Kingsguard, the fearless Ser Barristan, killed him personally. The old meester asked curiously after saying this. The Blackfy family is not recorded in this book. Where did you see this emblem? I forgot which book I saw it in. Lying is not a good habit, child. You have to tell the truth. I'm telling the truth. It is difficult for a 4-year-old child to fool people as skillfully as Renly and look serious. However, Mr. Cresson, who has some understanding of his character, was not fooled. I don't think there is any book in this castle that I haven't read, child. He emphasized, and those that are not surprisingly, do not record the Blackfy family. The Maester's expression was meaningful, but unfortunately his words did not reveal the boy's feet. Okay, Master Cresson, I confess. I remember which book it was. Renly lowered his head, seeming to be full of shame, but that was the book in Stannis' room. He didn't know. I sneaked in. Then he added a little timidly, Master Cresson, you must not tell him. He has such a bad temper. He is your second brother, child. You don't have to be afraid of him. The old meester sighed, and his temper is not bad. He is just a little bit bad at speaking. That's right, that's it. Stannis, the second son of the Baratheon family, is a lonely person. He is the most indifferent among the 3 brothers. Except for the servants, no one dares to approach his room under normal circumstances, and the old meester is no exception. So the topic of lying was skipped. However, Renly did not feel complacent about it. Instead, he seemed a little absent-minded in the following teaching, because of the information he just learned. Why did he dream of the war between the Red Dragon and the Black Dragon, and then was killed by a black fire that disappeared in history long ago? He wondered. In other words, why did he dream that he turned into another person and was killed by a knight from the Blackfy family? He had never known the Blackfy family, and his foresight about the current world was just some vague impressions in his mind, and there was no so-called Blackfire in it. How could he dream if he knew nothing? Besides, it was not the first time. What is the motto of the Lannister family in the West? The question from the other side was gentle and normal, and did not make Renly much alert, so he subconsciously answered, a Lannister must pay a debt. He couldn't continue speaking halfway, blinked, and the boy looked a little innocent. Hear my roar. In the Citadel, many apprentice meesters have fallen into this trap. They always hope to find some deeper knowledge from books, but they disdain to remember the superficial common sense. Renly was a little embarrassed when he heard this, but the old meester did not delve into it, but waved his hand. The siege has cut off our news of the outside world, but Robert has proven his bravery at Summerhall. And even if the war is not going our way, this is not something you should be thinking about. Child, you have talent and your mind is much more mature than that of an ordinary child, but it is hard for me to say whether this is an advantage or a disadvantage. I watched your second brother grow up. He was taciturn and withdrawn, a man who lacked a childhood, and I felt sad for him. But you, although you laugh often, are more Suddenly he seemed to realize that he should not say these words in front of a 4-year-old child, so he closed his mouth apologetically. But there was still a trace of sadness and worry on the wrinkled old face. Mr. Cresson is a good man. Renly understands this. Maesters from the Citadel have always remained neutral in politics. They serve the castle, not a certain lord. So even if Storm's End was captured, his life would not be in danger. But the old Maester is still loyal to the Baratheon family, and he worries about this family, and every member of the family without reservation. I'm just very hungry. He tried to change the subject. This was a lie, but it wasn't a lie. He was indeed very hungry, but Renly didn't show it, because of his adult thinking, because it wasn't time for dinner yet. The Maester opened his mouth and sighed. You know the rules set by Stannis. There really isn't much food left. Good boy, be patient. After we finish the last few pages, it will probably be time for dinner. Maybe I should consider notifying the kitchen to prepare something good. Look, you finished another book. Isn't this something worth celebrating? Renly couldn't agree more with this, but it also reminded him of something that was about to happen in his memory, or someone who was about to happen. He didn't know what the process of Robert Baratheon's overthrow of the Targaryen dynasty was like, and he didn't know much about the siege of Storm's End. The only thing he knew about it was a guy called the Onion Knight. If I remember correctly, that guy risked his life to bring a shipload of onions in during the siege, which solved the famine in the city, and was later named a knight. It can't be just onions. How can onions fill you up? What else can there be? Will there be a few boxes of bacon? It would be even better if there were a few capons. When will he come? Every time Renly was hungry, he would think of the Onion Knight, but the food he expected was different. However, he soon had no time to care about it. As the old Maester finished reading the last page of the heraldry book, accompanied by the cough when his dry palm closed the book, and the harsh sound of the chair sliding on the ground, when he stood up, the boy who stood up with the Maester suddenly felt his heartbeat speed up rapidly, and even the violent sound suppressed all the surrounding sounds very weak. At the same time, his brain was unusually clear, and involuntarily, the knowledge of heraldry quickly flowed through his mind, and finally all of it was condensed and hidden. Renly understood something in his heart, so he turned his head and looked at a mirror placed on the edge of the long shelf table not far away. The blurred mirror surface stained with dried bird droppings therefore reflected a child's face with wide eyes. A line of information that had never appeared before also emerged, like a mist. Heraldry level increased to LV7. Derived characteristics. Psychic emblem. Chapter 3 Green Turtle. The good is that the old Maester ordered the kitchen to prepare were not that good. A small portion of barley bread, a corner of hardened cheese, a shrunken green apple, a small portion of turnips cooked in butter, and a bowl of thick broth with a strange fishy smell. What kind of meat is this? A loud question came from the side. On the left, a round-faced fat boy in a light yellow thin shirt was staring at the thick soup in front of him with his dark eyes, and his butt was moving restlessly on the bench. Is it rat meat again? Another skinny child with golden red hair on Renly's right was originally holding a table dagger to pick up a few peas floating in the thick soup. When he heard this, his movement suddenly hesitated and looked at the old man sitting across the long table with suspicion. This is certainly not rat meat. In the small room, Maester Cresson looked at the three fat and thin boys in front of him with a kind look. There are no more rats to catch in the castle. The fat boy in yellow clothes came from the Estamont family of Greenstone Castle. The long dead mother of the three Baratheon brothers was from this family. Because they were of the same age, he was sent to be Renly's playmate a year ago. The other thin boy with golden red hair came from the Dondarrion family of Black Harbor. He happened to be in the city when Storm's End was besieged, so naturally he had no way to go out. They were all vassal descendants of the Baratheon family of the Lord of Stormland, and they were also very good children considered by Maester Cresson. Due to Renly's special aloofness, during the siege, the Maester would create opportunities for them to get together and play whenever there was a chance, and this was an example. However, if Master Renly needs it, I can arrange an experienced nun for you to teach you about table etiquette. Following the words of the old Maester, the two children turned their attention to the black-haired boy and found that he had just woken up from a dream and had retracted his gaze from the fat man beside him and instead blinked his eyes innocently. I'm sorry, he stuck out his tongue and said, but it looks interesting. The emblem of the Estamment family is a green turtle on a green background, which usually attracts his attention, but the reason now is naturally not simple. It's just that this cannot be told to others. I think so too. Upon hearing this, the little fat man immediately patted the family emblem embroidered on the chest of his clothes and said loudly, "They are not only beautiful, but also edible. When the tide comes, we can't eat them all. My grandfather said that, as long as we eat more, the sons we give birth to will sooner or later be like them in groups." After saying that, he suddenly thought of a problem, so he turned sideways and looked at the boy opposite Renly over. "You annoying Barack, your family's Black Harbor must not always thunder, otherwise how could you be the only one left?" The family emblem of the Dondarrion family is a forked purple lightning on a black background, and several flashing four-pointed stars. "That's because my father died early." The other rolled his eyes, but didn't pay much attention to him. Instead, he lowered his head and stared at his thick soup, frowning and asked, "If this soup is not made of mice, what else could it be?" "It's cat meat." Before the old man could speak, Renly, who was no longer distracted, answered casually, "The horses and mules in the castle have been eaten up long ago, and even the hunting dogs and hawks raised by my eldest brother are no exception. Master Crescent's crows have been missing for a while, and the group of people outside won't even let us in a fly. After all the calculations, there can't be anything else, except those black cats used to catch mice." "Smart." The Maester nodded in agreement, so the two children breathed a sigh of relief and started to eat, after obtaining the Maester's consent. But Renly declined. He didn't forget that he had touched the cats in the castle with his own hands not long ago, and because of the memory that did not belong to this world, he was naturally resistant to eating cat meat. "Can I give my broth to Jomi?" Jomi was Renly's personal servant, who was responsible for taking care of his daily life. The old Maester was a little stunned when he heard this. "Why give it to him? No matter how full I am, I can't help guard the castle, but Jomi has the ability." Renly answered seriously. "Only children will admit that they are picky eaters. Experience has shown that a hypocritical child can always achieve his goals easily, and this moment is no exception." He even got some extra gains. The old man was very pleased with this, and the golden red-haired Beric Dondarrion next to him was even more thoughtful when he heard this. Then he pushed away the thick soup in front of him, stood up, and didn't even plan to eat other food. "I will also give mine to Lord Stannis, he will need it more than us." He declared so, as if he realized some virtue from Renly's words, with a serious face. The Maester persuaded him for a long time, and this guy reluctantly sat back, lowered his head and reluctantly ate the coarse bread. "If you don't want to eat, can you give them all to me?" the little fat man asked expectantly, but no one paid attention to him. Renly was very hungry, so although some changes in himself attracted him deeply, it did not affect his ability to fill his stomach. He successfully sent out the cat soup, but he accepted all the other food. Rough barley bread, sweet and bitter cheese, butter-cooked turnips that looked like soup. Turnips were delicious. This radish-like thing was commonly known as kohlrabi in my memory, but after being processed, it tasted like potatoes, soft and delicious, with a long and lingering flavor. The light milky aroma of butter cooked into the turnips lingered in the nose and mouth with this lingering feeling, and refused to dissipate for a long time. It was not until he ate his share of the wilted apple that the lingering fragrance quietly dissipated from his lips and teeth, making him sigh with regret. The lunch didn't last long, but the old Maester left in a hurry because he was summoned. After a long time, the three children who were not supervised were a little confused after the meal. The thin Beric suggested going to the courtyard to see if there were any knights training. The fat boy Alan thought it would be more attractive to play castle games in the Godswood, but Beric thought there were ghost faces on the trees in the Godswood, which was scary, so he insisted on not going. Renly didn't comment on this, but stared at the green turtle on the front of the fat boy. In the eyes of others, this emblem embroidered on the robe is normal, but it is a dark green turtle lying on a green background, made of dyed silk threads. But in his eyes, this turtle can move. Originally, it was holding the ground with its forelimbs and not moving, but after the change, it struggled to get rid of the seemingly heavy tortoise shell on its body, squatting down like a naked little man. Its face flushed, leaving a little black mark on the green ground, and then it went back into the clothing, and continued to lie still. In this way, the originally normal emblem became a dark green sea turtle lying on a green background, and a small black dot with a fascinating shape next to it. If you stop observing at this time, then there will be no new changes, but when Renly continues to watch, everything that just happened will repeat itself again. Crawling, kicking off the tortoise shell, squatting, and the second small black dot appears. Retracting the tortoise shell, crawling, kicking off. The lines embroidered on the lapel kept wriggling and rolling, as if it was a short pantomime constructed of dies and lines, which was played repeatedly, and the people watching became more and more confused, until the little guy he was staring at felt a little uncomfortable. "I'll invite you to eat turtles on the Isle of Ethman some other day." "I'll do that," Fatty told Renly loudly, but what he faced was the other's inquiring eyes. "Did you not wipe your butt?" This made the little fat man stunned, and then his round face quickly turned red, his voice became less loud, and he became stuttering. "Nonsense, nonsense. Ethman's Alan always wipes his butt after pooping. If you don't believe it, go ask Pate." Pate was a servant who took care of Alan's daily life. However, in a hurry, the little fat man obviously forgot that his servant was a mute. Even a fool could see that he was lying, but Renly had no interest in exposing this guy because his mind had already drifted elsewhere. Psychic emblem. He thought about his special ability thoughtfully and didn't speak for a while. The fat boy heaved a sigh of relief, but then he found that the skinny guy was winking at him, so he glared and yelled, "You annoying Barry, why are you looking at me? Don't call me annoying, you are the annoying one. Call me, I will. Then I will call you stinky ass Alan." They were arguing, but they found that the black-haired boy who had been very quiet suddenly turned around and walked out of the house. "Renly, where are you going?" the skinny guy asked hurriedly, and got rid of the fat boy's angry eyes. "I'm going to find Coach Wilder," the other party replied. Chapter 4: The Vanishing Vortex. Gavin Wilder, the coach of Storm's End, was a middle-aged man in his 30s with fluffy brown hair, wearing a boiled leather armor and rough breeches. When he was found following the scent, he was standing at the edge of the stable, talking to 3 fully armed knights. But when Renly came over with 2 friends and personal servants, they stopped talking appropriately. "Good afternoon, Sir Gavin." Renly spoke first. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the other party's blue eyes looked at him with some vigilance. The 3 knights also nodded and turned away. Beric and Alan also greeted the coach, who answered politely and asked about the purpose of their visit. So the skinny bamboo pole couldn't wait to speak. "We want to ask you about the Way of Knights." Before this sentence was answered, Fat Alan rushed to say loudly, "And the emblem, Master Crescent never told us about the emblem, that is divided into 4 petals like yours. In fact, the old Meester did teach these, but he never went to listen to the lectures. This guy only studied with Renly for a while at the beginning, and then he lied that he had a headache and ran away." Renly didn't say anything, because everything he wanted to say had been said. So he simply said nothing, and looked up at the emblem embroidered on the chest of Master Wilder. Although he was a retainer of the Baratheon family, unlike the servants, Gavin Wilder was of noble origin, so he was able to keep the Wilder family and his own private emblem, 4 large blue-green swirls on a golden background. "Knight, heraldry." The middle-aged coach rubbed his cheeks and said vaguely, "The rule is that you are allowed to get in touch with the preliminary knight training after you are 7 years old. So boys, go back to where you came from. It's not time yet. As for the heraldry, 7 layers of hell, this is the first time I hear someone come to ask me about this." His voice was a little impatient, and he seemed to want to turn around and leave after he finished speaking. So Renly asked appropriately, "Why is it you?" "What?" The coach stopped moving and looked down at him. Although they were all children, it was obvious that he could not ignore Renly's question, like he ignored the other 2. Master Crescent said that the coach responsible for training knights in the castle is generally an experienced old knight. Renly said with a blink of his eyes, and the expression on his little face fully demonstrated the meaning of the word. Childish words are not restrained in his memory, but you look very young. That's because I personally defeated 3 experienced old knights like you said. The middle-aged coach answered proudly. Sir Titus Swan of Stonnerhelm, Morton Cullen of Night Sang, and the bastard Cedric Storm of Bronzegut. They are certainly skilled, but I wield a sword better than them. I know the bastard Cedric. The thin bamboo pole was surprised when he heard this. He once fought 3 Dornish bandits alone in the borderland and killed them. How could you defeat him? He is a tough guy, but yes, I defeated him. The coach waved his hand, looking unconcerned. How did you defeat him? I have seen him at a tournament in Ashford. He was. Renly had ignored their conversation because the close contact with the middle-aged coach made the already strong and unique fragrance become a little pungent, especially when the mouth opened and closed to speak. This naturally made him want to find out the truth, but he had studied it for a long time in the past, but he still had no clue. So now he put all his thoughts on his new ability. The way he looked up and focused on the other person's chest seemed like he was listening attentively. At first, nothing special happened when he was staring at it, but after 4 or 5 seconds, the surrounding environment suddenly became a little illusory and hazy, and even the conversation seemed much weaker. It seemed that a special passage was built between the emblem and Renly without a sound. As this passage was formed, the originally static vortex pattern gradually changed. Faintly, the 4 vortices seemed to be alive and swirling, quickly drilling towards the dividing point in the center of the emblem. The blue and green colors mixed and stirred, and finally all the dye colors that made up the vortex disappeared, leaving only a blank golden emblem background. The conversation continued. Beric Dondarrion, who was determined to become a knight, was very interested in the middle-aged coach who was responsible for teaching martial arts in the castle, and asked questions one after another. The fat Alan on the side was not to be outdone, but he was not as old as Beric, and he probably didn't pay much attention to knights, so he naturally couldn't ask some questions that seemed very profound to him, so he simply interrupted the topic of coat of arms frequently. Why is it a whirlpool? Maybe the gods in heaven will know why. You have to understand, kid, the Wilder family was an ancient family before Aegon's conquest. Then why are there 4 whirlpools? Because I'm the 4th in the family. How did it get on the clothes? This, with needle and thread? Or a wooden machine? That's it. Kid, don't ask me such questions anymore. Do I look like a meester? Then could it be painted on? Painted on? How is that possible? I heard that the Dornish are very good at painting things on clothes. The Dornish are also good at raising sheep. The coach sneered and then waved his hand. Okay, kids, that's enough. You should understand that I'm not an idler. He turned and walked away, leaving behind 2 little guys who were shocked by his words and a black-haired boy who seemed to be thinking about something. The Dornish actually fuck sheep. Fatty stared at the middle-aged coach's back with wide eyes, and the expression on his face seemed to have discovered a new world. Although he was still young, people in this world were generally precocious. Even if they didn't fully understand some things, they knew a little bit. Why do they do that? Why so many whys? The Dornish do everything, and can do anything. Dondarrion, whose territory is located on the border of the Stormlands, and is a neighbor of Dorne, has more say in this. When talking about the Dornish, he also looked angry and contemptuous. Among the 7 kingdoms, the old name in ancient times, the Stormlands and the Dorne territory have always been enemies, and some nobles on the border of the Stormlands are even more hostile to Dorne. In recent years, the 2 sides have eased off, but in the past, especially when the 7 kingdoms were not unified, and were still 6 kingdoms, there were countless tragedies on the border. It is not difficult to imagine how they would slander each other. It's so hot in Dorne. Is there any sheep? Renly, who came to his senses, kindly reminded his friends. He couldn't help yawning while speaking, so that his voice seemed a little vague, but it didn't prevent the 2 children from understanding what he was saying. Yes, Dorne is a desert, and there is no grass at all. What do sheep eat? Fatty came to his senses, and looked at Beric with a suspicious look, as if questioning his pretense of knowing. This? Who cares about such a boring question? Skinny Bamboo Pole blushed a little. He didn't think about it carefully. When he heard the Dornish people He subconsciously started to pour dirty water on them. And sheep have so much wool. If they stand on the sand, they will be hot to death. Fatty kept nagging about this issue. Maybe before they die, they'll complain about their Dornish masters. Why did you keep me? Don't you know I don't eat sand? Did you do it on purpose? Will you shut up? You kept me in the sand on purpose, so you can easily frame me? Children are always talkative. Renly listened to their arguments and led the way towards the tower. The instructor had left, so he naturally couldn't continue to observe. Perhaps because he had used this ability several times in a short period of time, he actually felt a little sleepy. However, although his attention couldn't help but be scattered, his body instinctively wanted to lie down and rest for a while, but he still tried to concentrate on the phenomenon he had just seen, or the omen. For disappearing whirlpools? Disappeared, or drilled out. What does this mean? Renly kept thinking along the way, his little face wrinkled. Although he didn't achieve the goal he hoped to achieve, he was not disappointed about it because many previous contacts had not produced any clues. He was able to treat this matter with a normal mind. However, it's not like there's really nothing to gain. Thinking about what he had seen before, and considering the current situation in the castle, Renly's eyes flashed with doubt. So when he returned to the tower, he used his unfamiliar hands to write a line of words on the scraps of parchment he usually practiced with, and then called the short servant behind him and whispered, "Jommy, help me pass it to Master Cresson. Starting tomorrow, the update time will be roughly adjusted to 1 chapter at noon, and 1 chapter at night." Chapter 5 Prisoner's Dentures. Coach Wilder was caught. When the news came, Renly was in his small room, trying to read on his own without the help of his old meester. Although his vocabulary was insufficient and his reading was somewhat stumbling, he was still able to continue reading the book titled Ruby and Steel in his hand without making any guesses. The book Ruby and Steel tells the story of a group of female warriors outside Westeros who wear rubies on their faces. They are a very strange race. His vocabulary was even stranger, causing Renly serious trouble. But he still insisted on doing so. The heraldry he had been studying had basically come to an end after the last lecture, and the old bachelor claimed that his knowledge of it was no weaker than that of ordinary bachelors. If you want to learn other knowledge, you are still underage. In other words, what Renly needs to learn is not something that the old bachelor can teach at will. He has to ask Renly's guardian, that is, the Baratheon family. The current head of the house, Robert Baratheon, agreed. However, that person was not in the castle at this moment. So currently the only thing Renly can continue to learn is language. He didn't resist this. After all, he understood that language was also a skill in his attribute column, and he was obviously very interested in his special golden finger, or the strange abilities that extended from it. However, when the servant Kaomi came to interrupt him, he still subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief, then put down the obscure crimson parchment in his hand, and repeated what the servant had just said. Master Wilder, together with Ser John, Ser Norton and Ser Alf, planned to secretly open the city gate and surrender, but were discovered by Stannis? Yes, young master. The short and fat Kaomi nodded hurriedly. We mean yes, they have been imprisoned in the dungeon by Lord Stannis. Kaomi is a brown-haired servant in his 40s with a simple face, wearing a sleeveless leather jacket and coarse trousers, and carrying a faint baby in his hand. Scented cloth basket. At this time, he put the basket in his hand on the shelf table and said happily, Lord Stannis also specially ordered the kitchen to bring food to the young master. Look, there are sea pigeon pie, oat cakes, pea porridge, and even there's also a baked apple, he said, looking curiously at the black-haired boy, who was bowing his head in thought, but didn't ask anything. The Master of Storm's End was captured, and Master Renly got food. Obviously there is a connection. The smell of food wafted away, tempting Renly's already harshly treated stomach to become even hungrier. But at this time, he didn't pay much attention to the food next to him, but thought about the consequences of this information. 5 days have passed since he made the report, and nothing special happened during this period. Renly originally thought that he might be too sensitive, but he didn't want to suddenly learn such news. In fact, he was not sure that the coach would do something outrageous. He just felt that it was possible So what he notified was only some more uncertain and scattered information. I accidentally heard Coach Gavin and Kyung Seren, Ser Norton, and Ser Alf were talking. They seemed to be talking about Stannis, and I heard the words be careful and be alert. I think there may be some secrets here, Mr. Cresson, that I think you need to know. This is the content of the note. The purpose is to hope that they can be vigilant about it. At the same time, even if they misunderstand the coach, what he said will not cause him too much trouble. After all, a gamble, a sneaky meal, or maybe a laziness during patrol can also cause the instructor to be more sneaky. Just looking at it now, I'm going to find Master Cresson. Let's put the food away first. He stood up suddenly and hurried out without waiting for a response, leaving the somewhat dazed servant standing there. The old Meester was easy to find. He was very old and would not leave the Meester's room in the tower unless summoned by Stannis, and that room was only a few steps away from Renly's chamber. When he saw the old man, he was sitting behind his desk piecing together a broken parchment map. Renly's visit didn't make him raise his head, but his words contained a hint of smile. Stannis still blamed me for wasting food on you, but it turns out that even children will play an unexpected role at some point. I'm going to visit Master Wilder in the dungeon. Renly, he said straight to the point, with a serious look on his face. He obviously couldn't get close to the dungeon on his own, even if he was the third direct son of the Baratheon family. Visit? The old man's hands on the puzzle map paused. There is nothing to visit. He is a traitor. He wants to betray us. He has helped me. Renly said sincerely. Robert's hounds are very fierce. He helped me fight them off that time. Your brother's hunting dogs will only wag their tails when they see you. The old man exposed his lie without raising his head. Besides, no one is allowed to visit your second brother. Traitor, no one. Do you want to eat him? The old man's hand holding the map trembled when he heard this, and his eyes widened when he looked up at Renly. His old face seemed full of shock. Tell me, child, who told you that? The food supply has become less and less recently. The smell from the kitchen has become very weak, and even the coarse bread eaten by the stable boys moldy. Not long ago, I heard someone say that we won't last until next month. Who said that? The old man's words were serious, but Renly didn't accept this. You want to eat him, he repeated firmly. It's just this. The old man hesitated, as if he was ashamed of it. However, Renly did not want to force him to continue talking on this topic, because that was not his purpose. Take me to see him, the black-haired boy reiterated solemnly. He usually behaved in a swaying and unruly manner, but at this time he rarely showed a hint of edge. I want to see him. The old man was silent for a moment, and finally took a deep look at this unusually precocious child. Don't worry about some crazy things that traitor may say, he warned. Put down the fragments of the map in his hand, picked up the crooked stick leaning on the bookshelf next to him, and took the lead to walk out of the door. Seeing this, Renly followed the opponent obediently without saying a word. The dungeon is located under the tower and can be accessed directly along the building. As they walked forward, a manservant sweeping the stairs greeted them. 3 washerwomen carried a pile of clothes to make way for an old man and a young man. The 2 Baratheon soldiers guarding the door of the tower walked silently and watched them. Lee, a crazy jester named Patchface, was jumping around in the courtyard and suddenly ran away crying after leaving the 2 of them, which seemed very baffling. I'm still not sure whether saving him was the right choice. The old man commented on this, which may also have the purpose of breaking the dull atmosphere. The fool is a wretch. Your uncle never liked him before he died, but Stannis cared about him very much. Yes, even though he didn't show it, I felt it. No wonder, alas. Renly didn't say much. Paying attention to all this, he did not even listen carefully to what the old man said. At this time, his mind was basically focused on the upcoming meeting, and he was also full of doubts about it. I have tried so many times before, but failed to find any clues. Can I do it this time? But if you don't go, you won't have much chance in the future. Why does he smell so good? Fragrant. Do we really need to eat him? It tastes delicious. It seems to make sense. He felt a little nauseous for a moment, so when he saw the target in the dark dungeon face to face, he always felt that he couldn't bear to look directly at the target, shrouded in the light of the torch, and his blue eyes couldn't help it. glancing at the dirty greasy sweat on his forehead. "Help me. Mr. Cresson, help me." The former Storm's End master cried and howled as soon as he saw the two people, or rather the old Meester, and there were also sounds of begging for mercy from several cells next to him, so that the dark dungeon corridor was filled with chaos for a while. The old Meester did not respond, but held Renly's hand with a little force, as if to signal him to be alert. His other hand held an oil-soaked cloth torch, illuminating the original place with a dim light. The darkness also made the otherwise handsome face in the dirty cage look particularly miserable. "I was just impulsive, and I was still very hungry. Gods are merciful, Master Cresson. Please forgive me." Coach Wild, who had fluffy brown hair, held the thick wooden railings of the cage with both hands, and knelt there with snot and tears, crying and begging. In the end, only a pair of old eyes full of pity silently responded to him. So he looked at the other short being who was staring at him outside the cage. "Master Renly, go and beg your second brother. Tell him not to do this. Tell him that he doesn't want to become him. A monster. Yes, that's it. Go quickly, please." He stopped abruptly before he finished speaking, because just as he was talking eagerly, something suddenly fell out of his mouth and fell in front of him. Amidst the pile of dirty straw, the final words of the client's words were very unclear. Looking down, they seemed to be 3 dentures embedded in the wooden brackets. Under the light of the torch, the noise stopped. The dungeon corridor became a little quiet for a while. Renly looked at the 3 dentures in the haystack, and then looked at the owner of the dentures. This seemed to make the other party angry, so he stopped begging and turned around. The broken jar stood up and cursed. "7 hells. Tell the stranger to take away that damn Stannis. And Robert, yes, especially him. He should have taken me with him. Why would he leave me here to suffer and starve? I can obviously go to the battlefield and earn glory. Why do I have to face Stannis' hard stone face? Sooner or later the Mad King will burn you to death. That's right, burn you to death. You still have the nerve to call me a traitor? Question mark? Obviously, in the face of the cruel reality, this middle-aged knight who was quite arrogant before now became a little crazy. In other words, he who knew his destiny well was too stimulated. "See you soon." He knelt down and cried. "Damn it, old Wilder, why do you have so many sons? So many. Even if my eldest brother dies, it won't be my turn. Why are you so cruel, the master of Storm's End? I should have become a hedge knight in the first place. After all, I would still have a hedge to sleep on. Yes, Hijalapa, a glorious hedge knight." He murmured with laughter and tears, and began to sing a ballad about 6 girls taking a bath together. The dungeon of Storm's End is built under the castle. Inside the cliff, very close to the cave pier at the bottom, the sound of waves and running water can be faintly heard, but it does not bring any elegance, but an unbearable smell of sea and sticky moisture. Although the lyrics of this song were sweet and beautiful, the tone was full of low and lonely, echoing sadly in the salty air inside and outside the dungeon corridor. Renly took the opportunity to use the old man's walking stick to pull out the dentures. Chapter 6: The Onion That Capsized. "I don't understand why you took his false teeth." The old Meester asked this question on the way back, but until the end, Renly did not answer this question directly, but just smiled and hummed. Relying on his status as a child, the other party obviously couldn't do anything to him, so he had to leave helplessly. Outside the heavy brown door, the Meester's footsteps gradually faded away. The room was very quiet, and the smell of burning candles kept lingering around the nose. The candlelight was reflected on the slightly messy rush mat on the ground, occasionally swaying with the firelight. Sitting at the head of the bed, Renly stared at the lower alveolar dentures wrapped in a white silk handkerchief without blinking. There were 3 in total, probably made up of real teeth knocked out of the mouths of dead people. The roots of these 3 teeth were black at the joints of the wooden support, and the color gradually turned yellow upwards. A special smell emanated from it as the boy played with it. Not a bad smell, but a special fragrance. The ink and parchment were mixed with a hint of burnt. That's right, the fragrance was not emitted by Master Wilder himself, but by his dentures. He had an urge to hold the dentures tightly, as if he could find out the true function of this thing by doing so. However, although he had tried hard to find it, Renly hesitated when the time came. What will happen after holding it tightly? Why is it a denture? Or, why is it a tooth? All kinds of thoughts kept growing, making him hesitate, but when he glanced at the mirrorish round mirror on the shelf table not far away, all negative thoughts suddenly disappeared. In the mirror was the face of a boy who was less than 5 years old, with black hair and blue eyes, and a tangled face, which seemed to be full of worries. A piece of information also quietly emerged: racial level, LV1. Boy, information. Renly silently made up his mind. So he pulled away the handkerchief and held the dirty looking simple denture tightly in his right hand. Then, he seemed to touch the door to another world, and his clear thinking quickly became hazy and gradually dissipated, as if he fell into sleep. Everything around him became hazy. The red light of the candle was dragged like a meteor in the sky. The hard wall of the house seemed to become a thick and distant dim sky. The touch of the feather bed seemed to be as soft and cool as water. Water. The black-haired boy collapsed on the bed without any struggle, and a flash of surprise flashed across his sleeping face. Time passed quietly. The newly replaced white wax candle went from being brand new to melting 1/3. As the flame swayed, the wax liquid dripped like tears, flowing down the column, and finally gathered in the brass plate below and gradually solidified. The originally quiet atmosphere outside the tower gradually changed. The closed windows blocked all the wind and rain outside, but could not stop the rumbling thunder. The shaking caused by the strong wind also made this originally quiet little bedroom noisy. The window glass trembled and wailed, and a few rain needles rushed in from the gaps at the edge, and a few drops of water penetrated in softly and tenaciously. Renly was not affected at first, and he still slumped on the bed in the same state as at the beginning, with a calm face and a trace of surprise. However, at a certain moment, after the pale flash of lightning outside the window, the black-haired boy who was originally sleeping quietly sat up quickly, and then stumbled, and fell to the head of the bed involuntarily, kneeling on the rush mat on the ground and retching painfully. His stomach was empty, but it seemed to be full of liquid. With saliva dripping, Renly stared at the floor, and gasped for breath, and his whole body could not help trembling. It was not until he noticed the surrounding environment that the trembling slowly subsided. His heartbeat went from violent to slow, and the panic on his face gradually calmed down. This is also fake. Yes, all he muttered, knelt up, and threw the dentures in his hand that still exuded fragrance aside with lingering fear, but he didn't expect that along with the ping pong sound of bones hitting the ground, a bunch of sticky green caught his eyes. It was a bunch of seaweed, quietly sticking to the dentures like a strand of hair. Looking closely, there were still traces of seawater flowing and dripping on its dark green surface, as well as spots of white particles like sea salt attached. Staring blankly at this inconspicuous seaweed, he was speechless, but could no longer speak what he had just said. The small bedroom fell into silence, with only the occasional roar of thunder outside the window and the strong wind carrying heavy rain hitting the glass windows. The heavy rain turned into fine hair and kept seeping in. The stone floor near the window had gathered to form a pool of water, soaking the rushes that were originally laid on it and making them soft and fragile. After an unknown amount of time, there was a burst of hurried footsteps outside the door, followed by a knock on the door. "Young master, look, a smuggler has brought us food. Go and see." Onion Knight. Renly turned his head subconsciously, but all he saw was the shaking door. "There are onions, but they are just smugglers, not knights. Let's go and see, young master. We can still see them now. They are waiting for the butler to arrange rooms for them in the hall." Without giving the servants a chance to come in, Renly quickly suppressed his chaotic thoughts and stood up and ran out. After asking a few simple questions, he hurriedly rushed to the bottom of the tower with the servants. The first floor of the tower is a large hall. It seems that everyone in the castle has gathered here at this time, and it is very noisy. With the greetings, Renly saw the kitchen helper Tansy, the stable boy Ammon, the family guard Ben, and the kennel master Holder. They were gathered together to discuss and make noise, and everyone's expression was roughly the same: surprise, disappointment, surprise, and disappointment. At first, Renly didn't care much about all this, because his attention was all on the three people not far from the crowd. One square face, one round face, and one pointed face. They all wore inconspicuous black cloth robes and brown linen trousers, and covered with grey woolen cloaks. The hoods were wrinkled and stuck to their backs, still dripping. Although they were gathered alone in a corner, they seemed to be surrounded by everyone in the hall and pointed at. Two of them were very uncomfortable, but the brown-haired, brown-eyed, ordinary-looking thin man in the lead was quite calm. "Your name is Davos?" Renly approached and asked, looking at this middle-aged man who was not quite the same as he remembered with curiosity. "Yes." The smuggler being questioned used his weathered brown eyes to glance at the short servant who followed him, and the boy's clothes made of golden velvet fabric, and bowed with a little humor. "Lord Renly, Davos is at your service." He had a unique vision, and was obviously aware of the situation in the castle. But Renly did not say anything about it, but glanced at the crowd gathered not far away, and asked a question. "Only onions and pickled fish?" "I'm sorry," the other party replied. "The rainstorm was so sudden that we had no time to react. In fact, if you weren't a good swimmer, you might never see us again." He looked very disappointed. The smuggler's boat capsized, and most of the food they had originally carried was lost. This not only made Renly's original expectations go wrong, but also belittled the smuggler's own risk of crossing the blockade to come to the rescue. They didn't save much food. Although he didn't see it, he could understand it just by listening to the discussions not far away. Renly even heard the stable boy say that the food brought by the smugglers was not enough for their own share, and there were 3 more mouths in the castle. "I mean, before the boat capsized, there were only onions and pickled fish?" he asked again. Renly actually wanted to ask why his boat capsized, because normally this boat shouldn't capsize. The Onion Knight should bring a boatload of onions and become the savior of Storm's End. Otherwise, why would he be called the Onion Knight? But who can answer this question? Things obviously did not develop as he remembered, and what was the meaning behind this, and what were the consequences of lack of food? He instinctively rejected thinking about this. "Only onions and pickled fish." Davos answered the boy's question. Renly sighed with a complicated feeling, took a few steps back, said goodbye, and was about to turn around and leave. However, after just 2 steps, he suddenly remembered something, so he turned around and looked at the middle-aged man who began to talk in a low voice with his companion. "Have you been to the Iron Islands, Davos?" He didn't expect him to come back and ask questions suddenly, but the smuggler seemed to have been waiting for an answer. He replied without any pause, "I have been there several times. The first time was 10 years ago, and the most recent time was at the beginning of this year." "Do you know about the Ironman's drowning ceremony?" Davos was very curious why the child of the great noble family asked such a question, but he still answered, "It depends on what you know. Death. How can we reduce the possibility of death when drowning? You can work on the rescue skills afterwards." Although the Ironman's drowned priests claim that they are performing the drowned god's kiss of life, in fact, it is just what about the drowned? Renly interrupted him. His blue eyes seemed to have turned into 2 dark pools in the dim environment, and the luster emanating from them was unpredictable. "I mean, if you are a drowned person, how can you make yourself more likely to survive?" This. Davos didn't know how to start for a moment. He felt that the question asked by the black-haired boy was very strange. Chapter 7 The Song Sung by the Drowned People. Davos, the smuggler who ventured across the blockade, brought some onions and pickled fish, but because of the capsizing problem, the quantity was small and did not solve the food crisis at Storm's End. As a result, lunch was still simple and even crude in the following days. However, Renly's attention has been focused on the dentures recently. Whenever he has time, he will hide in the room to observe it, and then he will be entangled. As long as he looks at the dentures, he can feel a special attraction, as if there is a voice calling him faintly, "Clench, clench the dentures." However, the consequences of clenching make Renly full of hesitation. Experiments have shown that after clenching, he will inexplicably run to an ocean archipelago on the other side of the Westeros continent, become an islander there, and then drown. Just like in his previous dream, he became a knight, but was crushed to death by his own horse. He doesn't care about knights or sea people. The problem is that the feeling of death is really terrifying. But if the tips provided by the smuggler are effective, life is about breaking through yourself. At lunch on the 6th day, he suddenly sighed as he used a silver dagger to pick at 2 dry salted fish on the plate. Having a mountain of treasure, but not taking it is like finally marrying a beautiful wife, but you can't get hard. Can't get hard? The fat man next to him didn't understand this sentence and blinked blankly when he heard it. What can't get hard? Fists. Why can't get hard? Is it because you haven't eaten enough? Then I can't get hard either. You know Renly, I haven't had enough food recently. As he spoke, he glanced at the two humiliated salted fish on the plate in front of Renly and blinked at the black-haired friend in front of him. You seem to hate it? Or it's not a fist? Renly interrupted him with a squint. It's probably a mental illness. After saying that, he stabbed the dead pickled fish's forehead with the silver dagger in his right hand and then slid off the bench and walked towards the door under the surprised gaze of Fatty. But after a few steps, the black-haired boy turned back and took the plate of fish away. It's better to have something to eat than nothing, he emphasized with disgust, and Fatty sighed. We are going to play in the Godswood in a while. The skinny bamboo pole on the other side was originally sneezing and chewing an onion. Seeing this, he hurriedly shouted at Renly's back, and after shouting, he hurriedly raised his sleeves to wipe the tears from the corners of his eyes. Don't forget, you two go. Renly waved his hand without looking back. I'm not an idle person. The two looked at each other when they heard this. Is he speaking in a sarcastic way? Maybe Master Crescent has arranged a new course for him? That's the only possibility. He's really amazing. He can stick to such a boring thing for so long. Mr. Crescent obviously didn't arrange any new courses for Renly. After returning to his room, he directly left the plate of salted fish on the shelf for later use, and then took out the dentures hidden in the bedside table and held them in his hands. His movements were done in one go, as if he was afraid that someone would come to snatch this thing, but in fact he was just afraid that he would regret it. His worries were correct, because he regretted it not long after, but it was too late. After holding the dentures tightly, Renly's originally clear thinking quickly diverged, and then quickly fell into a special state of half sleep and half wakefulness. This state may have lasted for a long time, but it seemed to be just a moment. When the cold wind blew, Renly suddenly felt that several people were reaching out to press his head and arms, and he quickly woke up. Unfortunately, before Renly could even take a look around him after opening his eyes, his head was pressed hard into the clear light blue water below. He was no longer Renly, but a young man with obviously strong limbs. Renly, who had come once before, was prepared for this, so he was not at a loss when facing the abnormality. He was just panicked. He knew that he was in a place called the Iron Islands. The Iron Islands are one of the 9 major territories of Westeros. A group of people living on the island are called Ironmen, and this tenacious nation has a special religious ritual, the drowning ritual. Simply put, it is to press you into the sea water and choke you to death. Of course, the Ironmen believe that true believers of the drowned god, the god they believe in, will not be afraid of drowning, because they will be resurrected after that. If lucky, the drowned can indeed come back to life through the primitive cardiopulmonary resuscitation technology of the drowned man, the priest of the drowned god. Right now, Renly is drowning, and he very much hopes that he can have this luck. At the same time, he also prayed that the formula that the smuggler Davos said would help him get through the difficult time smoothly, because he was very curious about this dream world and even wanted to see its true face. However, no matter what his mood was, for now, the difficulty he faced was how to avoid drowning. At the beginning of the ceremony, the sufficient oxygen made Renly's senses very clear. With his eyes wide open, he could vaguely see the beach at the bottom of the sea, which was close at hand, and the green seaweed that sprang out of the sand and swayed with the seawater, and saw a silver fish that scurried away in panic, as well as 3 lines of words sunken on the surface of the sand. 3 lines of strange words. Even though the current situation was very tense, Renly couldn't help but be attracted by these 3 lines of words. Unfortunately, his vision was blurred in the water, and he just glanced at them for a few times. Before he could think carefully, a pair of rough feet stepped on the left side of his sight, and the thick sand brought up covered everything in front of him. The surroundings were terribly quiet. The ocean blocked most of the sounds of the world outside the water. Only a faint prayer sound lingered around, as if it came from the sky. Supreme God who drowned for us, let your servant Al be reborn from the sea like you. Give him the blessing of sea salt, the blessing of solid stone, the blessing of steel. The most important thing is to stay calm, Renly said to himself secretly. He kept holding his breath, and the oxygen in his lungs became thinner as the ceremony progressed. Soon, his body instinctively began to urge him to struggle to get up, but the pressure from the back of his head and shoulders on both sides was particularly strong. As time went by, the pain gradually grew, and everything became more and more unbearable. The most important thing is to stay calm. When he couldn't hold it anymore, he silently thought about the key points mentioned by the smuggler again. How can I stay calm when I'm about to die? He remembered that he replied to Davos like this at the time. The stranger who represents death is terrifying, but if we don't want to be completely captured by him, we'd better face him directly. You have to know that this behavior is to survive from death. The other party answered, begging for life. Begging for life. The severe pain caused by holding his breath made Renly's mind hazy and tense. He tried to suppress himself, suppress, until a certain moment, he could no longer suppress his instinctive desire to breathe, so he suddenly opened his mouth. The wet and salty seawater rushed in. The most important thing is to stay calm, he sobbed to himself. But when his mind was trapped in the pain of drowning, and couldn't extricate himself, when the cold liquid invaded his lungs uncontrollably, and when the seawater made his entire internal organs cramp wildly, he vaguely had an opposite thought. This is fucking bullshit. Darkness immediately occupied his body and mind, and then, after an unknown amount of time, the cool breath of life suddenly came slowly from the outside world, and at the same time, there seemed to be a roar. The dead don't die. It seemed that there was a sharp-edged pebble under his waist, which made him very uncomfortable. He wanted to reach out and pull it away, but he felt that his limbs were stiff and unable to move. The dead never die. Another roar came, accompanied by a strong knock on his back, and the shock seemed to thaw his whole body gradually. The dead never die. When the third roar came, he subconsciously thought that he should respond to the other party, so he opened his mouth and murmured, "I will rise again." The other party roared a very famous sentence in the customs of the Iron People, so he could respond. I just don't know if he said this sentence, but everything around him quickly became clear. The cool sea breeze kept blowing, the cold tide licked against the soles of his feet, and the obvious swelling in his abdomen made him shudder suddenly, and then he turned over and bent over on the beach and coughed violently. The seawater was spit out in large quantities due to coughing, and at the same time, his mind became clearer and clearer. There were figures around him quietly shrouding him, and at the same time, he could feel 3 pairs of eyes staring at him motionlessly, as if expecting something. I will rise again. He responded with a painful cough, then staggered to his feet, and stood on the beach with weak legs. Trembling, facing 3 encouraging glances, he squeezed out the last words of the ceremony through gritted teeth. It's getting more powerful. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8: The Song Sung by the Drowned People. The sun was high in the sky, and it was very scorching, but the wind from the sea brought a refreshing and cool breath. Renly, who had successfully survived, stood trembling in the shallows. The 3 drowned men who were holding the ceremony embraced him with joy and kissed his cheeks. Then someone handed him a rough linen cloth. Then he saw that the 3 drowned men began to push another black-haired boy with a terrified face into the water. Supreme God who was drowned for us, let your servant. An old man wearing a worn black leather coat, barefoot, and wearing coarse cloth shorts came over to signal Renly to go with him, so the high-pitched and fanatical words gradually faded away as Renly turned and left. He had time to observe the surrounding situation. This was a curved beach at the edge of the island. Under the sun, densely packed leather-armored soldiers were active on this beach. Some were walking back and forth. Some were fishing in the shallows with harpoons, and some were sitting in groups of 2 or 3 to chat. The sea breeze was refreshing and pleasant. In the crowd, a short soldier with brown hair and black eyes raised the wooden cup in his hand and shouted to Renly when he passed by. You passed the ceremony, you proved your piety. Hal of White Gull Village, we welcome you. The 3 people sitting with him raised their cups and followed suit, and more people around him also echoed loudly. Renly turned his head and looked at them tremblingly, but the old man who led the way did not stop, so he didn't say anything and hurriedly followed. Then he met some enthusiastic soldiers, some of whom could call out his name, and more just shouted blessings. As he kept moving forward, Renly didn't say a word, but silently observed the unfamiliar environment here. It can be seen that these iron soldiers stationed in front of the beach are generally very enthusiastic, and each of them does not look fake, and the same is true for the island under his feet. The soft sand was very comfortable to step on. The cool and pleasant sea breeze blew a strand of brown hair on his forehead. A pile of bird shit fell from the sky above his head with a snapping sound. He turned his head to look at the white and green thing spread on his shoulder. The smell was hard to describe. So Renly confirmed again that this was a real place, not an illusion or a dream. If I run to Storm's End now, what will I see? The unconscious boy? Or, thinking of the previous dream, he was thoughtful. But he knew clearly that this was a difficult task to accomplish, because the Iron Islands were in the deep sea at the westernmost end of the Westeros continent, while Storm's End was on the easternmost coastline of the continent. And his current identity was a brown-haired Ironborn boy, not the black-haired Baratheon Third Master, and he could not enter the castle of the nobles at all. More importantly, he didn't seem to come here to wander around casually, frowning and thinking about the 3 lines of words he saw when he was flooded before. Renly suddenly understood something. After reincarnation, he probably awakened some special possession system. All kinds of knowledge learned in normal times can be digitized. After the level is raised to a certain level, the knowledge learned can also derive characteristics. When encountering a special medium, the real purpose of this system is triggered, possessing others to do tasks. Is there really such a nonsensical thing? Touching the rough face that is different from that of a child. Renly frowned. The old man was silent all the way, and took him to a tent, surrounded by a fence at the back of the camp, to receive a set of equipment, a padded white underwear, a waist-length old black leather armor, a round half helmet with an ugly nose guard, a pair of slightly worm-eaten brown hard cowhide boots, and a brown short bow and a heavy quiver wrapped with a long leather belt. He was finally led to a small group under a coconut tree on the left side of the beach camp. Before anyone could introduce him, a blonde-haired young soldier leaning against the tree stood up. "Hal. Great. I thought you couldn't make it." Apparently this man was an acquaintance of Renly. However, Renly didn't know anything about this as he hadn't inherited any memories. "You have proved your piety." Another old soldier with messy black hair nodded at him seriously, but then raised the leather wine bag in his hand. "So your life belongs to the sea from now on. That's what the drowned people say." This action made the old guide who had been silent stare. "Lord Lucas doesn't allow us to drink during the day, Pace." "I didn't drink." The old soldier called Pace looked at him blankly, then pointed to his open mouth with his finger, revealing a mouthful of sticky yellow teeth. "If you don't believe me, smell it." The old guide just glared at the other party, then turned and left, leaving Renly standing alone in front of this small team. Apart from the old soldier, named Pace, and the blonde boy, there were 2 more people here. A middle-aged man with ordinary black hair was squatting under the shadow of a coconut tree, cooking a pot of thick fish soup with an iron helmet, shaking the spoon with a very focused look. The other thin man, who was younger, was looking at Renly and the bow and arrow in his hand with a scrutinizing look. "Can you use it, kid?" "Of course." Before Renly could speak, the blonde boy who greeted him at the beginning rushed to say, "In the White Gull village, Hal and I trained together." As he spoke, he pulled Renly to his side, and then pointed to several people around him and said, "Let me introduce you. The one you are talking to is Karen, who is very good at using arrows. This is the cook Ryan, who is from the Red Crab village next to us. You just heard this old drunkard, he is." This was a group of soldiers who were put together temporarily. Renly, who listened and observed silently, soon understood the matter. Although it seems that everyone seems to be familiar with the people around them, in fact, this familiarity is only superficial. "I'm glad you survived, but Rod the Sea Pig didn't. If you died, I would have to kill the Oak Islanders myself. They would definitely not be happy to accept the iron money I paid, especially when no one helped me. But now it's okay." After introducing his companions, the blonde boy with freckles on his nose did not shut up, but continued to talk nonsense. "His name is Jasper." Although he didn't ask, Renly still learned this from the words of others. At the same time, he also learned more information. For example, his current name is Hal, and he and Jasper are from the same village called White Gull Village. For example, the island under his feet is called Old Wick Island, and the king they are loyal to is called Rhodes. He relied on the belief in the drowned god to become king, and won the collective support of the drowned man priests. And he, this team, and some other small teams will set sail early tomorrow morning to another island, called Oak Island, to fight for the king who was born a drowned man. Renly couldn't help but look up at the clear sky. Although heraldry mainly studies the general history and outstanding figures of the Lord's family, he will inevitably come into contact with some other knowledge during the teaching period. So he understands that Old Wyke and Oak Island are actually two of the islands in the Iron Islands. So he can understand the flooding ceremony and general process of the Ironman. So he can quickly determine the situation he is facing after clenching his dentures. What made him pay special attention was that this group of Ironman soldiers on Old Wyke Island were fighting with another group of Ironman soldiers on Oak Island. The Ironmen rarely fought with their own people, and there was almost no war after the establishment of the Targaryen dynasty. Even if other things are not considered, Renly felt that something was wrong just by hearing this matter. Because he had heard from the old Meester that the current Iron King of the Iron Islands, Corran Greyjoy, was prudent and rational, had good governance, and had a very stable rule over the territory. It was impossible for civil strife to break out, and it was even more impossible for someone in the territory to claim to be the king. When thinking, Renly seemed absent-minded. No matter whether the young boy Jasper or other companions spoke to him, he just sat there nodding or responding with HMM and R, and never spoke. Because being flooded was more or less a life and death crisis, it was normal to be stimulated to a certain extent, so no one was surprised by his silence. Not long after, the conversation of the group finally made him confirm his situation. Let me say, it would be better if the black-hearted man of the whole family was burned to death by the Dragon King. He never considered our lives, but only built his stone castle in the east. Now you see, the stone armor can't stop the spit of the Dragon King. The person who spoke was the old drunkard Pace. He grinned as he spoke, and his mouth with a missing front tooth was particularly eye-catching. My uncle was there. I heard that the black-hearted old king was so scared that he peed his pants before he was burned to death. The cook Ryan had finished making the fish soup and was serving everyone a bowl with a wooden spoon. He glanced at the old drunkard with suspicion. Are you sure? The whole castle was on fire at that time. The whole family of Black-Hearted King was burned to death by the dragon. If your uncle was really in there, how could he still be alive? I don't know about that. The old drunkard boasted calmly, but I guess our family has the blood of the dragon from Dragonstone. Have you heard of that saying? A real dragon is not afraid of fire. Renly didn't listen carefully to what he said next, because there was no need to listen anymore. In ancient times, there were 7 kingdoms in the continent of Westeros. The Kingdom of the North, the Kingdom of the Vale, the Kingdom of the River Isles, the Kingdom of Casterly Rock, the Kingdom of the Reach, the Kingdom of the Storm, and the last Kingdom of Dawn. The Baratheon family to which Renly belongs, the territory is inherited from the ancient Kingdom of the Storm, and was granted by Aegon Targaryen, the founder of the Targaryen dynasty. Aegon was known as the Conqueror because he and his 2 sisters, also his wives, rode their dragons to conquer 6 of the 7 kingdoms: the North, the Vale, the River Isles, Casterly Rock, the Reach, and the Stormlands. Only Dorne was conquered by Aegon's descendants through marriage. During the Conqueror's reign, Dorne did not surrender and vowed to resist the dragons of the Targaryen family. But the resistance was not limited to Dorne. When the war first broke out, King Harrenhal of the Kingdom of the River Isles relied on his huge castle, which was second to none in Westeros, to resist the dragon flames of the Conqueror. As a result, his entire family was burned to death, and the whole family was extinct. The huge Kingdom of the River Isles was thus transformed back into 2 territories, the Iron Islands and the Riverlands. That was nearly 300 years ago. Renly learned this history when he was studying the coat of arms of the Tully family, the Duke of the Riverlands, not long ago. And now, glancing at the few Ironborn soldiers still chatting beside him, and looking at the huge Ironborn camp behind him that spread across the entire coastline, Renly's heartbeat could not help but speed up. It is not easy to make a judgment based on a single case, but the similar experience at the moment is enough for him to make a direct conclusion. He can be sure that he has come to the era more than 200 years ago, when the Targaryen dynasty has not yet been established. This is secondary. The most important thing is that he understands something. What he has is not some nonsensical possession game, but the power to travel into history. Chapter 9, the song sung by the drowned people. Holy House is a blasphemous family. On the morning of the second day after the flooding, a tall, long-haired drowned man gathered nearly 100 people, including Renly's team, and then preached loudly. Because they are blasphemous, the great drowned god drove the dragons of Valyria from the east, and burned the black-hearted King Heron to death, and burned all the people of the Holy Family to death. In other words, we are free. Freedom. Freedom. Some pious Ironborn followed up and shouted loudly, but when the long-haired drowned man raised his hand to signal, they all quieted down. Although we have gotten rid of the cruel rule of the Holy Family, the great drowned god believes that we cannot let his people continue to be misled by other blasphemous false kings. So the drowned god specially sent his son, our sacred King Rhodes, to lead us on the right path, he said, waving his arm with a high-pitched tone. Look, Ironborn, this is the supreme gift bestowed upon us by the drowned god. No one is more suitable to lead the Iron Islands than the son of the drowned god, and no one is more qualified to sit on the Seaston throne than him. Long live the son of the drowned god. Long live King Rhodes. Some Ironborn roared, with veins popping out of their necks, and a large number of people followed in loud agreement. But as soon as their shouting began, they were interrupted again, and the long-haired drowned man's tone was heard in anger. But not all Ironborn know the greatness of the son of the drowned god, and not everyone follows the drowned god devoutly. His preaching continued, but after Renly curled his lips, he was too lazy to listen to such words that could obviously guess the ending. Although he realized that he had traveled into the history of the Westeros continent, it did not help him much. However, after more than a year of intermittent aristocratic education, he was good at identifying many Westeros emblems in the brief family honors and outstanding figures behind them, but it was impossible for him to know the true history of this world like the back of his hand. So he was not sure about the specific situation of his group. He could only make the best of it, or go with the flow, and observe clearly. At this time, he was mixed in this group of people, wearing a black old cowhide armor, with a quiver and a short bow on his shoulder, and his back was straight, as if he was ready to go. In fact, Renly was about to leave this beach, and go to a place called Oak Island. Oak Island was the place where the godless enemies mentioned by the long-haired drowned people were, and their goal of this trip was naturally, to defeat that group of people. Renly's goal was also Oak Island, but it was not just because of following the crowd, but also because of the 3 lines of words he saw in the drowning yesterday. Smoothly arrived at Oak Island, kill 7 Ironmen, prevent King Rhodes from jumping into the sea. Obviously, his ability is not just to travel through history, but Renly became more vigilant because of this. Since he was in his mother's womb, he could vaguely see the kind of information emerging from his body, but he was still not sure what that information was. How did it appear? What is its use? What is its relationship with himself? Will it do any harm? There are many questions to consider, because this may be related to one's future destiny, and because normal people will never have such a thing. However, before that strange dream, before he clenched his dentures, the information that emerged did not let him find any clues, except for the numbers that changed quietly after learning more and more about heraldry. Now that this thing has changed, Renly naturally attaches great importance to it, but he is also more cautious. On the one hand, he covets the transcendent power that may be brought by the word Golden Finger, and on the other hand, he is afraid that there may be a trap in it. But behind these cautions, a certain instinct makes him always feel that his suspicion is very ridiculous, as if there is a voice in his heart that always says to himself, do you need to worry about yourself? Instinct is instinct, and Renly has never forgotten the doubts he should have about his golden finger, because he can't understand what it is. But he doesn't resist it either. He can't be sure it is good, but who can say it is bad? So he thinks that in addition to observation, it is not a bad idea to try to do these 3 things. But the problem came again. If he really mixed with the people around him to complete those tasks, he would inevitably enter the battlefield, and then he might be shot to death by arrows. Renly didn't mind being killed, because the experience not long ago proved that after dying here, he would only return to this history, return to Storm's End, and continue to be the third young master of the Baratheon family. But the pain that came with death was really unbearable for him. It's better to live than to die. I can live one day at a time. It's best to complete a task and then see what happens. Give me a reward. Who will give it? Going to Oak Island seems to be quite simple. What if I give birth to a son here? 300 years later, there will be a bunch of great-grandchildren. The brown-haired young man was full of imagination. Standing in the scorching sun on the beach for almost an hour, the drowned man priest with long grey-black hair finally finished his speech, before sailing with an unsatisfied look, and then waved his hand to signal the more than 100 Ironborn soldiers to board a 3-masted warship that had been prepared for a long time. There were so many Ironmen on board that the cabin below the deck naturally couldn't accommodate them all. After receiving a straw mat, Renly and several familiar faces in his squad made a bed on the floor at the edge of the deck. The cool sea breeze blew, and more than 100 soldiers were on the deck, slowly waiting for the end of the voyage. The sound of talking and laughing was endless, and it seemed quite leisurely for a while. Hal, when we get to the battlefield, you will follow me. The blond boy Jasper, who was leaning on the board next to him, looked at him seriously and said, I'm better at using an axe than you, so I will be in front, and you will use the bow to cover me. Renly wanted to say that he couldn't use a bow at all, but he couldn't say it at all. So facing the young face in front of him, he could only nod his head and think about how to get through the upcoming difficulties. The blond Jasper didn't notice the abnormality of his companion, and he continued to chatter. We have never been to the battlefield, so we can't rush to the front unless the adults order us to. I hope someone will accept the iron money I paid so that I can be a real Ironborn when I return. But my father said that, as long as I go back, everything will be fine. Hal, did your father say such a thing to you? I don't remember. Renly told the truth. Are you homesick? The other party asked strangely. You used to love to talk. Aren't you the same? Renly didn't answer directly. He didn't have any memory of his previous life, so the best response was to throw the question back. I don't. I'm a strong person, and strong people never miss home. The blond boy said so, and handed Renly a grayish-white pebble with a slightly warm yellow color. Here, I picked it up at the door of my house before I left. I give it to you. I hope it will make you happy. Looking at the stone, Renly took it and thanked him. The other party said seriously, the drowned god will protect us. He will. The great King Rhodes will also pray for us. Hal, remember to follow me. When the time comes, we will go back. As a true Ironborn. The boy's voice was full of expectation, and Renly hoped that he could get what he wanted. However, things are unpredictable. The sea in summer is like a fickle old lady in menopause. When the ship set sail in the morning, the sky was still blue, but it was gloomy just afternoon. The rainstorm came, and the strong wind came. The 3-masted warship sailing against the wind did not move forward, and even began to move backward. Soldiers lying or leaning on the deck stood up in a hurry to avoid being trampled and bumped. Sailors began to rush back and forth, anxious to remove the hoisted sails. Unfortunately, a young red-haired sailor accidentally stepped on the air from a high place, screamed miserably, and fell into the madly surging sea, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. We don't need to fear the wrath of the god of storms, because the great drowned god has already opened his magnificent palace of water to us. Don't forget that the son of the drowned god has personally blown the horn for us to advance. We have God. On the deck, the long-haired drowned man, wearing a grey, green, and blue coarse cloth robe, rustled in the wind, holding a driftwood stick high above his head, and his resolute face like an old farmer flushed with awe, looking very excited. However, a strand of his grey hair blown by the wind happened to get into his throat, so that he had to stop choking when he was just halfway through his words of encouragement, and then he bent over and coughed violently in the strong wind. Hal, be careful. The word coming from the wind sounded very weak. Renly, who was holding the taut rope tightly by the side of the ship, turned his head with difficulty and saw a rolling wooden barrel on the deck jumping and rushing towards him. Bad luck. After cursing inwardly, he lay down on the ground as the hull swayed and the oak barrel passed by his scalp. He immediately hugged the base of the mast in front of him and refused to let go. The wind was fierce and the rain was heavy. The narrow hull of the warship was like black pepper floating in the iron pot in the kitchen, rolling and shaking with the boiling liquid. There were several times when its side was even parallel to the sea surface, and it was not until the last moment that it was narrowly straightened back, which was a blessing in disguise. But temporary luck does not mean anything. As long as this terrible storm does not stop, it is hard to say that this warship named Invincible Midwife can successfully survive the difficulties. It's just a matter of getting by. Shouldn't it be the easiest? Renly's face was wet with rain and the storm. After he raised his hand and wiped his face with difficulty, he saw Jasper, who came from the same village as himself, screaming and rolling over as the deck tilted, so he quickly stretched out his legs to block it. His foot just hooked the tail of the blonde boy's black leather armor, which made the other party open his mouth to thank him loudly, but Renly felt as if his ankle was chopped in half by the hard leather armor that had been boiled. Unfortunately, his dedication was useless. In the dark and violent environment, when a more violent storm came, the Invincible Midwife shook violently again, as if there was a huge sea monster below dragging this fragile ship in the storm. The earth shook and many Ironman soldiers on the deck were thrown into the sea with screams. The blonde boy whose life he had just saved was also in this group. Renly watched the other's desperate and helpless young face disappear from his sight. This made him feel as if a big stone was pressing on his heart, and he was a little breathless. Your father is still waiting for you at home. He couldn't help but flash this thought. Unfortunately, Renly had no time to pay attention to other things afterwards. Under the thunder and lightning, the heavy mast, which was already slippery due to the heavy rain, finally broke free from his arms after a violent shaking. The brown-haired young man fell into the sea. Thank you Jay's Dixie book friend for the 10,000 reward. Thank you Gugu Gushin book friend and Yijian Gixale book friend for the 1000 reward. And thank you Oshino book friend for the 500 reward. And to the book friends who vote for this book every day, thank you. Another thing that needs to be mentioned is the issue of the gold finger of this book. When I was writing the last book, some readers pointed out that the source of the system in system novels is a problem. It would be fine if I didn't point it out, but if I did, it would be a poison point. However, I felt that it was inappropriate not to write about it. After all, it is impossible for a normal person to ignore the fact that a hand or a finger grows out of nowhere. So I think the protagonist should be suspicious instead of accepting it without any defense. But I'll let you in on the fact that this book will not be like the last one. There is no existence behind this golden finger to control it, and it has no thinking ability. It is even completely integrated with the protagonist. I won't go into details about the specific situation. Anyway, please feel free to read it. Chapter 10 The song sung by the drowned man. The storm raged in the sea, and the world under the sea was also shaking and swaying, as if a god who controlled the sea was holding his fish tank in both hands, shaking it back and forth for fun, and the creatures in the bathtub could only stagger involuntarily. Dark, cold, and boundless. The deep sea swallowed up the three-masted warship in the lightning storm, swallowed up a large number of Ironborn soldiers like dust, and also swallowed up the Ironborn's hope of conquering the enemy camp. It was not until the next day that the natural disaster gradually subsided and finally calmed down. When the light of dawn stained the sky from the eastern edge of the quiet ocean, Renly slowly opened his eyes. At first, his eyes stared blankly at the deep but cloudless sky in the sky, but then he raised his strong arms in front of his eyes, as if he remembered something, and then he felt a little incredible. I'm not dead. In the fierce storm, a person who couldn't swim fell into the endless sea. How could he survive? He was puzzled by this question when a voice came from the side. Want to die? Just turn over. Renly looked in the direction of the voice and saw a familiar face. The face had messy black hair, a round chin, a red nose, and several wrinkles on his forehead. He looked old and ugly. He was wearing a rough linen shirt and wet trousers. At this moment, his slightly hunched back was leaning against the bow, shaking a leather wine bag in his hand. The empty echo seemed to disappoint him. The old drunkard Pace, who was in his team. Renly recognized him. At the same time, he also found himself lying on the edge of the plank of a mastless boat. The deep sea surface was less than half a meter away from his cheek. "You saved me," he said as he stood up, but frowned unconsciously. He felt as if he was dehydrated and full of weakness. At the same time, his stomach gurgled as he stood up. He was very hungry. "It's the cook. He's smarter than us. He at least knew to hold on to the boat on the deck before being thrown out," Drunkard Pace said as he pointed at the brown-haired middle-aged man sitting at the stern, rubbing something with his head down. Hearing this, the other man looked up and smiled at Renly. "Are we the only ones?" Glancing at the boat, Renly couldn't help asking, "Where are the others? Have you seen Jasper, the one with blonde hair, from my village? The drowned god's magnificent palace of flowing water will open its doors to our suffering compatriots, and your friend will become an excellent sailor in his palace." The last person on the boat smiled at him weakly. The speaker was a sturdy man with long grey-black hair that covered half of his cheeks and the front of his grey-green-blue robe. He was the leading drowned man priest. "The great drowned god has not given up on us. You see, the drowned god sent his pious people, Lane, to save us from the evil means of the storm god," he said in a suppressed voice, and finally couldn't help coughing violently, seeming to be in great pain. "Yes, this is what the drowned god wants," the old drunkard muttered. "Why doesn't he send us back to the island directly? We can't use mortal cognition to guess the gods." The long-haired drowned man coughed and explained with effort. "But he obviously has other plans for us." From a close distance, this man did not have the high-handed aura of the two previous encounters. Instead, he looked like an ordinary old farmer in his 40s. Unfortunately, Renly was basically not interested in what he said. After silently mourning for the blonde boy for a moment, he shifted his attention. The dark blue sea water rippled under the boat, and the mastless boat rose and fell. In the dim environment, a total of 4 people were distributed on the 4 sides of the boat, which looked quite spacious. The sea outside the boat was endless, and the east, south, west, and north were all covered by the grey and boundless ocean. The shallow mist lingered on the sea level, which also cast a shadow on Renly's heart. Although he was somewhat worried about the current situation, he could not be called desperate. After looking around, he looked at the cook Ryan, who was working hard. Ryan's nickname was given by the blonde boy from the same village as him. Renly soon found that this nickname was not correct, because Ryan was not just a cook. The supplies on the ship were very simple at this time. There was a bundle of thick ropes, 2 torn cloaks made of linen and the bronze buckles attached to the cloaks, a bow, half a barrel of arrows, a short axe and 2 long axes, and some small miscellaneous items. These seemed useless, but Ryan relied on these things to make a simple fishing rod. At the same time, he carefully took out a piece of black bread wrapped in linen from his arms. The bread was sluggish, had long been moldy and rotten, and even soaked in water, but Ryan pulled out a soft white maggot from the bread. "Have you prepared it?" Renly asked. "People on Lonely Light Island are used to hiding a few worms on their bodies," the chef said complacently, "so that as long as they use it to catch a fish, they will have enough fish meat as bait." Lonely Light Island is a very small island in the Iron Islands, but Renly knows this island because it is located at the westernmost part of the known world. Further west is an endless sea that no one has ever successfully explored. As long as there is enough bait, the people of Lonely Light Island will never starve to death at sea, the cook said as he placed the worm bait and then sat at the stern to do sea fishing. When he found that Renly seemed to be interested in this, he began to explain it. "I'm not familiar with this sea, but as long as I don't go beyond the Sunset Sea, I can tell what fish live where. Of course, the fish in the sea are not honest, you have to know some of their habits and..." He began to talk about some common fish in the sea and fishing methods. Seeing him talking non-stop, Renly couldn't help asking, "Won't we scare the fish away by talking like this?" "It depends on what kind of fish it is," the cook Ryan, who was more like a fisherman, said. "Some fish will be scared away, while others will come closer. You have to know that the seawater is very clear, and timid fish will not come closer after discovering the boat, let alone hearing the noise." As he spoke, he raised the fishing rod in his hand with force, and saw a big-headed silver-scaled sharp-tailed fish biting the hook at the end of the fishing line tightly and shaking it. It didn't look like it was hooked, but it refused to let go. The fisherman then raised his arm to hold the fish in his hand, and gestured to Renly. "Look, these teeth make it very brave." Renly looked at the big-headed silver-scaled fish with sharp teeth curiously. Although modern people are well informed, he seems to have never seen this kind of fish in person. "I say, Kit, the people in White Owl Village can only dig stones to make a living." The boat was not big, and the old drunkard next to him could see it clearly, so he couldn't help but sneered. "Or are you just looking at the fisherman's daughter?" "That's not the case." Renly glanced at him, but didn't pay much attention to this guy, but suggested to the fisherman who continued to fish at sea, "Let me help you." The drowned man was weak, and had a high status, and the drunkard was thick-skinned. It's still unknown when this boat will drift, and it won't work for a long time if the cook is busy all by himself. Quickly recognizing the current situation, Renly felt that it would be better for him not to eat for free. "Okay." The fisherman had no reason to disagree, "but you have to get the tools yourself." Renly nodded, so the fisherman kept his fishing posture, and gave verbal instructions. If he wanted to fish, he had to have a fishing rod first, which was easy, because the cook had some materials left. It seemed simple when watching others make a fishing rod, but it was a different story when Renly did it himself. In addition, the old drunkard kept giving him advice. When he finally tied the fish line to the long pole, it took nearly an hour. But when he finished this step, he got an extra reward. You learned a new skill, fishing gear making level 1. Along with the information that was quietly born, the scenes of him making the fishing rod just now appeared in his mind one after another, and were deeply imprinted in his memory. As long as he thought about it, Renly could remember any insignificant details. He was not very excited about this, because he didn't think he would use this skill under normal circumstances. Renly was very curious about the mechanism of this information appearing. He thought that he couldn't see the information prompt in this historical copy, because no attributes appeared when he looked at himself, but now it seems that it is not the case. So he lowered his head and stared at his current body again, but there was still no text about race level floating out. It is still effective, but only the real body can show those attributes, Renly guessed. Soon after he sat at the bow and started fishing with a piece of meat from a fish caught by a fisherman as bait. Another piece of information floated into his mind again. You have learned a new skill, fishing level 1. This piece of information was born when a silver-scaled short-tailed fish was pulled up. At this time, the sun was shrouded above his head. Under the abundant sunlight, the fish jumped around and threw a large splash of water. It did not move until the old drunkard hit it with an axe. Then the old drunkard began to eat it without caring about its scales. "This kind of fish is best eaten alive," he said vaguely while eating, "but only dead fish will not bite." Looking at this shameless guy for a few times, Renly rolled his eyes, then turned around and continued fishing. Unfortunately, he had little harvest later. Because there was no oar and no certain direction, the boat could only drift aimlessly on the surface of the vast and deep ocean, moving forward with the waves from time to time. The old drunkard and the long-haired drowned man sat together, while the two fishermen sat at the bow and stern respectively, until the food gradually became sufficient. When you are thirsty, drink seawater. It still has a little salty taste. Drinking less won't kill us. The fisherman said so, and then bit the belly of the fish in his hand with his yellow teeth. The fish was still spasming slightly, and blood kept flowing out of the wound. The drunkard and the drowned man were also feasting on this sea fish, as if eating raw fish was common to them. Renly lowered his head and stared at the food in his hand, blinking constantly. After scraping the scales and skin, the pink and translucent body of the fish was exposed to the sight. In the sunlight, the eyes of the dead fish on the big head were round, which reminded him that the fish was still alive and kicking in his hands not long ago. Although he was also starving at Storm's End, he could at least eat a bite of normal food, but the current situation has lowered this pitiful bottom line. Fortunately, there is no need to worry about parasites. With a sigh, he took a bite. The fresh and cold raw fish meat had a slight salty smell of seawater, and it didn't seem so terrible to eat. He felt that this might be self-consolation. The second day after successfully surviving the drowning ceremony, they set sail on the road and encountered a storm at sea that afternoon. In just one day, Renly gradually adapted to the life of floating on the sea. There was a vast sea all around, and only the boat under his feet. could move a little, making him feel that he was in a narrow ocean prison. The few people on the boat were in good condition. When chatting, they would feel lucky that they could survive, and they would also curse the storm and the storm god, who was the mortal enemy of the drowned god, in a low voice. However, they did not feel sad about the death of their former companions in the sea. Obviously, they were not unfamiliar with things like shipwrecks, storms, and death. They were very good at finding food in the sea. Drifting on the sea was the same. The drowned priest named Lucas would wave his arms and pray loudly towards the sea at sunrise and sunset. He prayed to the drowned god to allow them to successfully reach the Oak Island on the other side, and then continue to charge for the great son of the drowned god. Renly didn't know what he was thinking. With only 4 people, even if they got there, it seemed that they would only be sending heads to the enemy. At this time, he didn't have any hope of completing the 3 tasks. Natural disasters were not as good as man-made disasters. The sea would not talk to them about reason and rules. He felt that, if there was a little wind and waves around, the ship might be overturned, and then several of them would sink into the sea. At the same time, the vast blue situation around him left no clues for him to observe. But he hadn't decided whether he should die, mainly because it was too painful. On the 4th day after being flooded, the drifting continued. Renly's fishing skill level quietly increased by 1 level, and the old drunkard who drank too much seawater had a stomachache. You're lucky you didn't get dehydrated. Cook Ryan comforted his companion, and then he himself developed a high fever. Renly warned the 2 of them to learn from their previous experience and try to drink less seawater. Although it was very difficult, he thought it would be okay, as long as it didn't take long. On the 5th day, the drunkard and the cook began to drink each other's urine to relieve their thirst. Renly was stunned by this. As a result, a large barrel of tightly sealed wine floated on the sea that night, solving the problem of water for the boat, and a large plate of sour hard cheese came with it. The 2 people who drank urine seemed to regret it a little, but they didn't show much emotion on their rough faces. At the same time, this timely supply also slightly alleviated the cook's high fever. By the 6th day, although the cook still looked very weak, the experienced old fisherman from Lonely Light Island no longer spoke in the sluggish manner when he had a fever. However, facing the seemingly endless sea, he was still in a low mood. "I may not live long," he claimed, and then looked at the drowned man priest who was huddled against the railing of the boat. "Will the great drowned god want an old and useless fisherman like me, Lord Lucas?" His voice was full of tension and expectation. The other party nodded at him and said solemnly, "The drowned god's palace of water will open its doors to all the Ironborn who worship God, as long as he dies in the sea." So the cook Ryan smiled contentedly. But the situation did not develop to that point, because at dusk on the 7th day, the situation changed. The setting sun dyed the sea with gorgeous colors, and the boat kept swaying with the waves. The old fisherman was standing on the bow and looking up. After discovering something unusual, his drooping old eyes suddenly widened, and his voice unconsciously raised. "There's a boat. Come and see." Hearing him say this, everyone rushed to the boat to watch. However, when they saw the sail of the boat clearly, the long-haired drowned man suddenly slumped back on the board, his face decadent. "Sea monster flag. The drowned god save me. That is the Greyjoy ship. Thank you to the book friend Jinzai for the 10,000 reward. Thank you to the book friend Phantom Zedwing for the 1000 reward. Thank you to the book friend Zinlin95 for the 500 reward. And thank you to the book friend Penbanshai Anksha for the 100 reward." Chapter 11 The song sung by the drowned man. In the vast ocean, the sails swelled with the sea breeze, were like 3 fierce sea monsters with imposing momentum. The drifting boat tried its best to stay quiet and omen to avoid its sight, but it was all in vain. When the long-haired drowned man confirmed the identity of the other party, the 3-masted warship had already surged towards the direction of the small boat. Although it knew that it was impossible to get rid of it, the small boat still turned around and fled. It was not long since the black-hearted Harren was burned to death. The Iron Islands were in the midst of a civil war. Basically, there was someone claiming to be the king of each island, which means that each island was basically an enemy of the other islands. The sea monster didn't claim to be the king, but he is not our friend. The long-haired drowned man claimed so. Facing the huge warship that was getting closer and closer, a trace of determination flashed across his face. Then, without paying attention to others, he jumped into the sea with a plop. Unfortunately, this move did not work. When the others on the boat were taken on board, several enemy sailors wearing thin coarse shorts and bare chests jumped into the sea. Soon, they pulled out the drowned man who had escaped in advance. The man looked tall and heavy, but the weakness caused by the storm not long ago had not completely dissipated. A bunch of traitors, you will never get any message from me. The great drowned god will punish you sooner or later, he declared when he was captured. Renly watched all this with difficulty, his face full of gloom. Storm, shipwreck, and capture again. Nothing good has happened since he came in. Will he be beheaded next? Or will he be pushed into the sea and drowned again? At this time, he was kneeling on the deck. A one-eyed bald sailor and another short brown-haired sailor were holding his arms tightly from behind, and the drunkard and the cook next to him were treated the same way. My lords, none of this has anything to do with me. I'm just an honest fisherman. The old drunkard begged for mercy, but after being slapped by the fat sailor with the pointed chin behind him, he really became honest. This road is too long, and I'm worried that I can't find any fun. A sailor licked his lips while saying this, but at this moment, the sailors watching behind him made a commotion. Then there were waves of greetings. Leader Vikan, we caught a drowned man. Renly looked up and saw a tall middle-aged man with a big nose, strong features and deep eyes, who was walking towards him, arranging many sailors. Vikan Greyjoy. The drowned man gritted his teeth when he saw this. The newcomer pursed his lips tightly. He was not fully armed, but he was also wearing leather armor trousers and hard leather boots. Renly's attention was basically focused on the embossed emblem on the front of the other party's brown leather armor. Like the sail of the ship, the emblem was also a giant squid-like golden sea monster with a black background. However, unlike the sail, he was close enough to Renly. Renly was quite familiar with the Greyjoy family name, which came from a miserable eunuch in his previous life, and a psychopath who could teleport. Of course, it was mainly due to some education he received after reincarnation. Regardless of the previous life, as far as he knew now, the Greyjoy family was in the Iron Islands, which was equivalent to the Baratheon family in the Stormlands, belonging to the ranks of feudal lords, dukes, and great nobles. Of course, that was a matter of Renly's time, and he didn't know much about it at the moment. The only thing he knew was that, whether in history or in the contemporary, the ancient Greyjoy family was not easy to deal with, and his family motto could prove this. Force is better than hard work. The words of the person in front of him. Renly, staring at the other party's creeping emblem, narrowed his eyes, and for a moment he looked like he was listening quietly. In fact, the other party's conversation with the drowned man did indeed concern the fate of their group. Are you going to support the sunken wood castle? The words without any tremor or extraneous sound sounded steady and majestic. With the deep blue eyes, the aura of a superior was born as soon as he opened his mouth. The drowned man, who had jumped into the sea to avoid the sea monster before, now tried to straighten his chest and spoke in a high-pitched tone. We are going to fight for the great drowned god. Before he finished speaking, the two sailors holding him from behind shouted and pressed him hard, but this made the drowned man's voice even more angry. The gods will punish you traitors. That's right, let's wait and see. The drowned man cannot represent the great drowned god, especially you fools who support the so-called son of God. The visitor said expressionlessly, but still gave orders to the sailors. Let him go. Then the drowned man staggered to his feet. This is just an insignificant step in your journey to redemption, he claimed. This made the leader called Vikan laugh. I'm not stupid enough to take you to the island for disposal. This will be seen by many fools as a provocation to the drowned god. He said, I don't have the patience to listen to your nonsense. So, if you don't surrender now, this sea will be your final destination. The drowned man laughed. We come from the sea, and will return to the sea. Come. I'm ready to step into the flowing water palace of the great drowned god. Then I'll satisfy you. Vikan Greyjoy waved his hand after hearing this, and then turned around and left. For him, this was obviously just a small episode. The three captives were therefore pulled up and prepared to be thrown into the sea. But at this time, a voice suddenly sounded. According to custom, captives can be redeemed. King Viken of the Greyjoy family turned around and glanced at the person who spoke, as if he had discovered this person for the first time, but the other party's words immediately afterwards made him unconsciously arouse a little interest. The drowned man's name is Lucas, and he is highly valued by the king. If you keep him, you can get something more valuable than a dead body. The customs of the Greenland do not apply to us here. Looking at the brown-haired blue-eyed young man not far away, Greyjoy said, besides, the drowned man is not a lord, and keeping him will only bring trouble. Then torture him. The young man said, you look like you are going to Oak Island? What a coincidence. We were also originally, but we encountered a storm, and you are not curious about our original purpose. Whatever your purpose is, Greyjoy pointed out, it has already sunk into the sea with the storm. If that's the case, why did the drowned man run away just now? The brown-haired young man, Renly reminded him, he knew that he would only drown if he jumped into the sea without a boat, but he jumped. He also knew that, as long as he was tougher, you would not keep him, and that is the fact. Look, you are about to throw him into the sea now. Isn't this what he wished for? You know the inside story. I'm just a soldier. The boy seemed dissatisfied. Except for knowing that we are going to Oak Island to fight for the king. I don't know anything else, not even who the enemy is. Do you think this is normal? If you don't tell me who the enemy is there any value in keeping it secret? This made the drowned man next to him change his face slightly, and then he cursed, traitor, chameleon, etc. But Renly just glanced at him and ignored him. A living drowned man may not be useful, but a dead one is definitely worthless. He insisted. Upon hearing this, Viken Greyjoy unconsciously touched the handle of a silver axe on his waist. After a moment of silence, he ordered the sailors to temporarily detain the drowned man who was cursing, and then looked at the brown-haired boy again with interest. I may keep the drowned man, but there is no reason to keep you who know the truth. We just betrayed Old White Island. Renly said frankly, if we betray you again, then there will be no way out. As he said, he glanced at the old drunkard and the cook next to him. The former nodded hurriedly, while the latter hesitated, but finally nodded under the close gaze of several sailors. But what value do you have? The other party asked indifferently. Cook Ryan is very good at making soup. The cook mentioned by Renly was kneeling and trembling, and he is from Lonely Light Island, not Old White Island. The people there are very good at fishing. All the sailors on this ship can say that. A bald sailor next to him laughed loudly. What's the use of us having a fisherman? We don't lack cooks. Fishermen are useless, but you will always need them to die in the war. Renly said, no matter who you fight, put him in front. The price is just some insignificant food. If we keep you, we will have to send someone to monitor you. Chameleons are not trustworthy. The laughing sailor restrained his smile and shook his head. You can't have only us captives. If you don't have them now, you will have them in the future. Renly stopped paying attention to the expression of this person after he finished speaking and looked at the only one who can make the decision here. The black-haired guy. As long as you give him a pot of wine before the battle, he will charge more bravely than anyone else. That's right. The old drunkard on the side nodded hurriedly. He doesn't have the backbone of the drowned man. Along the way, Renly discovered that this man actually didn't have much piety to the drowned god. He came to the army just to make some war money. What about you? Do you want to be a die? King Viken didn't even look at the other two. He kept staring at the clever boy with brown hair and blue eyes in front of him, and his eyes became more and more interested. Isn't it for this last sentence that he said so much? Renly took a deep breath and then straightened his chest. I can read and write. As soon as he said this, he felt that the eyes of the people around the deck were looking at him completely differently. Thank you to the book friend Aegon Targaryen for the 500 reward, and thank you to the book friend 140,507,113,814,728 for the 100 reward. Chapter 12 The song sung by the drowned man. When the episode about the captivity ended, and the warship named the Plunderer set sail again, the young half from Gull Village had transformed himself into a clerk under the Greyjoy family. Although he wrote the common language in a sloppy and exaggerated manner, and although his literacy level could not be said to be 100%, to read all the books, he was still competent for the job, and the old clerk who was responsible for evaluating him was quite satisfied. This may seem incredible at first glance, but in fact, cultural people are rare in the Iron Islands. Here, being able to read and write is considered cultural. The Iron Islands have barren land and barbaric customs. They have lived on plunder since ancient times. Although their axes and iron swords are very sharp, books and arithmetic are a big weakness. The common people here are illiterate, and the lords and nobles are also incompetent. Even in the history of the islands, there are only a few literate kings of the Iron Islands. This situation of cultural barrenness has lasted for hundreds and thousands of years, and has not improved much even after the Iron Islands surrendered to the Targaryen dynasty. It was not until the time of Coram Greyjoy in the Iron Islands, that is, the time of Renly, that the Iron Islands introduced the bachelor class, and this situation changed. Of course, being uneducated does not mean that culture is not needed. Although ordinary Ironmen believe that those who are literate are usually wizards with strange means, the Ironman lords and even the kings still need this kind of special technical talents. It's just that the way they need is plunder, just like the measures they take when they lack other materials. However, in fact, in the mainland of Westeros, although there are more literate groups than in the Iron Islands, it is only relatively speaking. Therefore, cultural people are a scarce resource here, even scarcer than gold. It is not difficult to imagine why Renly can counterattack. However, despite this, he did not gain trust, and someone was still watching him when he was working. Renly didn't care much about it. His purpose was just to make himself treated better in the next journey, and he didn't expect anything else. Under the clear sky, the plunderer with a slightly bloated hull sailed slowly on the sea. The oil lamp hanging on the board above his head kept shaking as the ship moved forward. In a cabin below the deck, an old man in a grey robe with grey hair was sitting opposite Renly, staring at him writing a letter. He didn't look away until Renly made the last stroke. You have the talent to become a maester, but it's a pity that you were born in the Iron Islands. Renly smiled shyly at him and said nothing more. The ability of the psychic emblem was a bit inexplicable. At first, he used it to see that the fat man Esmond didn't wipe his ass after shitting, and he also saw the possible rebellion of the coach of Storm's End. Not long ago, using the psychic emblem, he saw a sea monster sitting on the throne thinking calmly, which seemed to represent the other party's personality and a certain situation in the future. So he spoke boldly, and the result made him feel relieved. But even if he got away with it, he had to have an explanation. So as for the problem of his literacy, he lied that it was because he was taught by a maester who was shipwrecked and drifted to the village when he was a child. No one doubted his words, at least not yet. Have you counted the sailors' salaries? The old man asked. He was once a maester in Old Town and was assigned to serve in a castle in Westeros, but unfortunately he was plundered and brought to the remote Iron Islands on the way. Renly replied, it has been counted. I will give it to the treasurer later. Where is the torn book that Chief Vican needs? Is there anything you don't understand? Most of it I can understand, but I don't quite understand this word. As he spoke, he pulled out a pile of parchment from the shelf in front of him, picked out a page, and pointed to a paragraph on it. Under the dim light, the old man leaned in and looked carefully for a long time before explaining. This word is excrement. The whole sentence means that the dragon's excrement is hot and blazing. A Valyrian slave was even poured with dragon excrement on his head and boiled alive. He began to explain word by word, and Renly listened quietly. After their king was burned to death by a dragon, the entire Iron Islands were talking about dragons, and Captain Vican Greyjoy of the Reava was particularly interested in all knowledge related to dragons. He used various means to collect fragments of books containing information about dragons, and then asked the old man to read them to him. However, the slave maester's eyes were dim, and it was very difficult for him to read books, so his efficiency was not high until Renly appeared. During the 2 days of sailing, Renly would run to the old man with a book every afternoon and read it word by word in front of him, which made him seem to become a celebrity on the ship for a while. It's just that family members know their own business. He seems to be very familiar with the Sea Monster King, but he is actually still just an untrusted traitor. After completing the task assigned to him by the old man, Renly stood up with the pile of fragments and walked out of the cabin. Halfway, he met the long-haired drowned man who was imprisoned at the mast on the deck. When the other party saw him, he was not angry, but showed pity. "Child, you have lost your way. I'm sure we are heading to Oak Island." Renly shrugged. In fact, the ship did not go directly to Oak Island, but took a long detour and even stopped at another island on the way, but its final destination was indeed Oak Island. Renly didn't say much about this. After tightening the parchment book under his arm, he stepped onto the wooden ladder not far away, and walked up to the rudder area. At the edge of the board, the tall leader who was staring at the sea with his hands behind his back heard the footsteps, and looked at him sideways. "Continue with yesterday's page." "Yes," Renly replied. He didn't think the other party would have much curiosity about whether Dragon Dunk had scalded people to death, but he thought that as a newly surrendered prisoner, it was best to talk less when it was not necessary, so he began to narrate the text on the page in detail. Renly's voice was clear and not hurried. Usually, the plunderer leader had no dissatisfaction with this. Even when faced with more boring questions than Dragon Dung, he would listen patiently. But today his expression became more and more impatient, and finally he even raised his hand to stop the boy from turning the book. "Stop." Renly stopped talking and looked curious. The other party stared at the sea, was silent for a moment, and then murmured, "Do you know why I have to listen to you reading these books all day long? My lord wants to deal with dragons. This is a very obvious thing, and Renly doesn't need to hide his shortcomings." Vicken Greyjoy nodded. As soon as King Heron died, the entire archipelago immediately fell apart, and some foolish people scrambled to become kings. They thought Heron's death was an opportunity for them, but arrogance blinded those people's eyes. As he spoke, his eyes looked far away towards the continent on the other side of the sea, and he said in a complicated tone, "Westeros is the target of the Dragon King, but he will never give up the Iron Islands. When the dragons come, these fools will pay the price. Become king in front of the Dragon King?" He sneered and looked at Renly. "You are a smart man. Why would you pledge allegiance to the drowned man Rhodes who will be burned to death sooner or later? Faith? Or do you think that the so-called son of the drowned god can really call on our gods to fight against the dragons? There are indeed many people who claim to be kings in the Iron Islands. It can even be said that every island has a lord who proclaims himself king. However, Old White Island is an exception. The king is not a lord, but a drowned man priest, because all the drowned men support him, so that this priest king has a great influence. It is indeed because of faith, my lord," Renly replied, thinking of a certain task in his mind, so he deliberately added another sentence. "The faith of the Iron Islands. What's the difference?" Greyjoy heard the hidden meaning in his words. In the islands, all iron races believe in the drowned god, and the drowned men are the mouthpiece of the drowned god. In a sense, they represent the will of the people. This is also the reason why you wanted to execute the drowned men at sea before. The other party nodded. Seeing this, Renly added, "So I think that when the dragon's fire comes, the drowned people will put on a suit of public opinion armor for me to deal with invaders. So I join them, instead of those kings who rely on power and money to arm themselves. Do you think Egan will care what we iron races say?" Greyjoy's eyes flickered. "Why not?" Renly replied. "He is a conqueror. He wants to conquer this land. Dragonfire can help him conquer the Iron Islands. Dragonfire will only bring a scorched earth." Renly said, "Who would be stupid enough to turn the territory they rule into a scorched earth? The Iron Islands rely on plundering for a living, and have been notorious since ancient times. Maybe he will eliminate future troubles." "Notorious?" Renly asked back. "Are there dragons?" Vicken Greyjoy was stunned when he heard this, and then suddenly laughed. "I don't think your drowned king is the son of a god." He smiled and turned back to look at the sea, "But sometimes I think that, since he can attract fish, maybe he can attract sea monsters as he claims, real sea monsters. If so, even Egan's dragon flame can't make the Ironborn surrender. Yes, as long as there is a glimmer of hope." This is the first time Renly has heard of this, but before he can think about it carefully, the other party speaks again. "According to the itinerary, we will reach the north shore of Oak Island tomorrow. I will talk to the drowned tonight. If everything goes well, I will let you go tomorrow. Thank you for the 200 reward from Banbi Shyangsha book friends, and thank you for the 100 reward from Young's Hangaiden 1981 book friends." Chapter 13 The song sung by the drowned man. You have acquired a new skill, archery LV5. Under the scorching sun, when his left foot in brown leather boots stepped on the soft sand in a deserted place, a piece of information floated out in his mind. At the same time, a lot of unfamiliar memories that did not belong to him emerged one after another. There were scenes of practicing on targets and shooting enemies on the battlefield. There were the most basic bow holding postures, as well as more advanced wind deviation identification. Everything was like a sleepy person suddenly remembered who he was, without pain, and nothing unusual. And when he stepped forward and left the shallow area, the memories that emerged had been firmly imprinted in the depths of his mind. Renly therefore touched the black wooden short bow on his shoulder. "Hal, I thought you were really a chameleon." An exclamation came from the side. It was the cook Ryan in light mail armor. "I was ready to escape, but I didn't expect them to let us go so easily." At this time, the middle-aged fisherman with short black hair was still staring at the increasingly distant sea monster warships in the deep sea, and the small boats they paddled to the shallows, looking very dazed. "The sea monster has returned? He clearly regarded us as enemies before. Hal, how did you do it?" Greyjoy thought it would be better to make friends with us. Renly shrugged and didn't want to explain more. Anyway, the fact is that they are free, and the original enemy even provided them with 3 sets of equipment to show his friendship. At this time, he was thinking about another thing. Can king roads really attract fish? Of course. The person who spoke was the old drunkard Pace on his right. At this time, he raised his hand to straighten the round half helmet on his head, and the silver mail armor on his arms and upper body was shining in the sun. "I saw it with my own eyes." The king just jumped into the sea, and the fish appeared immediately. The drowned people called it a miracle. If it wasn't for this, we wouldn't have gone to pledge allegiance to him. He claimed so, looked at the drowned people who were walking towards a low bush at the end of the beach, and added in a low voice, "I think it's safer to stay on the sea monster's ship. Now we are free, what can we do? We want to fight for the great drowned god." The cook answered sincerely on the side. He was a more devout believer. Renly didn't pay much attention to their conversation. After thinking about the mysterious methods of the priest king, he temporarily put it aside and became eager to try. The newly obtained mission reward didn't seem to be anything to be vigilant about. Renly didn't think he could take any defensive measures against his memory when his memory was directly instilled. He was quite curious about the mechanism of memory installation. Not only did he feel nothing strange, but it seemed to be as profound as his years of practice. But after all, he hadn't tried it yet, so he couldn't be sure of it. Then the brown-haired boy drew out his bow and arrow, opened and closed his fingers to adjust to the feel, and shot an arrow at a crooked coconut tree about 20 yards away. The sharp arrow pierced the air quickly, flashed in the sunlight, and then pierced the trunk of the coconut tree with a thud, and the tail wing trembled and hummed. Seeing this, he nodded with satisfaction, and then explained to the 2 companions who looked surprised. "Try the feel." The drowned man in the other direction squatted in front of the bushes for a while, then stood up and waved at them, so the 3 of them hurried over. "We are now on the yellow sand beach on the northwest side of Oak Island." A low voice came from the drowned man. His brown eyes were bright, and his figure was upright in a gray, green, and blue robe, but his cheeks were sunken, and he looked much thinner. "There is a mining village 3 miles from here. We will go there later. Now, let's set up camp and rest. We need to eat." He paused, then looked at the brown-haired boy who stood straight, and his tone was relatively gentle. "Hal, get familiar with your bow as soon as possible. We will use it soon." The drowned man is not a person who can easily forgive others. He is even quite cold to the cook and the old drunkard who surrendered before, but his attitude towards Renly is much kinder. This man not only allowed them to regain their freedom, but also initially won a powerful potential ally. The reason why it is called potential is that Greyjoy did not explicitly express his support for the drowned kingdom of Old Wake Island. He only had this intention initially. The specific details still need to be discussed between the 2 parties in the future. But even so, this incident is enough to make Renly transform from a chameleon into a brave young man who endures humiliation. "What is our goal?" The old drunkard at the side couldn't help asking. The drowned man thought for a moment and said, "The Holy Lord Rhodes sent warriors to capture the Driftwood Castle in the west of Oak Island not long ago, but it is now under siege by those ungodly people who want to take it back. So we are going to support that driftwood castle? The old drunkard smacked his lips and said, just the four of us? We are going to save the driftwood castle, but it won't be the four of us. The drowned man replied indifferently, without explaining anything more. So the group of people who had suffered so much began to light a fire on this remote beach and started fishing. While the other two were busy, Renly secretly ran to the drowned man to ask about the specific plan, but unfortunately, even though the drowned man had a good impression of him, he still didn't answer. Obviously, he thought that this matter must not be revealed. Renly just shrugged his shoulders and suppressed his curiosity in his heart. Anyway, the drowned man's actions did not conflict with his goals. It was the 8th day since Renly came to this historical place. During these short and long 8 days, as a fake Ironborn, he experienced flooding, storms, shipwrecks, drifting, being captured, and becoming a traitor. Being in the midst of a disaster, he felt that time passed very slowly, but now he felt like he was in a dream. It seemed that he had stepped onto this island in a trance and completed one of the 3 tasks. After initially understanding the operation of this task mechanism, Renly had completed the basic requirements for himself. It would be best if he could continue to complete the other 2 tasks. He would not be disappointed if he could not complete them. This was his first time to formally explore this historical world, and he did not expect to gain much. Instead, he was full of curiosity about whether he could change history and then change reality, but he was not sure what he could do to significantly change history. Dragon, conqueror, or on the beach, the cook Ryan began to make a fire with flint and used branches to support his helmet as a pot. The old drunkard ran to the nearby forest to look for dry firewood. Renly ran to the shallows, stepped on the soft sand barefoot, held an arrow with a sharp tip and several white scratches, and searched for fish in the gaps between the pebbles. The group finally had a meal of fresh fish soup and salted dried fish here, and then began to follow the drowned man's ass and headed towards the mining village he mentioned. The name Oak Island seems to have something to do with trees, but in fact, most of what we saw along the way were rocky hills and sandy land that were dried and hot by the sun. Occasionally, we could see yellow-green pines and cypresses that were growing sluggishly. Some plants that Renly couldn't name grew dryly in the cracks of rocks everywhere, looking ugly but tenacious. As the journey time got longer, the mail armor he was wearing became hotter and hotter under the sun, and his shoulders were a little overwhelmed by the pressure. The stuffiness brought by being far away from the coastline made everyone's forehead sweat. Continuously going deeper into the island, the group walked on remote roads under the guidance of the drowned man who was familiar with the place, but did not meet the islanders here, until they arrived at a small village built on a raised hillside. The village seemed hazy under the sunlight. The sparsely distributed wooden houses looked like a group of grey tombstones standing under the hill. In front of these tombstones, some islanders wearing dirty white shirts were faintly seen gathering together, digging something with pickaxes. Lion, you go to the east entrance of the village. There is an old camphor tree there. Hide behind the tree. If you see someone running out, don't hold back and shoot them directly. Pace goes to the north entrance and find a hiding place like Lion. Hal, you guard the west entrance and be careful not to let anyone go. From a distance, the drowned man began to give them orders. When you see me come out, you must follow me closely. What did he want to do? Renly observed the drowned man's face and found that his eyes were firm and serious, so he didn't say anything and walked towards the hill he was assigned to. When he hid himself and looked back, he found that the back of the drowned man, wearing a grey, green, and blue coarse cloth robe, had already stepped into the village and was talking to the villagers gathered at the head of the village. Recruiting people. He touched his chin and thought of a possibility. The storm caused all the soldiers on the ship to die in the sea, leaving only the 4 of them. No matter what the goal is, it is obviously impossible for them to achieve it alone. But if the drowned man can recruit people here, this is not impossible. Although the old Wake Island, where the drowned man is located, is in a hostile relationship with Oak Island, the drowned man group has a huge influence in the entire Iron Islands, and can even be called a spiritual leader. But even if he can gather a group of people, what's the use? Renly was very curious about this. Let a group of rabble go to the driftwood castle to rescue? The drowned man said that their goal was to rescue the place called Driftwood Castle, and Renly learned some of the geographical conditions here when drinking fish soup before. Not to mention whether it would be feasible to gather the peasants on the spot to rescue. The Driftwood Castle seemed to be on the other side of the island, very far away. There was too little information, and the drowned man refused to say anything, so Renly felt a little confused. But considering his second mission, to kill the Iron Men, he did not take the opportunity to leave, but kept an eye on the situation at the entrance of the village while thinking. After a while, the people at the entrance of the village surrounded the drowned man and walked into the village, and their figures disappeared among the houses covered with thatched roofs. Not long after, a black-haired old man appeared at the entrance of the village, paused for a moment, and ran quickly in the direction of Renly. Seeing this, the brown-haired boy clenched the black wooden short bow in his hand. Thank you for the 100 UN reward from the book Friend Broken Wood. Chapter 14. The song sung by the drowned man. The arrow with the tail, made of seagull feathers, disappeared from sight as the rough fingers loosened their grip. The sound of the taut bowstring echoed in the ears, followed by a sudden scream. 10 meters away from the grey stone, where the archer was hiding, a blond man with hurried steps was shot in the chest. He was trembling all over, and his body, which was running forward subconsciously, fell to the ground powerlessly. It seemed to be a fatal move, but the archer did not relax. Instead, he pulled out another arrow from the dry ground behind him, and skillfully put it on the bow. The sunlight was strong, and the brown-haired young archer was soaked. Sweat rolled down from the edge of the iron half-helmet on his head to the bridge of his nose. With a slight sting, the pulled bowstring was quickly loosened. After a brief sound of breaking through the air, there was a dull sound of metal pouring into the flesh. The blond man, who was lying on the ground with his face facing the ground, twitched all over after being shot again, and then there was no sound at all. The young archer then stared at the seemingly silent village at the end of his sight. When he saw no one else coming, he put down his bow, stood up, walked to the dead body, and dragged it with his legs. The chainmail on his body rubbed and rang with his movements, and the purple scars on his nose continued to send waves of severe pain. When he finally dragged the body behind the stone, sweat seemed to have completely submerged him. He loosened the dead man's ankles and let his feet fall on the stone and twist into form. He took off the iron half-helmet on his head with difficulty, and at the same time, grabbed the wet soft cloth hat under the iron helmet, and threw it on the stone, but accidentally let the tail of the hat lightly scrape across his nose. The severe pain came, and Renly couldn't help but grin. He glanced at the dusty open space behind him where the dead body was placed. The red-haired boy, the black-haired old man, and the guy with short light golden hair who looked like a blacksmith. The wounds of the 3 corpses were oozing blood, and finally gathered under them to form a pool of dark red liquid on the bed. It was the afternoon of the 8th day since Renly entered here. If I remember correctly, today was his first time to kill, but I don't know if it was the memory of the archery skills that gave him the corresponding change in mentality, or if it was his natural character. Although he watched those lively beings turned into a pool of dead meat by his hands, he didn't feel sick or anything abnormal. Renly felt it was absurd for some reason. I wonder if I will be as ugly as them when I die. The stinging pain on his nose made him look at the black-haired old man with his eyes wide open and looking at the sky blankly. Although he had a mission when he first faced the old man with silver white hair, Renly did not kill him, but shot an arrow at his calf, thinking that it would be enough to stop him from moving normally. However, the cruelty of war and the consequences of this soft-heartedness left him with lingering fears. While Renly put down his bow and arrow and scolded, the other party directly picked up an axe on his waist and swung it at him, and Renly was completely unprepared. If it weren't for the iron helmet on his head that blocked the attack, he would have been chopped open by the axe. It was just that the helmet blocked the axe blade, but the nose guard on the helmet was dented by the iron axe with great force, which directly caused his nose bridge to be purple and seemed to have been disfigured. Fortunately, this is not my real body. Muttering, Renly looked up at the sky and found that it was already dusk at this time. They arrived here at noon, but the drowned man has not left the village yet. This made him think about it, but it did not affect Renly. After resting for a while, he put on the helmet and the tattered cloth hat that he threw aside. There were originally 16 arrows in his quiver, and now there were 11 arrows that were not stained with blood. As a result, 3 Oak Island villagers died in his hands, and he is now waiting for the 4th one. But when the 4th figure really appeared in his sight, Renly hesitated again. It was a young woman who hurried over with a baby in her arms. Her long brown hair was messy, and the light blue button-down dress she wore was covered with grey and white patches. Now she was walking hurriedly with her head down, and from time to time she raised her head to look around. Unfortunately, she never saw the person she should have noticed. A black arrow flashed in the dusk light, and with a hiss, it pierced the dusty surface in front of the woman, causing her to scream subconsciously. Then she saw the bow-wielding boy appearing from behind the stone, and now he was aiming with his eyes narrowed. "Stop, if you take another step forward, I will," the boy warned, but the other party screamed in fear, then hugged the child tightly, and turned around and ran, ignoring what he said. This made Renly a little dumbfounded for a moment. "You are the stupidest woman I have ever seen." Muttering, Renly aimed his bow and arrow at the woman's back, tightening his fingers again and again, but never letting go, until the woman ran out of range, and ran into the village. Renly sighed and put down the bow in his hand. Just as he was thinking about whether he should run away before the villagers came out to hack him to death, a group of people suddenly emerged from the village in trance at the end of his sight. They each held an iron pickaxe, sickle, or even a wooden stick, and led by a tall figure of various colors, they walked aggressively along the road in front of the village. One of the bald old men happened to meet the woman who was running back, so he grabbed her and dragged her into the team. They did not go to Renly's side, but walked on the road held by the cook run. Remembering the words that the drowned man had told him before he left, Renly quickly put away the arrows stuck in the ground behind him, and then hurriedly chased after the group of people. The drowned man has gathered a group of villagers? Where are they going? An old drunkard in light mail suddenly jumped out halfway and trotted beside Renly. To fight for the great drowned god. Renly replied unhappily. He thought it was nonsense, but this question could only be answered with such nonsense. Hanging far behind the group of people, he saw the cook run quietly appear in another direction and follow the crowd. He didn't know what the drowned man was doing, so he didn't run forward, and the old drunkard did the same. They hurried forward until the light of the day was completely extinguished, and then they saw a unique siege. When the silver moon cast its cool light on the pine needle covered surface, the group of villagers had arrived at the gate of a rock castle standing majestically on the hill. The castle had no outer walls, and the surging moat connected to the faintly visible coastline not far away. A group of people blocked outside by the moat gathered around the drowned man. The patrolling soldiers on the wall scolded them to retreat, but no one moved. The drowned man then blew a whimpering horn that sounded very strange. Then he saw that the originally towering wooden suspension bridge suddenly trembled and then slammed down. The gate of the castle was also opened immediately afterwards. Is this the legendary magic? Renly was a little stunned by this situation, but the old drunkard next to him reacted quickly. Seeing the group of villagers rushing into the castle, he suddenly shouted in regret and then ran towards the castle. Hurry up, it will be too late for us. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15. The song sung by the drowned man. A fight that was beyond Renly's expectation began. At the same time as the castle gate was opened, the bells in the castle rang, and the farmers organized by the drowned people rushed in with simple weapons, and then the shouts of killing and fear shook the sky. The soldiers on the city wall woke up belatedly and launched an offensive, but they seemed to be few in number and ineffective. Under the moonlight, the chaos inside and outside the castle intensified. The moat was surging, and when footsteps ran across the wooden drawbridge, rubble fell into it and disappeared in an instant. The old drunkard in front rushed very fast, but it was obviously not because of bravery. Because the group of people had opened the way before, they were not attacked when they first entered the city gate. Instead, they could vaguely see the faces of several people who died in the killing cave next to the city gate. This made Renly suddenly understand something, but now was not a good time to think about such things. Dozens of farmers had already scattered near the beast shed at the city gate, rushing in all directions. The soldiers on the city wall hurried back to defend, but were surrounded by more enemies. The battle on the right battlefield had ended. 5 villagers were eagerly picking up the weapons and armor of the defeated and hurriedly running into the depths of the castle, completely ignoring the 2 companions who were injured and dying. At the entrance of the city wall near Renly's left, 3 soldiers wearing mail armor were surrounded by farmers who were twice their number. A farmer in a thin linen shirt stabbed one of the soldiers with a shovel, but was completely blocked by the other's armor that shone darkly in the moonlight. The defender swung his sword to fight back, directly cutting off half of the attacker's neck, but at the same time, another bearded villager swung his hand axe into his helmeted head. There was a loud noise, and the soldier staggered back, but the axe-wielding villager was very fast, aiming at the gap in the throat protection on his neck, and taking the opportunity to hit him with another axe. The soldier screamed miserably, and blood splattered from his neck. The other 2 defenders were not idle during this period. One of them was fending off the siege of 3 strong men, and the other was pulling out a bloody long sword from an old man's chest, but then he trembled all over, looked down at his chest that was hit by an arrow, and fell to the ground. In a moment, 2 more arrows came, hitting the last soldier's shoulder and chest one after another, ending his struggle. Seeing this, the farmers surrounded the ground without hesitation, and robbed the weapons and armor worn by the soldiers. Renly did not stay here for long, because the battle at the city gate had basically come to an end. After scanning the road ahead, which was covered with thatched houses and towers, he tightened his bow and arrow in his hand and ran forward quickly. Renly thought that the battle in the castle would be stalemate, or even at a disadvantage. However, he did not encounter any formal battles along the way, but only saw brutal massacres. He saw a thin old man with grey hair lying in a pool of blood, his eyes wide open, and not far away was the headless body of a thin boy. He saw 2 villagers in the stable pulling a red warhorse with greed on their faces, and a stable boy who looked about 12 or 13 years old was bleeding in the abdomen, and huddled in the corner sobbing. He saw a fat chef in an apron at the kitchen door trembling with a kitchen knife, and confronting the villagers, but all he got was the laughter and mockery of the enemies on the opposite side. He even saw a naked girl standing in the mud and crying loudly, and her young mother not far away was being pressed to the ground and brutally abused by a bald old man. The castle was filled with blood and tragedy. Renly stepped forward and knocked the other man to the ground with a punch. The interrupted bald old man stood up from the ground angrily and roared at Renly, "Go grab food somewhere else, boy." "She is my." A sharp arrow interrupted his words, and the long arrow in his hand was like a dagger, piercing into the other's mouth, where saliva was flying. With a hoarse sound, the perpetrator half knelt on the ground and finally collapsed and died. "What are you doing?" "He is in the same group with us." The cook Ryan, who came out of nowhere, grabbed the boy's arm, his face horrified and angry. "No longer." Renly kicked the other person away, and then strode towards the depths of the castle. On the way, he saw another companion, who was hiding in the corner of the alley with his hands in his hands, sneaking and hiding. When he saw Renly, he grinned with joy. "Hal, come on, I found a room full of jewels. We are going to get rich." Unfortunately, the other party did not stop as he said, and even just glanced over here and hurried away, which made the old drunkard a little confused. What stimulated this? He muttered, looking down at the large handful of jewels in his arms, and couldn't help but grin and laugh. But he suddenly closed his mouth halfway, looked around carefully, and then quickly slipped away. Renly met the drowned man in an open tower hall. The other party was whispering something to a middle-aged man, dressed in shining mail armor and guards. When he saw the boy, he waved his hand, and the man turned and left. "God is a devout believer of the drowned god. He and his people helped us open the city gate," the tall drowned man explained to him. "I can see it," Renly said as he glanced at the back of the departing figure. The drowned man was very mysterious along the way, but now he has figured out his specific plan. Their original goal was to rescue the place called Driftwood Castle, but the rescue method was not a direct attack, but to come here, to rescue Zao from Wei. The drowned man was well prepared, knowing that this place was empty, and even prepared a traitor. Unfortunately, the storm caused all the soldiers he led to be buried in the sea. As a last resort, he could only run to recruit villagers as soldiers. But these soldiers Renly had calmed down at this time, but the constant screams and crying outside the hall still made him upset. Your people are like beasts, harming the natives of this castle. This is what they deserve. The long-haired drowned man, wearing a grey, green, and blue coarse cloth robe, replied, the belief in the drowned god can make those mining slaves stand on my side, but only tangible benefits can make them hold their weapons tightly and fight for us. The so-called benefits are wanton. The boy couldn't help asking. He was actually a little prepared for this, but when he saw it with his own eyes, he was still full of disgust. This is one of the necessary rewards. The drowned man noticed that the other party's tone was wrong, so he frowned. You must remember that our great drowned god has never been a kind god. The drowned god created the Iron Race so that we can burn, kill and plunder. Is it the same for our own people? They are not our own people. Their masters and men are besieging our castle. They are among the ranks of traitors. The drowned man replied indifferently, then raised his hand to interrupt Renly, who wanted to continue speaking. Let's stop here about this matter. You are still young and have never experienced the cruelty of the way of war, but sooner or later you will get used to it all. Now, there is something you may be able to help me think about. Renly did not speak, but looking into the depths of the other's blue eyes, his expression became colder. Our original plan was to garrison this Larnwhip castle and lure the Tawny family, who were besieging Driftwood Castle, to come back for help. But the God of Storms has caused us to lose all our men, and I'm not sure if we can stop Todd Tawny's counterattack with just the people we have now. You need help. Renly thought as he spoke, and the many scenes he had encountered in the castle flashed through his mind one after another, so he understood what he should say. We need real warriors, not these miners who can only swing pickaxes. It's lucky enough that we were able to take down this castle with them. You can't ask for more. The real warriors are on Old Wyke Island. Then send a letter back to Old Wyke Island to ask for help from His Majesty the King. We don't have ravens from the Greenland to deliver messages, so we can't send a letter at all. Send the old drunkard, send Ryan, send anyone who can go back to get reinforcement. Use a small boat, as long as the wind direction is right, it will be fast. Renly said, the current manpower in the castle should be able to hold out for a while. Besides, it will take time for the enemy to return here. But it's still too slow. The drowned man frowned and thought, do you think we have any other options? He is a senior priest of the drowned god, and is good at calling believers and holding ceremonies, but that's all. You can call on more local believers to come here to help defend the castle, or you can take the prisoners to threaten the Tawny family. Renly pointed out, but you can't be sure that the people you summon are really on our side. Maybe they will be like Gord, secretly opening the castle gates for our enemies. This is enemy territory after all. Without the baptism of war, I really can't tell whether the believers of Oak Island are pious. The drowned man frowned even deeper. But I will never use prisoners to threaten the enemy. The drowned god will not allow us to be so weak. There may be more reasons than this. Renly shrugged and said nothing. You are right, we do need to ask for help, but Ryan and pies are not worth using. After thinking for a while, the other party said something that Renly silently expected. I hope you can make this trip for me. Chapter 16. The song sung by the drowned man. The chaos lasted all night. At first, the chaos was just the killing and scrambling of the Ironborn. But in the second half of the night, a hound that was originally locked in a cage suddenly jumped out and ran around the castle barking like crazy, making the situation even crazier. But the overall situation would not change because of this. So when the sun rose from the end of the distant ocean the next day, the castle called Larnwhip Castle had completely changed its owner. The white nettle whip flag on the castle tower that marked the family of the original owner was torn down at will and trampled on. The armory in the city was now emptied. The villagers who were once a group of mining slaves now wore armor and weapons that could only be used by soldiers and even noble lords, which made them look as if they were real. However, the survivors in the castle, who had experienced the tragedy, would never forget what kind of people they were. During the cleanup on the second day, dozens of dead bodies were carried out from all parts of the castle and thrown into the moat outside the city wall. With a plop, they disappeared from people's sight, silently, as if they had never existed. The families of the original owners of the castle, the Tawny family, were now tightly imprisoned in a high tower, led by the cook Ryan. Of course, he should be called Captain Ryan now. Another elder who followed the old drunkard pace also transformed himself and became one of the captains guarding the city wall. He was more popular than Ryan and had become one of his new companions in a short time. Renly was waiting for the drowned man to assign him a ship and manpower to go back to Old White Island for help. During this period, he met the young woman he had helped in the castle, but she just hugged her child tightly and showed hatred for the fully armed young soldiers. He also saw the younger mother who was let go when hunting at the entrance of the village, but unfortunately he saw her from the tip of the gun on the city wall. She was no longer complete, and she was miserable and only had her head left. She was a traitor who wanted to tip off the enemy, so God killed her. Her child was lucky that he didn't remember anything, otherwise he would have been killed too. The old drunkard explained as he stopped to observe. She was indeed stupid enough. Renly nodded in agreement, then turned and left. Looking at his back, the old drunkard raised his hand and touched the stubble on his chin, his eyes full of suspicion. After the battle, there were rumors in the castle that Hal had killed one of his own people with his own hands and pushed the victim's relatives who came to him to argue into the well. So someone went to the drowned priest to complain, but the matter was secretly suppressed by the priest. The waiting time was not long. That afternoon, the drowned priest arranged a small speedboat and 6 sailors. Food supplies had been prepared long ago, so there was no need to hesitate. Renly immediately went to the coastline not far from the castle. Don't be afraid of the wrath of the god of storms. The drowned god will protect you. The drowned man who came to see him off said, you must come back as soon as possible. We can't hold on here for long. I promise to do it as quickly as possible. Renly nodded solemnly. It was the 9th day since he came here. He had already completed 2 of the 3 tasks. The goal of reaching Oak Island was completed first, thanks to a former miner who inexplicably attacked him last night, and the task of killing 7 Ironborn was also completed. If someone looked at his left hand at this time, they would find that on the middle finger, which was originally empty, there was a rusty bronze ring. The ring was gloomy and black, and there was a ghost eye protruding faintly. The gaze of the dead. This is a ring condensed by the thoughts of a dead person before his death. Using it, you can evoke the deepest fear in the target's heart. 6/7. Originally, this ring could be used 7 times, but Renly used it once, when he first obtained it for experimental use. This was necessary, and he didn't feel bad about it. Instead, he had a new idea because of it. Today the sea breeze is favorable. As the sails swell, the boat begins to sail towards the west of Oak Island. The young man stood at the bow, watching the coast and the tall figure of the drowned man becoming smaller and smaller, until he could not see them at all. He then retracted his gaze. The ship is very small, with only this one flaw. Everyone can be seen at a glance. The 6 sailors on the ship were talking excitedly at this time, but facing the boy's gaze, they timidly lowered their voices. The Iron Islands practiced a slave labor system. The captives snatched from outside by the Iron races constituted the slave class of the Iron Islands. Although slaves were different from slaves, who could be bought and sold, they were also inferior and had no freedom. These were the slave class in front of them. However, the sea was vast and monotonous. As the voyage continued, they gradually became familiar with Renly. Can king roads really attract fish and sea monsters? A young slave with short chestnut hair asked curiously. I heard that. Sitting on the bow, stroking the bronze ring on his left little finger, Renly answered absent-mindedly, I'm going to verify it. If I dedicate myself to the great drowned god, can I really be free? An old slave rower asked hopefully. As long as you can survive the drowning ceremony, you can wash away your slave status and even become a drowned priest. The brown-haired voice said, your children will also be free from now on. Renly was not a native Ironman, but he gradually learned many of their customs during his shipwrecks. He even knew that the drowned Lucas was once a slave. How many salt concubines did you rob at Longwhip Castle? Another young rower asked curiously, did you rob Jenny Longlegs? She is very beautiful. I hope you robbed her. Shanna is also very beautiful. Maybe you robbed her too? The customs of the Iron Islands are unique. Unlike the mainland of Westeros, they do not practice monogamy. They can plunder women outside and force them to be concubines. This is the so-called rock wife and salt concubine. In the archipelago, each iron race can snatch back several or even dozens of salt concubines from outside, but only one wife is allowed, and the wife must be a local of the archipelago. No, not one. Renly shrugged, because I'm not sure, according to the rules, whether we can snatch the Iron Race's own people as salt concubines. This is just an excuse for Renly, but the rowers are also full of arguments about it. It seems that this is indeed against the rules. The rules also say that Iron Races can't beat their own people, but now no one cares. Those are not their own people. Lord Lucas said they are a group of traitors. Dale, who has red hair and is curious about everything, the taciturn big and small Robert, the yellow-toothed and skinny old drum, and Wells, who is blind in one eye. The sailors on the boat all look very good people, just like the cook, the drunkard, and the drowned man in the past. They are also rowing hard. Under the watchful eyes of the bold overseer Reng, they are rarely seen lazy. When Renly was with them, he couldn't help but think of the boy from the same village, who had sailed with him at the beginning, the pebble that he had unfortunately lost in the sea, and the tone of the boy when he talked about the king and the drowned god. What would he do if he arrived at Oak Island alive? Renly was very curious, but this question would never have an answer. There were no big waves on the return journey, and the wind direction was basically favorable. It took the group 8 days to come here, but it didn't take that long to return, or it was much faster. The sun rose and set, and the boat sometimes raised the sails, and sometimes the sound of rowing and shouting could be heard. 2 days later, a hazy coastline was visible, and this journey had reached its end. There were still dense camps on the beach of Old Wake Island. Some figures in leather armor shuttled back and forth. There were many fishermen with their trouser legs rolled up to their knees in the shallows, but the first to discover the boat was the scout ship drifting on the sea. The boat was intercepted by a scout ship. After Renly explained the situation, he said goodbye to the slaves and was taken to the brigadier. His Majesty is presiding over the ceremony. The bearded captain of the scout ship explained, full of envy. The boys who are going to be flooded today are really lucky. I bet they will all become famous Iron Races in the near future. There must be a lot of people watching, right? Renly asked. Of course, His Majesty the King rarely does things himself. Renly said, looking at the beach coastline that was slowly receding as the ship moved forward. It seemed that this place was almost the same as when he left. At a glance, there were endless coarse cloth tents densely located. The smoke from the bonfires rising up was dissipated by the wind. The merchants who followed the army were shouting and selling, the children who were running and playing, and the long queue waiting to be flooded under a towering hill with bones in the distance. Everything seemed full of vitality, harmony, and tranquility. He finally saw his king in the shallows under this hill. He was a young man with a naked upper body and tough features. At this time, he was standing in the waist-deep water, personally holding a flooding ceremony for a blonde boy. Unfortunately, despite his loud and powerful prayers and sacred kisses, the convulsing drowned man did not wake up in the end, but turned into a cold corpse. Father needs him, more than we do. The drowned king stood up, and declared without any strange expression, he will be an excellent sailor in Father's flowing palace. The group of people watching the drowning cheered loudly, as if they had seen something happy. It is the supreme honor to be sent to the flowing palace of the great god by the hands of the sacred son of the drowned god. The bearded captain also sighed and exclaimed. Renly narrowed his eyes when he heard the words, staring at the young king who was holding the ceremony again, and secretly determined his own ideas. So when the priest king finished drowning the fourth person and finally had time to meet him, the messenger who returned from Oak Island, Renly stepped forward and declared loudly, Your Majesty, I brought a letter from Lord Lucas, and another very important news. News about Aegon Targaryen. Chapter 17 The song sung by the drowned man. Although the drowned king mixed with his people to show his friendliness, he at least knew not to create panic among them, and Aegon the Conqueror and his dragons were obviously the source of panic. So when Renly finished his announcement, he immediately dismissed the people who were watching the excitement around him. The beach, which was originally crowded with people, became much quieter. A large number of believers were blocked by the king's soldiers in the distance. Only the king himself and 2 guards behind him stood in front of Renly. Looking closely, the drowned king actually looked quite ordinary, with a flat nose, light blue eyes, a square chin, and some freckles on his cheeks. Only his tall body and long dark green hair looked very eye-catching. The long hair flowed down the gaps on both sides of the hood that was recently put on, like a strange seaweed. Of course, Renly paid more attention to the emblem embroidered on the front of the other party's grey, green, and blue wool robe, a glowing driftwood stick held by an arm on a blue background. To others, the emblem seemed to fully demonstrate the holiness of the drowned man, but to Renly, the glowing stick withered quietly and turned into a thin rotten tree root. This made him more certain of his thoughts. So when the king asked him for details, Renly handed over a letter written on parchment. "This is a letter from Lord Lucas to your majesty." The letter was actually written by him, because the drowned man Lucas could not read or write, so he could only dictate it to Renly and ask him to do it for him. A tall blonde guard of the king stepped forward to take the letter, but the drowned king himself did not pay much attention to this. Instead, he couldn't wait to ask, "You said there was a letter from Aegon Targaryen." A sudden scream interrupted his words, and the scream caught him off guard. The blonde guard who had just taken the letter turned around and ran away with a pale face, and the letter that should have been in his hand was thrown away by him carelessly, without caring about it. The king was stunned on the spot, and another guard behind him shouted at the fleeing guy. However, at this moment, the crowd watching in the distance suddenly burst into exclamations, because the brown-haired boy who was originally bending over to deliver the letter suddenly jumped up and pounced on the king himself. Everything happened so fast that it was hard to keep up. Fleeing, shouting, screaming, and jumping up. When screams appeared one after another, the drowned king with dark green hair had been thrown to the beach by the audience. After a moment of stunned, the black-haired guard wearing a light mail and leather jacket next to him roared and swung the long-handled axe in his hand to chop at the figure who pounced on the king, but the other party turned over on the spot and moved his body under the king. The sharp long axe suddenly tilted and chopped on the beach surface beside them with a bang, splashing a lot of sand and dust. This sudden change of attack seemed to make the guard very uncomfortable. His round face flushed red, and he stared at the dagger across his king's neck with wide eyes, while the owner of the dagger was staring at him fiercely. "Let go of your majesty," he roared angrily, and with an uproar, the believers who were blocked in the distance also gathered quickly towards the beach. "Back off, or I won't be able to hold my strength," the brown-haired boy declared loudly, dragging the captive to stand up and back off with difficulty. "Your name is Hal. You should have been a loyal warrior. Who ordered you to do this?" The captured king asked. His face remained calm, but then his ear was pinched hard, so he couldn't help but cry out in pain. "Damn it, he is blaspheming the gods." The round-faced guard, who was afraid of the consequences, looked furious, but did not dare to move rashly, and even trembled with anger. The large number of believers who approached were also furious, gritting their teeth, and wishing to eat the attacker Renly alive. However, the attention of the party was mostly on the king in his hand. At this time, he was leaning against the sea, and in front of him was a dense crowd of people. There seemed to be drifting ships in the ocean not far away, and some soldiers were aiming their bows and arrows at him. The situation was precarious, and Renly's heart beat fast, and his muscles couldn't help but tense, but the tension accounted for most of it. No matter what, it was the first time for him to face such a situation. But it was not just him who was facing this situation for the first time. Although the drowned king, who was tightly held by his neck, looked calm, his body was shaking unconsciously, and his voice was trembling. "Let go. The wrath of the drowned god is coming. If you make a big mistake, you will be thrown into the cold hell of the storm god." Renly ignored his words. At this time, he kept holding the dagger tightly against the prisoner's neck with one hand, and the other hand was horizontal in front of the prisoner. After a glance around, he whispered, "Look at my hand." Although he didn't want to obey, the drowned king couldn't help but glance at this hand. This was a hand with stubby fingers, muddy nails, and calloused palms. In other words, it was an ordinary ironborn hand. The only thing worth noting was the bronze ring on the middle finger of this hand. No, it was not a ring, but a ring with colorful rust on the surface and a ghost face protruding on the inside. It seemed that after just a glance, the drowned king felt that his entire vision was sucked into the bronze rust ghost face that was so close. All the noise around him quickly faded away. In front of him was only the terrifying, twisted skull-like ghost face that was getting bigger and bigger until it filled his entire vision, until the huge mouth of the skeleton swallowed him up completely. Then, he saw God in the depths. A scream of horror suddenly came out, and the young king who was originally held hostage and barely kept calm suddenly began to struggle hard in the arms of the enemy. His eyes widened, and his face turned pale. Renly had to use all his strength to prevent the other party from breaking free from his embrace. In the end, he had to pierce the other party's cheek with a dagger to make him behave himself. The onlookers didn't know what happened, but they seemed to feel the same way. Some couldn't help sobbing, some shouted in despair, and more shouted angrily that the blasphemer would die a miserable death. However, the presence of these followers did not bring much comfort to the king. He was trembling all over, and his eyes were full of fear. "Drowned God, save me. No, 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 I didn't mean to. I definitely didn't mean to pretend to be your son. It was them. Yes, it was them." Renly secretly breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this, and then said in a low voice, "I will answer your question just now. Yes, it was the drowned god who assigned me to come to you. Now, tell me, how did you summon the fish and deceive these ironmen?" I just used the powder ground from the ribs of Naga. Information that was difficult to obtain through normal coercion was easily asked at this time. The captive in his arms trembled and spoke with a crying tone. "Just sprinkle a pinch, and the fish in the sea will. But I didn't think of becoming king at first, right? I didn't. It was all them. That's right. They forced me to do it." He accidentally spoke a little loudly, so the closest guard's eyes widened unconsciously, still looking at his king in disbelief, but suddenly found that the son of the drowned god, who was usually sacred and majestic, was soaked in urine. "So everything is your lie? Son of the drowned god? Holy kingdom?" The interrogation continued. "No, that's right. I'm just an ordinary fisherman's son, not the son of a god." Louder. "I didn't hear you." This made the drowned king hesitate suddenly, but Renly showed his ring again, and the grimace reappeared. The man in his arms suddenly tensed up, and then collapsed in his arms, as if he had lost all his strength, and instantly turned into a pile of soft bones. I confess, I'm a liar, a complete liar." His crying and howling voice spread throughout the beach, and even the originally noisy and angry crowd suddenly seemed to be poured with a basin of cold water, and all the sounds stopped abruptly. "I have been good at diving since I was a child. Many people think I have the qualifications, so I became a drowned man. The secret of the rib was told to me by the old, drowned man who taught me, but he didn't know how to use it. He was very stupid, so I killed him, so that the secret would be mine alone. Harren was burned to death. I thought it was an opportunity, and then I didn't actually want to be king, but those drowned men insisted that I also like boys. What he wanted to hear, what he didn't want to hear, what he expected, what he didn't expect." This young priest who was crowned as king by 40 drowned men now leaned on Renly, crying and telling all his deeds. People walked over, and those increasingly angry faces kept approaching, wrinkled old cheeks, young and tender teenagers, dark-skinned fishermen, women holding children. The raging anger seemed to make the sea breeze around them stronger, but the target of their anger was no longer the previous attacker, but their king, the son of the drowned god who they once admired. The crowd kept approaching, and when they saw that the situation became precarious, Renly pushed the captive away and quietly retreated. No one paid attention to his existence anymore, and everyone's eyes were all fixed on their king who was limp on the ground. This weird atmosphere quickly made the person concerned get out of his state of panic. He leaned on the sand and swallowed his saliva, then supported his body with his arms and kicked the ground with his feet, trying to get away from the angry crowd in front of him. The guard who had been watching his every move suddenly stepped forward, grabbed his robe collar and roared angrily, "Liar, liar. He is the real blasphemer. The drowned god will punish him. Fake, all fake. My poor child, shame." Countless angry shouts broke out quickly like a pile of dry wood being ignited. The violent scene was born behind him and intensified. Renly, who left quietly, ran towards the target. The Naga ribs sounded strange, but Renly knew this thing, and it was even in his sight at this time. The place they were in was called the Holy Coast, and the coast was named after a place called Naga Hill not far away. On the hill, that was getting closer and closer, 44 towering ribs like huge white tree trunks broke out of the ground, like a curved and hard white ancient tree. The Ironborn believed that these bones were the ribs of the world's first sea dragon Naga. The ancient king of the Ironborn, the Grey King, killed the sea dragon Naga himself and made a palace out of its bones. Now, there is only a pile of huge bones left of the ancient palace, but the Ironborn regard this place as a holy place, and Old Wyke Island has become the most sacred island in the archipelago. However, this sacred place has become extremely noisy at the moment. There are many angry people in Renly's way, but in the face of this whistleblower, they unconsciously make way for him, so Renly can run up the hill smoothly. This is a barren and rocky hill, located at a high place, overlooking the entire sacred coast and the sea in front of the coast. The sun shone down, and the shadows of 44 huge ribs covered his head, making him feel as if he was in an ancient and barren palace of bones. The roar, accompanied by screams of fear and wailing, was clearly audible. Looking down at the large number of ant colonies not far away that seemed to be attracted to a corner of the beach by honey, Renly suddenly felt that he should speed up. So he reached for the hand axe on his waist, clenched his hands, and chopped hard at the nearest bone. He looked like he was chopping a tree, but unfortunately his chopping was not very effective. After a loud collision, only an inconspicuous crack appeared on the surface of the rough rib he was aiming at. Renly was a little dumbfounded, but he did not give up. His mind raced, and he suddenly bit the handle of the hand axe in his mouth, then used all 4 limbs to crawl up along the root of a rib. Under the vast and bright sky, the beach was crowded with people, but the Hill of Bones, which was usually regarded as a holy place by all the Iron Men, was ignored at this moment. A tiny figure crawled on a bone and kept moving forward, finally straddling the top area of the curved rib, waving the axe in his hand and chopping hard. The angry roars of thousands of believers and the wailing of the king were completely drowned out, and the dull chopping sound was mixed in these chaotic noises, which was almost inaudible. When the drowned king, with horrible bruises all over his body, was stripped of his clothes and screamed, his former subjects held him up high in anger and walked towards the sea. The sound of chopping suddenly disappeared. Ever since he got the bronze ring, Renly couldn't help but think about a question. The mission goal is to stop King Rhodes from jumping into the sea. So if the target is no longer the king, or there is no chance to jump into the sea, is this mission considered completed? Chapter 18, Breath of Mermaid. In a trance, the cracked bones in front of him faded away and finally turned into darkness. The large amount of noisy sounds below the hill also quietly converged in this process, like a movie that ended, and the curtain closed after the song ended. The darkness was silent and deep. In a state of half dream and half awake, Renly didn't know how long it had been. In a vague state, he only felt 2 pieces of information emerging in his mind. You have obtained a new skill, Dagger Mastery LV5. You have completed all events, and you have obtained the item, the sacred statue of King Rhodes. When Renly woke up again, he found himself slumped against the side of the feather bed in the quiet little room. The stone floor was hard, and his hands could only feel cold and rough on it. The surrounding atmosphere was quiet and peaceful. The pale yellow silk bed curtains floated with the cool sea breeze blowing in from the open window, and the complicated brocade hanging on the fireplace kept rubbing against the wall, rustling with the wind. The sun was shining outside the window, and the shouts and cries of children could be heard faintly. The familiar voice made Renly blink, and then he took a deep breath. As a result, a foul smell instantly rushed into his nostrils. It was the smell of a plate of salted fish on the bedside table behind him, which made Renly's sense of ease and comfort just emerge instantly dissipate. Salted fish, sea breeze, 2 little idiots. It didn't take long, otherwise Kaomi would have found me lying on the ground. Muttering, a memory of using a dagger kept churning in his mind, stabbing the enemy, turning and hiding, how to deal with other weapons. Everything was finally deeply imprinted in his mind, just like when he acquired archery before. Renly then looked down at his hands. These were a pair of slender little hands unique to children, but the things in his hands were completely different from when he first entered history. In his right hand, the dentures that he had held in his palm had now turned into a handful of rotten grey-white dust. As the boy's fingers moved, they kept spilling onto the stone floor. It was no different from normal sand and dust. He lowered his head and sniffed, but there was no smell left. It's gone after passing the level? Renly frowned, shook off the dirt on his hand, and then looked at the items in his left hand. A rusty bronze ring that was obviously several sizes larger was currently hanging on the middle finger of his left hand, and at the same time, a pale thin bone with cracked teeth on the broken end was also tightly held in his hand. Renly breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was drowned when he entered with his dentures before, he accidentally brought out a seaweed, so he guessed that he could take something out of it. Now it seems that this is true. But the one I cut off was obviously not this short, and why didn't clothes and other things get taken out? After pondering for a while, he still couldn't figure it out, so he decided to ignore this question for the time being. In addition to the ring and the broken bones, there was also an old dull yellow wooden sculpture of man lying on the ground next to him, pressed on a light green rush on the stone floor. This seemed to be the final reward. After picking it up, Renly looked down and examined it carefully. The man was carved from oak, with a brown-yellow color, without any trace of craftsmanship. The sculpture itself was angular, with the figure standing upright, touching his chin in a thoughtful posture, and his face and robes were lifelike, obviously the appearance of the drowned king. When Renly looked at it, no information emerged, but he saw a line of words in the common language of Westeros engraved on the base below the wood carving. "Maybe I'm a mermaid." He whispered this sentence, but as soon as he finished speaking, the seemingly ordinary statue suddenly creaked and shattered, and then collapsed in an instant, turning into a piece of sawdust-like dust that accumulated in Renly's palm. A tingling and cold feeling grew from the palm of his hand, and the brown dust quickly melted into the palm skin like ice and snow melting in the heat, and then there was no trace of its existence. But the tingling and cold feeling did not disappear, but spread quickly throughout the body like cold air. At the same time, a message emerged. "You have received the blessing of the ocean, and you have awakened the characteristic, the breath of mermaids. I feel that I have become a little different, but I can't tell how different." After being stunned for a while, Renly looked at the mirrorish silver-plated round mirror on the small table in front of the window, wanting to check his gains again. However, the angle of his sitting on the bedside table was a little wrong, and the lower part of the round mirror could only reflect his forehead. So he stood up and walked over, and by the way, closed the window inlaid with green glass, and the noise of the children below became inaudible. The round mirror clearly reflected his cheek, and when he looked at it, a pair of beautiful blue eyes also looked at him. Racial level, LV1. Knowledge, heraldry LV7, archery LV5, dagger mastery LV5. Knowledge, fishing LV2, language LV1, etiquette LV1, fishing gear making LV1. Derived characteristics, psychic emblem, mermaid breath. Several pieces of information emerged one after another, but unfortunately there was no explanatory text for the newly acquired mermaid breath, which made him completely confused for a while. After thinking for a while, Renly adjusted his somewhat messy blue velvet tights in the mirror, smoothed out the wrinkles on his brown trousers, and then stepped out of the room wearing a pair of flat slippers. He happened to meet his personal servant, Jomi, who caught up with him at the door. The other party was very surprised to see him go out. "Young master, what are you going to do?" "I'm going to find Master Crescent," Renly said as he walked. "Jomi, let's go with you." The servant Jomi, who was left behind, shouted, "We have nothing to do anyway." "Okay, I just need a companion to study with." This made the short servant pause, and then he touched his forehead and stammered. Jomi suddenly remembered that the kitchen helper was sick and wanted us to work for him. "Jomi won't go with you for now. Goodbye, Master Renly." After he said that, he turned around and ran away. Looking at the other person's hurried back, Renly curled his lips, feeling that it was a waste of time. The old Meester was still in his small room full of bottles, jars, and parchment books. Facing Renly, who pushed open the door and walked in, his eyes left a red book. "I heard you didn't have lunch." "I had a pickled fish in the room. It was dry and salty." Renly, who was empty stomach, said while scanning a bookshelf near the small table, and took out a book from the dazzling many manuscripts. Then he picked up the parchment book with a grey cowhide cover and iron buckle and climbed onto the stool opposite the old maester. Due to his height, he couldn't sit there properly, so he had to kneel on the chair, straighten his back, and lower his head to turn the pages. He skimmed through most of the pages until he suddenly stopped turning the pages at the back. After the burning of Harrenhal, Aegon Targaryen and his sisters turned their attention to the remaining kingdoms of the Seven Kingdoms that had not yet surrendered. The Iron Islands, which had lost their king, fell into chaos. On the island of Harlow, Corin, the leader of the Warmack family, had the blood of the whole family, so he claimed to be the legitimate heir of the Black Blood, and was the first to be king. On the sacred island of Old Wyke, 40 drowned priests gathered under the ribs of Naga, and placed a driftwood crown on the head of one of them. The king supported by the drowned people was named Rhodes, and he was considered to be the living son of the drowned god. In the first year of the conquest, Aegon Targaryen was crowned as the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms of Westeros, the protector of the realm, the king of the Andals and the first men in the Starry Sept in Old Town. The following year, Aegon arrived on the island of Great Wyke on the dragon Balerion, and with him came a huge fleet. The invasion of foreign enemies put an end to the fighting and civil strife that had lasted for more than a year in the Iron Islands. The drowned king of Old Wyke asked his father, the drowned god, for help, hoping to summon a sea monster to stop the invaders' fleet. The sea monster did not appear in the end, so the drowned king filled his robe with stones and walked into the sea to discuss with his father. Thousands of people followed him into the sea. The Ironmen were unable to resist the conqueror's dragon and fleet, and the Iron Islands finally surrendered. Aegon Targaryen allowed the Ironmen to decide their own rulers, and the king's moot was held under the ribs of the Naga on Old Wyke. Viken Greyjoy, the chief plunderer of Pike, became the ruler of the Iron Islands. The rule of the Greyjoy family continues to this day. In the 37th year of the conquest era, Aegon Targaryen died of a stroke on Dragonstone. His son Aenys succeeded him. Rebellions broke out in various parts of Westeros. Rhodes, the priest king who claimed to have finally returned from his father the drowned god, led the rebellion against the Greyjoy family's ruling position. The rebellion ended in failure, and the head of the priest king was presented to the Iron Throne. In the quiet room, only the sound of turning pages could be heard. The old scholar closed the book in his hand, looked at the name marked on the spine of the grey cowhide book opposite, and asked kindly, "Are you suddenly interested in the history of the Iron Islands?" No matter where you are, studious children are generally very popular, especially when surrounded by a group of ignorant idiots who hate learning. That's right. Renly nodded absent-mindedly, feeling disappointed that he could not rewrite history, but he reacted immediately and looked up and added, "Not just the history of the Iron Islands. I'm interested in all history." Chapter 19 Peace and Death. The blue eyes struggled to open wide in the water. When he looked through the clear water at the bottom of the basin, the originally bright and clear silver basin bottom became hazy, as if it was covered with a layer of frosted glass. A few scattered small bubbles attached to this glass, moving around with the large bubbles occasionally spit out by the children, or rising and disappearing. There were all kinds of noises in the Wind's End Castle in the morning. The sound of servants stepping on the stairs, the sound of guards patrolling and talking, the sound of the butler scolding, etc. But all the sounds seemed weak and ethereal, after being transmitted into the water, as if they came from another world. During the diving process, the cold feeling of the liquid in the basin penetrated into the head and even the limbs along the cheeks. Gradually, the water for washing the face seemed to become warm and hot water. With the initial stimulation, the eyes had long been adapted to opening wide in the water, but the sour feeling gradually spread from the spine to the whole body when the waist posture was maintained for a long time. So in the end, he had to straighten his back. Under the splashing water, a handsome little face was exposed to the air, and a burst of coolness also came from it. The boy pulled a white wool towel to wipe his face while guessing. 10 minutes? 20 minutes? He pondered and looked carefully at the basin in front of him. Although there was no air supply during the dive, he felt that the oxygen in his lungs was constantly replenished as the cool water penetrated, so that he could hold on for an extraordinary time. But he didn't know if it was an illusion. He felt that the water in this basin seemed to be less than before. Shaking his head, the boy raised his hand to pick up a ceramic cup with the smell of cloves on the small table next to the basin, and then used the branch inside to dip some salt powder mixed with spices at the bottom of the cup, and began to brush his teeth attentively. There are toothbrushes in this world, probably made of pig hair, but Renly felt that pig hair was a bit dirty, so he learned from ordinary civilians, and found a tender branch, to chew and use one end to brush his teeth. Anyway, without toothpaste, no matter how he brushed, it would not be as clean as in the previous life. After a while, there was a knock on the door outside. "Young master, it's time for dinner." "Coming." After a vague reply, Renly rinsed his mouth with another cupful of water on the small table, spit out some salt cleaning materials and a little bit of plant sawdust into the basin, and then turned around and wiped his mouth with a handkerchief. This was probably a peaceful day. Since returning from that history yesterday, Renly especially enjoyed this kind of peace. "I will take a bath tonight." After leaving, he ordered the servant guarding the door, and then stepped into the dining room on the lower floor. All the chaos and disputes stopped with the shattering of the denture. Renly, who was different from before, did not seem to be any different, and the situation around him was basically the same. The siege, hunger, food shortage. Before the siege of Storm's End, Renly basically had dinner with his current family, but there weren't many people there. Not long after he was born, his parents died in a shipwreck in this life. His elder brother Robert was adopted by the Duke of the Vale. His family was basically his second brother Stannis, the old Maester Cresson, his playmate Fat Alan, and his uncle Hubert, who had died at the beginning of the siege. Occasionally, there would be some vassals, knights, and family vassals around, but not too many. And now, because of the siege, Stannis basically lived by the wall, and the old Maester rarely came to the table. The only ones who could get together were the three little guys. It was obvious that children ate very quickly, especially when the food was scarce and monotonous. Usually, lunch could be finished in less than 10 minutes. However, today was a little different from usual. In the dining room, at the long partition table, Renly sat on the left, and the other two were opposite him. The black-haired boy frowned at the food on the plate as before, but he did not hesitate to start using the silver dagger in his hand. The tip of the dagger pierced into the head of the salted fish steadily, and then with just a slight flick, the fish head, which should have been hard and tough, was easily cut off by him. Then the dagger in the boy's hand quickly cut the whole fish into 4 pieces, and each piece looked almost the same size. Finally, under the slender fingers, the silver dagger turned from inverted grip to upright with an amazing dexterity, and was used as a fork by the owner of the hand, and stabbed the salted fish strips several times like a small rapier, and a piece of boneless fish meat was separated. Fat Alan watched all this, and then looked down at the identical dagger in his hand, only to find that it was both clumsy and heavy. "Renly, you seem a little different from before." After the black-haired companion used the dagger to pick up the piece of fish meat and put it into his mouth, he finally couldn't help but say something. "Is there?" Renly chewed the salty food in his mouth and said vaguely, "I heard that eating too much pickled fish will cause bad breath." "It's not bad breath. I mean, Barry, have you found that you have bad breath?" The black-haired boy looked at the thin bamboo pole next to the fat man. The other party was struggling with an onion with his head down. At this time he seemed to like eating onions raw. "Eat this to get rid of the bad smell." The thin bamboo-like berry raised his hand and pointed at the food in his hand. "It's very useful. I mean the dagger." The fat man next to him insisted on speaking, but was interrupted immediately. "Then did you find that Alan had bad breath?" This made the fat man look at his companion beside him. Who would notice that? The other party answered blankly, "But I think he would have. Look at how sloppy he is." The rest of the lunch became a little noisy, but Renly basically had nothing to do. After he finished his portion, he politely said goodbye, but did not attract the attention of the two friends who were quarreling. He stuck out his tongue and left the place quietly. The old Maester, who heard the noise, happened to rush over at this moment. After nodding to him at the door, he broke into the room aggressively. Then Renly heard a scolding and argument, but he didn't pay attention to what happened next. A special smell caught his attention, but before he could identify where the smell came from, he heard a piece of news that made him a little strange. "Patchface is dead, young master," the short servant Jeremy whispered to him as he returned to the door of his bedroom. "He should have died long ago." Jeremy said that he was already dead when Jeremy dragged him out of the sea that year. In aristocratic families, Servants who gossip may be reprimanded by their strict masters, but Renly has always liked people telling him some gossip. This is not to say that he can get any useful information from it. The main reason is boredom. In this world with a lack of entertainment, gossip is one of his few remaining interests. But this matter is not just gossip. How did he die? Renly frowned and asked. Patchface was the jester who saw him crying and running away that day. He originally came from the free trade city across the narrow sea. It is said that he has a talent for comedy, but it is a pity that Renly has never seen it. When the jester was brought across the sea and was about to arrive at Storm's End on his way back, the storm and reefs sank the ship he was on. The sea swallowed him up, and after spitting him out, the jester became an idiot. He's sick, sir. He's been sick for a while, I heard. Jomi answered, but no one noticed he was sick, and he died in his room. He seems to have been dead for several days. He shook his head as he spoke, his voice full of melancholy. When Jomi dragged him ashore, he knocked his mouth, and it was swollen. Later, he couldn't hear clearly when he spoke, and his brain didn't work well. It's all Jomi's fault. But we thought he was dead. He felt icy and greasy, just like a dead person. Renly didn't continue listening, because he was already walking towards the stairs. The strange smell was still lingering around his nose, which was somewhat similar to the one he smelled before, but it was very different, and it seemed to have a more corrupt smell. When his back was about to disappear at the stairs, the short personal servant finally reacted and hurried over to follow the boy's buttocks. Although the castle was very safe, the current situation was tense, and the servants had to keep an eye on this young Baratheon son who had not grown up, so as to prevent anyone from plotting something bad. Renly finally found the source of the smell in a dilapidated courtyard in the castle. It was a blazing fire. 5 people stood quietly in front of the fire and watched. The smell of corruption was wafting out. Unlike in the tower, the smell was not only stronger when approached, but also mixed with the smell of burnt grease. Shipwreck Bay swallowed up their ship, but the sea returned this damned jester to us. Someone spoke to him as he approached. It was one of the 5 people in front of the fire, and the young leader guarded by the other 4 male servants. He had black hair and blue eyes. He was thin, but tall in a brown black leather armor. When he lowered his eyes and looked at Renly, he was quite cold. He has also become a retard. Tell me, what do I need a retard jester for? This was more like a muttering than a question. At least you like him very much. Renly replied. I don't like him, never have. Then why do you keep him? I try my best to keep him by my side, the young man said hesitantly. I try to find joy in him. Yes, I try. I think this way, maybe this way I can fulfill my father's last wish. Renly looked at the other person silently and did not speak again, because the other party was not asking him, nor anyone else. The shipwreck not only turned the jester into a retard, but also swallowed the Duke and Duchess of Storm's End, Stefan Baratheon and his wife, his parents in this life, into the sea. At that time, Renly was still a pink baby in a cradle, and fed by a wet nurse. He did not witness the disaster, but the second brother in front of him, and the eldest brother Robert witnessed the disaster with their own eyes. They were standing on the towering walls of Storm's End at the time, watching the ships in the bay in front of them sink. The dark sky was raging with storms, and Renly could not know what his 2 brothers felt at the time. He only learned some details of the incident afterwards. For example, the disaster should not have happened. It was the captain's mistake at the time. For example, the Duke and Duchess brought him many strange and interesting toys from the free trade city. For example, Mr. Crescent once received a letter sent by Duke Stephen across the narrow sea. The tone of the letter mentioned the jester was very admiring, claiming that it could make the lonely second son learn to laugh. Obviously Patchface is not a qualified jester. Renly thought to himself. Since he could remember, he had only seen the second brother named Stannis beside him smile once, and that was when he heard his parents smile when they were about to return to Storm's End. Then he never saw it again. I don't like him. The atmosphere was silent for a while. When the flames in front of him burned out, revealing a charred corpse, the young man next to him said the last sentence. But I should have sent a beaster to treat him when he was sick, instead of letting him die of illness like this. Stannis' voice did not have any self-blame, but instead revealed a faint sense of fatigue. Obviously, the current situation facing the castle made him a little overwhelmed, but the expression on his angular face was still stiff, as if made of stone. An idea flashed through Renly's mind. Should I find a way to put that nagarib to good use? He thought so, and then his face suddenly froze. At this time, the servants had already started to deal with the charred bones, and he could clearly see that the blackened mouth of the corpse was obviously missing some teeth. After counting and looking carefully, there were exactly 3 teeth. Thank you reader 1550394362214215 for the reward of 1000. Thank you reader Biban Shyangsha for the reward of 200. And thank you to the book friends who voted for this book every day. Thank you. Chapter 20 The Smuggler Problem. Unlike Queen Visenya, Queen Rhaenys, the other wife of Aegon the Conqueror, is more lively and prefers to ride dragons. In the quiet Meester's room, the old Meester spoke slowly, while the 3 boys sitting next to each other at the small table listened attentively. Queen Rhaenys loves art, music, and poetry, and she also has a kind heart. She and her husband proposed to abolish the custom of plundering women from the Iron Islands as concubines, and she also personally formulated the 6 principles that we have been using until now. What is the 6 principles? The fat boy lying on the small table raised his hand to interrupt the old man. The fat boy from the Estamond family didn't like to study very much, but because of the fight with Dondarrion yesterday, he was punished to come to listen to the old Meester's history class on time in the next half month. However, this fat boy obviously wouldn't sit here and listen carefully, so much so that every time the Meester mentioned a topic worth asking, he would ask loudly, as if he really didn't understand. Normal people would definitely get more and more annoyed. Fatty was calculating in his mind, but the old Meester was not fooled. He even used the other party's questions to teach him indirectly. Renly, do you know the answer to this question? The old man turned to look at the black-haired boy. The 6-stroke rule is a legal clause. Queen Rhaenys stipulates that, if a wife betrays her husband and commits adultery with others, she can only be whipped no more than 6 times, and the stick used must not exceed the thickness of the thumb. Renly answered on the side, and without waiting for the other party to ask again, he asked and answered himself, why 6 strokes, not 7 or 8 or 9 strokes? This is because of the 7 gods we believe in. At this time, Renly looked as serious as the thin Dondarrion next to him, and spoke slowly, but most of his mind was not on this question, but was thinking about what happened yesterday. Since he left the historical copy, the original dentures turned into a pile of powder. Renly was very sorry, because he didn't understand what the dentures were. It was not until the cremation yesterday that he seemed to have a clue. However, this is something that cannot be truly confirmed. Renly was not sure that the 3 false teeth were the fool's fallen teeth. He had no way of knowing why they were teeth and not something else, and he was even less sure whether he would find such things again in the future. If the teeth were really the fool's, then why were his teeth so special? If not, what was the origin of the false teeth? What was the connection with the golden finger on his body? Many questions troubled Renly and made him unable to concentrate on listening to the lecture, but because of the fat man attracting his attention, the old man did not notice his abnormality today. It was not until the end of the class that he spoke to him specifically. It's almost your 5th name day, Renly. Maybe we should consider what gift to give you. Thank you, Master Cresson, but I think anything except pickled fish is fine. The black-haired boy shrugged, then slid off the stool and walked out of the room. The Meester's room was very close to the top of the tower, but the child's body concealed a huge vitality. He first went back to his room to get something, then hurried downstairs. When he finally arrived at the 1st floor hall at the bottom of the tower, his breathing was still even. Behind him, the other 2 boys shouted and ran. They thought Renly came down to play, but when they arrived, they saw him running to a shelf table in the corner of the hall and sitting down, facing a strange brown-haired middle-aged man. Fatty, who was hiding at the stairs, looked at the man curiously, then turned to look at his companions behind him. I remember his name is Davos, Onion Davos, Pickled Fish Davos. The skinny bamboo berry nodded like a little adult. He is a smuggler, but he sent food, so we should be grateful to him. I don't like pickled fish. Fatty wrinkled his nose subconsciously when he heard it, but then muttered in confusion. What does Renly want him for? Davos, the smuggler they were talking about, was also very curious about this question, so when a servant informed him yesterday that Master Renly of Storm's End wanted to see him, he agreed immediately and arrived as scheduled. But the words the other party said made him confused. You mean, you have a way to get food, but you need my help? Looking at the little kid sitting opposite him and trying to straighten his back, Davos repeated hesitantly. Yes, said Davos. Renly nodded seriously. At this time, he was wearing a white satin shirt with gold cuffs and a sleeveless calfskin tight short coat. Sitting opposite the smuggler, the golden crown stag embroidered on his chest looked extremely conspicuous. I'm not a knight, Lord Renly. Then I'm not an adult either, the boy said as he spread his palms and gestured to his little hand. You are destined to become an adult, child. Davos was amused by his actions and felt much more relaxed. The other party's next words made him laugh and cry. If you do this for me, I believe you will also be destined to become a knight. The boy looked serious, but his childish appearance made it difficult for Davos to be serious, so he just smiled and asked, okay, kid, what do you want me to do? Go catch crows in the Godswood? Recently, someone in the castle did suggest trying to find food in the ancient woods. In fact, some servants and soldiers in the city have already gone to peel the bark to eat, and the wild birds there naturally became the target of these hungry eaters. I want you to take your fishing tools and your boat, leave Storm's End from the cave port, and then find a place where there are fish inhabiting, and sprinkle a handful of special powder into the seawater. Renly said, you will know what to do next. There is a gap space at the root of the towering rock, where Storm's End is located. It is a private port built by the ancient Storm Kings. The smugglers arrived at the castle from there before. But the water there is not deep, and there are many rocks, so small boats can't get in, unless it's high tide. Renly doesn't expect there to be many fish there, otherwise he wouldn't have to look for the man in front of him. Unfortunately, although Davos listened carefully, he still thought that what was happening in front of him was just a farce, or a child's wild and irrelevant plan. I hope I can help you, but child, this matter. He seemed to be hesitant about how to say it so as not to dampen the enthusiasm of the child, and finally he thought of a perfect excuse. Your second brother, Lord Stannis, will not allow me to leave Storm's End. Why not? The boy asked. If I do this, I will become a deserter, and no one will believe that I'm working for you. The smuggler's answer made sense, but Renly did not give up his plan. The main reason why he asked the smuggler to do this was that the other party was not from Storm's End, or not yet. If Renly went to find someone else, there was no need to think about it. The news would reach Stannis' ears directly, and even be known to everyone. This meant something that was hard to predict. There might be good things, but there would definitely be bad things. So he insisted, as far as I know, you are not from Storm's End. I'm not from here, but I know the situation here. If I leave the city, your brother will consider whether I will go to his enemies and tell them the information here. I believe our enemies have known the situation of Storm's End for a long time. Renly was not fooled by the other party's words. I also believe that many people outside know it. Otherwise, why would you transport food here? After saying that, he spoke again without waiting for the other party to answer. You may say that the situation is different now. I have to say that it is worse now than before, but when those people outside hear that we are about to get to the point of eating human flesh, do you think they will continue to wait happily or rush to attack? This Davos was a little surprised by the intelligence of the child in front of him, but he was interrupted by the other party before he could finish his words. Besides, I don't think you will surrender to the enemy, the boy said, showing a smile that only he understood. If a normal person said this, the smuggler might be moved, but the boy in front of him was a child under 5 years old. Although the child looked very smart, his words sounded more like a child's simple and beautiful thoughts. So Davos just coughed dryly. Even if Lord Stannis allows me to leave the city, Redwyne's fleet is always watching us outside the city. I don't think they can give me a chance to fish. Ahem, child, you asked me to go fishing, right? I asked you to save yourself. Renly changed the subject. There are 7 prisoners in the dungeon now, 2 of whom are suffering from grayscale disease. You may be able to guess the choices we face when the food runs out. Have you ever thought about what will happen when those prisoners are eaten? When they are eaten, what will we do next? Davos was stunned. Obviously, he didn't expect a child to say such cruel words, let alone the meaning of the boy's words. Who is most likely to be abandoned here? One of our own people, or? Davos's throat rolled. I believe Lord Stannis won't do that. If you think you know him better than I do, you can believe that. Renly shrugged and said indifferently, I think he will defend the castle to the death. Do you know what this word means? Seeing the other party's expression change, Renly supported the rough wooden table with one hand, leaned forward with his upper body, and lowered his voice. Think about your purpose in coming to Storm's End, Davos. You risked your head to break through the blockade of the fleets at sea, and sent a ship of food when we were in the most difficult time. What was the purpose? To let us know how bad your meat tastes? Well, maybe Stannis won't do that. Then what about you? Would you be willing to just wait like this? Your ship capsized. Otherwise you might get a reward you deserve. But unfortunately, for now, your help is not important to us at all. I'm a smuggler, and I have been taking risks all my life. Experience tells me that not every adventure will be rewarded. Davos answered instinctively, with a cautious voice. Although this is the biggest risk I have taken, I will not be disappointed. Yes, I will not. He said it with certainty, but unfortunately his tone had already exposed some of his true emotions, so Renly did not respond to the other party's words after hearing it, but picked up something on the stool and put it on the table. It was a sealed iron box, which looked grey and inconspicuous in the dim light. Now, the chance to remedy the situation is right in your hands. Seize it. Your adventure will be worth it. Believe me, this thing is particularly effective for fish. If you don't believe me, he said, placing a porcelain cup that he had been holding in his other hand next to the iron can, I'll give you a small fish. Try it yourself. I haven't. Looking at the two things pushed in front of him, the smuggler said in surprise, and there are many problems. Go back and think about it carefully, and then try it seriously. If you still don't want it, then return the things to me. You should be able to find out where I live. Renly slid down the bench while admonishing. This powder is very precious. Although I still have a lot, you'd better be careful when using it. Also, don't forget this fish. You know that it's not easy to get fish in Storm's End now. He left a last word. If you are willing to work hard, then these things are yours, no matter how you think about the source. The credit is also yours. Remember to keep it secret. The boy turned and left after saying that. Davos' lips trembled at this, but until the short figure disappeared at the stairs, he didn't think about what he should say. After being in a daze for a while, he finally raised his hand to pick up the wooden wine cup on the table, raised his head, and drank the brown beer inside, and then cursed in a low voice. 7 layers of hell, are the children of noble families so precocious? Thank you Yingayushi for the 100 reward. Chapter 21, Games in the Godswood. For Renly, the following period of time was completely calm. There were not many clues about the dentures and the copy. As for the jester, he only knew that he was bought from Volantis, one of the 9 free trade cities, and was drowned in the sea for 2 days, and then became a retard. Renly knew nothing about the rest, and no one else knew anything about the jester, except him, who would be curious about a retard. There was no news about the smugglers and fishing, which Renly thought was a good thing, but sometimes he would wonder if Davos took it seriously. Maybe he threw the rib powder aside and ignored it after he went back. Maybe he. Such thoughts often made Renly doubtful, but he would not be confused because of it. Because the nagabone powder he gave to the other party was not all he had on hand. Apart from these 2 most important things, Renly was also repeatedly testing all the special powers he currently had. In terms of items, the bronze ring can still be used 3 times, but it can no longer be worn now. Back in this 4-year-old body, he felt that everything about him was small, including his fingers. The only part he could wear was his thumb, but that would look weird, so he tied the ring with a red rope and put it around his neck. In terms of skills, etiquette, language, fishing gear making, and fishing were too low level to be useful. Archery and naga mastery were useful, but not without problems. Although after acquiring these skills, he was as proficient as if he had practiced for many years. The software was very advanced, but the hardware measures could not keep up. At present, he had thin arms and legs, and no matter how good his archery was, it was useless, because he could not pull the bow at all. There was no such problem with the dagger mastery ability, but as a young master of the Baratheon family, despite his current bad situation, it was hard to say where he could use those skills, except for eating. The derivative characteristics of heraldry, the psychic emblem, can allow him to see some things that normal people cannot see, but it is also very messy and unsystematic. Sometimes he could see the other person's temperament through the emblem. Sometimes he could predict and understand the past a little bit, but more often he had no idea what the moving pattern meant. The only reliable ability was the breath of Murlocs. After double testing in the wooden bathtub and wash basin, Renly learned that this ability probably allowed him to survive underwater for a long time. He was not sure how long it was. Sometimes he could last more than half an hour, sometimes more than 20 minutes, and once he even lasted almost an hour. It sounds like this ability is quite interesting, if you don't consider that it is very difficult to open your eyes in water. It was 5 days later that he heard about the smuggler again. At this time, he was sitting on a brown stool made of simple wooden boards with his back against a skinny chestnut tree in the God's Wood, his blue eyes looking at the layers of dead leaves at the end of his sight, under the shade of the thick tree. Two children were playing games there with great interest. There were towering trees all around him. The shade of the trees above his head that blocked the sunlight swayed slightly with the breeze, and the shadow covered his entire body. The short servant also moved a stool and sat beside him, chewing a piece of acid grass in his mouth, and his teeth with blood red juice opened and closed as he talked about the news he had heard. I heard that the smuggler wanted to take his people away. Escape. Yes, what a bunch of cowards. Are you sure it's an escape, not something else? Renly asked with his head tilted. What else could it be? Muttering like this, seeing Renly's serious face, Jomi touched his forehead and said, it seems that they are talking about going fishing, but everyone knows that this is an excuse for smugglers. Fishing. Renly was relieved when he heard this, and asked, don't you think fishing is a good idea? We don't understand this, but I heard from Cripple Tom that they are definitely not going fishing. He said that you can't catch anything in any sea. Renly, are you going to play with us? A loud roar came from a distance, and the thin bamboo pole wearing a wooden armor was looking over here. Fat Alan on the other side of the thin bamboo pole also looked over. At this time, the guy was wearing a yellow wool cloak embroidered with green turtles, with his hands on his waist, sitting on a tree stump with a menacing look. I have a stomachash and can't play. Renly waved his hand. Why do you always have a stomachash? Fat complained loudly. How would I know? So the two ignored him. The ancient kingdom of storms was created by the ancestors, who generally believed in the old gods. So even though the people in Storm's End worshipped the 7 gods instead of the old gods, there was still a God's Wood here. It was just that this forest used to be a sacred place for prayer, but now it has become the best place for people to walk and play. The two children were playing the game of Lord and Knight. Renly didn't know much about the rules of the game. It was basically about whoever played the Lord would wear a cloak, and then accept the Knight's kneeling loyalty, and recite the lines. There might be some other dialogues during this period, such as family background, personal achievements, who he played, and who he must remember, after pledging loyalty to the Lord. For young noble children, this kind of game is actually very educational, which can make them remember the coat of arms, the history of major families, feuds, etc. But Renly didn't think he needed to memorize these in this way. He always regarded this kind of game as a fairly interesting drama. It was better to watch two children acting than squatting in a stone house. But now he was in no mood to read on. Go on. After sending his friends away, Renly continued to look at Jomi. What else? The other party blinked blankly. Smugglers? Oh, they said they were going fishing. Jomi frowned and thought hard, then said dryly, but everyone thinks they are just planning to escape. Cripple Tom said let's put aside what Cripple Tom said. Renly interrupted him. Did they go fishing? They said they would go tonight. Jomi nodded. We wish there were 3 fewer mouths to feed in the castle. Lord Stannis seems to think so too. Stannis must think more than you. Renly touched his chin when he heard this. The second brother, who rarely communicated with him, was a rigorous person, so even if he hoped that there would be as few mouths to feed as possible in the castle, he would not let the smugglers leave easily. He might ask for detailed plans, and he might also learn about the existence of nagabone powder, and even, I hope it goes well. With a sigh, Renly turned back to look at his two friends in the distance, and his scattered gaze focused again. Whether he likes it or not, he is still just a child. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22, Shipbreaker. Let's run, Captain. As the sloop drifted out of the crevice in the rocks, Davos heard his companions' whispered words. At this time, the cold wind was blowing gently, and dark clouds were floating in the sky. The round moon appeared and disappeared with the movement of the clouds. Looking ahead, the sea was like an endless dark void, and with the light of the silver moon shining, it flickered with countless star-like glimmers. Let's run now, just like when we came here. It's so dark here, that idiot Redwine will surely not be able to find us. Yeah. Another person complained in a low voice. It's better than staying in this godforsaken castle. Listen to what they are saying, cowards. Don't you think that, if we were really cowards, they would have eaten our corpses long ago? That Stannis has a cold face all the time, and doesn't think much of us. I heard that he is very stubborn and very hostile to smugglers. We should have thought of that earlier. We should have thought of it. Except for those on the sister islands. Which lord doesn't reject smugglers? They talked while paddling, and the more they talked, the more indignant they seemed to be, so much so that the brown-haired middle-aged man who had originally planned to ignore them finally couldn't help but scold. Are they wrong? We are decent people. Aren't we smugglers? But we helped them. We brought food. The freckled sailor said dissatisfiedly. Even if it's little, they can't think about our original purpose. Davos interrupted him and said unhappily, we are not for Storm's End, nor for those Baratheon masters. We are for our family, for our children, and for their future. Escape. You want to escape with such a little grievance? Do you really want to be a smuggler for the rest of your life? These words made the two sailors hesitate to speak. One of them, with a square face, whispered, Captain, even if we succeed, what can Stannis give us? A few gold dragons? And I don't think we can bring back food. Another pointed-faced sailor said, buckets are different from the sea. The sea is so deep. What use will that little powder be? That's another question. We have to try it to know. As Davos spoke, the child who made him feel very strange subconsciously flashed through his mind, and he gritted his teeth unconsciously. The fourth child in our family has just been born, and the eldest and second child will soon reach the age. What kind of people they will become in the future may depend on this adventure. The wind, waves, and tides made his words very faint, but the two sailors' thoughts of continuing to complain disappeared immediately, and the boat became quiet. The hull swayed on the dark sea that was constantly surging, and the wooden oars occasionally touched the reefs, making bursts of dull sounds. The night covered up all dangers, but there were still some signs. Looking ahead, there were dense flames flickering faintly, like a bunch of orange-red lanterns hanging high in the sky at night in the distance. In the sea not far from them, a huge fleet under the jurisdiction of the nobles of the River Bay was eyeing and blocking this sea. The fleet was not far from the Storm's End castle, but it was not close either. At present, this sea area is called Broken Ship Bay, with countless reefs, and the more you go towards the castle, the more reefs there are. Those fleets dare not get too close. This also brought an opportunity for the smugglers' boats to be active. The sloop with its sails furled kept moving on the sea, and finally stopped moving after Davos raised his hand to signal. The dark hull looked inconspicuous under the dim moonlight. Captain, where did you get this powder from? Seeing the brown-haired middle-aged man carefully taking out the iron box from his arms, the square-faced sailor couldn't help asking. From the Jade Sea, from Crab Bay, from slave traders, even from worldlings, from any damn place. The smuggler leader scolded in a low voice. Even if we have been on this route once, we can't be so careless. Can you shut up? So the sailor shut his mouth in dismay, put down the oars, and picked up the fishing net equipment on the deck. The boat then swayed and moored on the surface of the sea, watching Davos throw a handful of powder in his hand into the sea, and use his hand in black leather gloves to stir and wash it in the deep sea water. The freckled, pointed-faced sailor held the fishing net tightly and prayed silently. "Gods bless us, I hope this thing can really work." Unfortunately, his prayers did not seem to be pious. In the dim light, more than 10 minutes later, nothing unusual happened under the water. Standing stupidly on the boat, the cold sea breeze made them shiver. After a while, the square-faced sailor sighed. "I said, this thing doesn't work. Obviously that fish, what can that fish prove? They say buckets and the sea." The sailors complained in a low voice, and the brown-haired middle-aged man lay on the bow, his brown eyes staring at the deep ocean below, with growing disappointment in his heart, and also intertwined with gradually scarce luck. Until in the dark depths under the sea level, a flash of white passed by. His tense muscles suddenly relaxed, raised his hand and excitedly hammered the hull, and whispered, "Look, the fish has appeared." Hearing this, the sailors looked around intently, and then they all showed joy and excitement. However, after a while, their excitement gradually turned into dullness, and then they opened their mouths in fear. "It's a school of fish." A short scream cut through the night sky, the voice full of panic. A black cloud happened to float over the moon at this time, and the long accumulated cold light was swaying down. In the deep ocean, countless silver dots swarmed in, densely gathered together, like a silver tornado surging from the depths of the ocean. The nearby seawater was affected and churned, and the boat was in violent turbulence. The cool sea breeze could not stop the cold sweat on the smugglers' foreheads. After a moment of stunned, Davos hurriedly turned around and picked up the oars, and at the same time roared orders. "Retreat quickly, quickly." In the early morning, there was a faint rumbling sound in the sea outside the castle. The sound was not very loud, but it was hard to ignore. The soldiers guarding the city were startled. When Renly got up in the morning and brushed his teeth, he was still wondering what kind of accident had happened and whether it would affect the smugglers' fishing operations. However, the consequence of his absent-mindedness was that he accidentally used a little force on the small branch in his hand, hitting his gums, causing pain and blood to slowly flow out from his teeth. "Seeing blood when I get up is a good sign," he muttered, just as he was struggling with whether he should instruct the servants to find out what happened or wait for the servants to come and tell him. Cheers and shouts suddenly came from outside the tower. "Long live Storm's End! Long live Davos the fisherman! Long live Baratheon! Long live Davos the shipbreaker!" The voices were noisy and uneven, but they were enough for people to hear clearly what they were shouting. Renly heard that among these voices were the kitchen maid Tansy, the shoemaker Murray, the blacksmith apprentice Ammon, and even the cheers and shouts of two friends. Success. He realized what was going on. He ran to the window and looked out. He only saw a group of people excitedly gathered at the entrance to the bottom floor of the tower. So he turned and ran out the door. He happened to meet the servant Jeremy, who was hurrying upstairs. "What happened outside?" He reached out and grabbed the other's sleeve and asked hurriedly. "The smugglers brought back a boatload of fish. They are live fish, young master. They are all delicious herrings." The servant grinned foolishly. "Jeremy loves herrings the most. He must be sent by the gods to help us." "Yes, that's for sure. Besides fish?" Although he was happy, Renly was not carried away by the victory. He had clearly heard something unexpected just now. Two ships ran aground outside. What about the ship from the Reach? They saw the smugglers last night and wanted to chase them. As a result, they ran aground in the broken ship bay. This is really a surprise. Renly couldn't help but sigh when he heard this, but then he thought of something. His smile faded, and his brows furrowed. Thank you to the book friends in Lin 95 for the reward of 1000. Thank you to the book friend Traveling Mage for the reward of 200. Thank you to the book friend Zanheng Xiangxia Diren for the reward of 100. Chapter 23, The Siege Horn. Inside Storm's End, in a straw shed close to the inner wall, two rows of knights in mail armor sat on both sides of a long table. Leading them was Stannis, whose cheeks were thin and sunken, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he listened silently to the discussions around him. The loss of 2 ships will at most make that stupid red wine sober up, but now that they know our food problem has been solved, they are likely to change their strategy. That's possible, but Storm's End's defense is enough to withstand anyone's attack. Just with our small number of people. You may have forgotten that we have been guarding the castle for nearly a year. Then haven't you forgotten what we were talking about? The high walls of Storm's End are enough to. Our walls are very high, but do you really think this castle was built with magic? Damn it, let me tell you, there is no unbreakable castle. Good lords, what we are discussing now is whether they will attack the city, not whether they can break the castle. Isn't this a problem? I don't think Tyrell will risk attacking the city. Even if we are short of manpower, if he wants to attack by force, he can't get in without thousands of casualties. I think the key to the problem is Robert. The scorching sun from the sky made the land outside dry, but the meeting place was blocked by the thatched hut, so this heat could not be felt. But even though they were shrouded in shadows, the knights in plate armor were still sweating profusely, so much so that the meeting was adjourned not long after it lasted. Then the knights who left the meeting one after another saw a black-haired boy squatting at the base of the rock wall at the edge of the thatched hut, being cared for by a strong servant. Two guards who were supposed to stop people from approaching were standing helplessly beside him. That was Renly, the third young master of the Baratheon family. Everyone in the castle knew him. Several knights raised their hands and greeted him, while others glanced at him and ignored him and walked away. Some knights asked him curiously why he was here. There are 2 nests of ants here. The boy's answer was shocking. I found that they can easily fight each other, as long as I throw a little breadcrumbs. The knights who heard this couldn't help laughing, and a brown-haired one even came up and squatted with him for a while, then touched the boy's hair and walked away. No one thought there was anything unreasonable about Renly being here, and no one doubted what he said. Until finally Stannis came out. You shouldn't be here, he said expressionlessly. I'm watching. Before the boy finished speaking, he had already turned his cold eyes to the servant behind him. Jomi, take him back to the tower. If there's nothing to do, tell Crescent to teach him a lesson. Stannis walked away without giving Renly any chance to speak, which made him roll his eyes. Then he patted his butt and stood up. Jomi, let's go. Okay, young master. The servant nodded hurriedly, and then kindly suggested, there is a nest of ants and a nest of wasps behind the kitchen. We can go there to play, young master, if you want. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Renly waved his hand, and turned around with his short legs, and walked towards the tower. He was just eavesdropping just now, but he was not very interested in ants or anything like that. The reason for eavesdropping was the same as what the knights had discussed before, worried that the sudden shipwreck and food supply would stimulate the other party. But whether he was worried or not, it would not change anything. He pretended to watch the ants, and ended up with his mouth dry from the sun. He did not hear much, except for one thing. His brother, Robert Baratheon, joined forces with the Stark family in the north, the Tully family in the Riverlands, and the Arryn family in the Vale to win a battle in a place called Stonetown. This news seemed to be outdated, and it was provided by the smugglers when they first came. Renly did not know it before. He was slightly comforted by this, but he was more looking forward to the news that Robert had hammered the heir to death with a hammer. He only remembered this incident about the rebellion, and as long as the Targaryen royal family was initially defeated, he did not think that the enemies outside Storm's End would risk attacking the city, who would stand on the side that was doomed to fail. I hope it has happened now, he muttered, and in his heart he was still a little worried that the enemies outside the city would suddenly come to attack the city, so he began to think about what he could do if they really came to attack. After thinking about it, it seemed that he could do nothing, except relying on the characteristic of the mermaid's breath, to jump into the sea and escape. So in the next 2 days, Renly prepared to escape. However, as time went by, there was no big movement outside the city, except for 1 or 2 knights riding horses from the city gate and shouting provocatively. There was basically no other situation. The atmosphere in the castle was much stronger than before. Food was replenished, and many numb people became more and more active, like withered plants regaining vitality. Since the smugglers came back, Renly could obviously see that everyone here had more and more smiles on their faces, which made him quite satisfied. He was relieved that no one knew that this matter had anything to do with him. At present, this world similar to the Middle Ages, people don't like witchcraft very much. The smugglers have now become celebrities in the castle and have become very popular. No one knows how they got back a boatload of fish. Most people think it is because they have superb fishing skills. An old fisherman named Cripple Tom in the castle began to ask questions behind a pointed-faced smuggler, hoping to learn this technique. Renly heard that he even introduced his daughter, who worked as a kitchen helper, to the young smuggler. It was obviously impossible for him to learn any skills, but his daughter was already in a hot relationship with the other party and was about to get married. The servant Jomi was full of indignation when he talked about this. This was mainly because his youngest son who worked in the stable was originally in love with the daughter. He even prepared the taxes that needed to be paid to Baratheon when the two got married, but in the end, it was all in vain. Jomi even happily called the smugglers the great saviors sent by the gods at the beginning, but now he blushed and sulked when he mentioned them. Renly, who had nothing to do with it, was watching the fun and kept paying attention to the development of the situation. He did not have any empathy, but was quite happy to watch it. The dull time passed quickly, daily learning history and writing, eating, strolling around watching plays, sleeping. Repeating this way, 2 months passed in a flash. Changes also appeared on an afternoon with a gloomy sky. The situation inside and outside the castle had been deadlocked for a long time, but on this afternoon, the horn suddenly sounded outside the city, which should have been quiet. The melodious humming sound accompanied by the sound of the waves rang in the ears of everyone in Storm's End. Are you going to attack the city? What happened? God bless you. With the sound of the horn, one figure after another hurried out of various buildings, including the kitchen chef, the kitchen helper, the stable manager, the stable boy, many servants in the castle, the shoemaker and the barber, etc. Under the roar of the horn, they subconsciously gathered in a courtyard near the towering tower, hoping to quickly enter the shelter when a disaster occurred. But the actual situation was not as they imagined. In a room at the top of the tower facing the castle gate, Renly could clearly see some of the situation outside the city. The enemy camp, which was beyond the range of the castle, was now full of commotion. Looking around, dense black figures appeared from the tents and shuttled back and forth. Finally, they formed a defensive formation in front of the camp, and it seemed that there were enemy troops. However, what finally appeared was not an army, but a group of people, a group of grey-looking horsemen, only a dozen or so. They arrived in front of the besiegers' formation, and after a moment of confrontation with them, they didn't know what they said. A figure who looked slightly larger walked out of the formation, and then knelt in front of the riders. That's the flag of the Northern Dire Wolf. That's Stark. A voice murmured behind him, and Renly turned his head to look. The always steady old Meester was now widening his old brown eyes. Eddard Stark. He repeated and murmured, as if to confirm, and gradually tears filled his eyes. Tyrell knelt down and surrendered to him without resistance. Your brother Robert must have succeeded. Yes, it must be like this. He grabbed Renly's arm tightly and laughed excitedly at the boy. Kid, we defeated the Targaryens. Thank you for the 100 rewards from the book Friends Yas Hey Magic Guide and Te Wu Zenran. Chapter 24. Northerners at the banquet. The army marched out with great noise, and the sound of footsteps entering the city alone was comparable to the beating of war drums. The gates of Storm's End, which had been closed for a year, were now wide open, and the long and narrow army team was like a crawling snake, slowly entering the castle. At the front was a group of knights riding on horses, fully armed, who passed through the gate under the steel gate in an endless stream, with different emblems on the cloaks on their backs, including horse heads, iron fists, buckets, and crossed axes. But the most conspicuous one was the wolf, the dire wolf. The army from the north entered Storm's End under the wolf flag, while the enemy army outside the city, which had been surrounding the city for a year, now retreated in disgrace. The crisis was thus resolved, and a grand banquet followed. The arrival of the Northerners not only lifted the siege of the castle, but also brought cart after cart of supplies, including whole pigs, turnips, carrots, capons, cheese, bacon. There were too many people, and at first Renly was confined to the tower, and was not allowed to run around. But when the banquet began, he, the third young master of the Baratheon family, naturally could not be absent. However, Renly did not feel honored or anything, but he felt that the banquet was very noisy. or it was too noisy. The hall on the first floor of the huge Tower of Storm's End was originally very spacious, enough to accommodate hundreds of people, but now it is basically full. Looking around, there were long tables and benches all around. Servants shuttled among the dense crowd, and food was served in an endless stream. The crowded hall is enough to make people with trypophobia feel uncomfortable, and if you don't block your ears, the constant boasting, laughing, banging on the table, and even shouting around can drive you crazy. The Northerners wore helmets and armor when they entered the city, but now they are making a lot of noise and being bold. It seems that everyone is bragging to the people next to them about how brave they are in the war, and how rich their achievements are. Renly even saw a big bearded man with bare arms and waist banging on the table and laughing loudly, and the reason for his laughter was that someone next to him claimed that he had kicked a southern bastard's penis on the battlefield. He looks so scary. The skinny Beric sitting next to him muttered beside Renly, "How can he be a lord? From the coat of arms, he should be the patriarch of the Wall family in the north." Renly said absent-mindedly, "Or it should be called the Wall clan. They are one of the mountain clans in the north." "What is a mountain clan?" the fat man on the other side asked curiously. Renly ignored his childish question and kept looking at another group of people not far from the bare-chested bearded man. At this time, Renly and his friends were sitting at a long table below the head of the banquet, and the table of people he saw was not far from his lower left corner. There were 3 tables of Northerners blocking the view, but Renly could still see the target through the gaps in their heads. It was a young man who looked very thin and short. Unlike other Northerners, he was still wearing a somewhat faded sleeveless bronze scale armor. When talking to the guests at the same table, there was no exaggerated body movement, but he looked very quiet. The noisy banquet hall should have blocked the senses, but as Renly stared closely, the person looked over after a while, as if he had noticed his gaze. However, when he saw that it was only a child looking at him, the thin dwarf didn't care much. After smiling at him gently from a distance, he turned his head back. Renly stood up instead, ready to walk up to observe closely. Unfortunately, he did not notice that 2 people were whispering something at the head of the banquet, and then pointed at him a few times. So the boy just stepped out of the narrow gap between the benches, and a faint greeting came from the other side. "Renly, come and meet our Lord Stark." He looked in the direction of the voice, and his brother Stannis was nodding at him. Renly secretly curled his lips, but he did not resist and walked over. Although the host here was Stannis, who was sitting in the center of the head, the dark brown-haired young man next to him was the focus of this banquet. The young man looked to be in his 20s, wearing a brown woolen top embroidered with the dire wolf family emblem in silver thread. His back was straight, and the facial features on his long face were not outstanding. Only the pair of grey eyes were somewhat colorful when looked at carefully, but they were affected by the seriousness filled in them, making him look a little cold. At this time, the man's brows were frowned, as if he was entangled with some worries, but after Renly came forward to greet him, he still forced a smile. "Robert often told me that his younger brother looked very much like him when he was a child. Now it seems that he was not lying. My brother also said that Lord Eddard never liked to laugh, but when he laughed, it was like the heavy snow melting in winter, which was soothing." The boy's serious words made the person concerned laugh, and the Northerners around who were paying attention to this side also laughed. Only Stannis, who was sitting next to Stark, and the old Maester standing behind him did not laugh. The former has always been like this, and it seems that he never knows what it means to be happy. He has a stern face during the banquet. The latter is used to the boy's sweet talk, and is shaking his head helplessly at this time. However, this is just a small episode in the banquet. After a brief conversation, Renly returned to his seat, and then subconsciously turned his attention to the short man who seemed very strange to him. Unfortunately, in just a short while, the figure of that person was gone. Marshlanders. The badge he saw before flashed in his mind, and Renly was thoughtful. Marshlanders are a group of people who live in swamps. They live in the Neck, which is the watershed between the north and south of Westeros, or the gateway to the entire north. There are often swamps that are either visible or dark, and it is very difficult to walk. But if you want to enter the north, you can only go through that area, or simply take the waterway. The reason why he cares so much about the little man is simple. The other person has a fragrance. The kind of smell that is like the smell of books, but a little burnt. He smelled this smell when the cavalry entered the city, but he didn't know who the specific target was until the banquet began. Renly, who had experienced it once, didn't think that the fragrance came from the other person this time, but it might be something on his body. Unfortunately, he didn't have the opportunity to observe closely, and the other person disappeared. But it's actually very easy to find him. You can do it directly by following the smell, but after thinking about it, Renly didn't act rashly. Now there are many people and eyes. He plans to wait until the banquet is over. So he turned his attention to the Chief Stark. Regardless of the impression of Westeros in the previous life or at present, Eddard Stark is a very important person. This young Duke of the North and Duke of Stormlands Robert Baratheon have been adopted together in the Vale since childhood. Their relationship can be described as close as brothers, even closer than that of real brothers. Stark's sister was once engaged to Robert, but unfortunately the Wolf Girl was later abducted by Prince Rhaegar of the Targaryen family, and the war broke out. The rebels were initially only in the north, Stormlands and Vale, and later the Riverlands joined in. Finally, the Westerlands and even the Iron Islands also heard the news, so the Targaryen dynasty that lasted for nearly 300 years was destroyed. Now the war is basically over, and the capital King's Landing is said to have been occupied by the rebels, but now he still looks worried, and it is obvious that something is bothering him. Jon Snow? A name flashed through Renly's mind, but before he could think about it, the fat man who was chewing a brown capon next to him poked him secretly and whispered, "Renly, look, that fat man is looking at you." Fatty? Renly looked at the fat man in front of him strangely, and then followed his gaze. A handsome young man with a burly figure and short curly brown hair was sitting in the corner of the banquet, looking over here furtively. When Renly looked over, the other party subconsciously withdrew his gaze, but immediately turned back and smiled at him. This is not fat. Renly subconsciously flashed this thought, but then he saw a gold thread rose embroidered on the front of the other party's green velvet jacket. The Tyrell family of the River Reach? He was a little puzzled. How did the enemy who had surrounded them for a year come to the castle and swagger to participate in the victory celebration banquet? Thank you to the book friend for the 500 reward, and thank you to the book friend for the 100 reward. Chapter 25 Green Disaster. The situation is now clear. Lord Mace Tyrell, as the surrender representative of the South, has entered the city to wait for our army to propose terms of understanding. The banquet was still going on, but Renly had already left early with the old Maester. Climbing the stairs, the old man said breathlessly, he noticed that you might be, maybe just observing the family situation of your brother Robert. As the leader of the rebels, Robert, his words were interrupted by a gasp. The old Maester stopped on a step and took a long time to relax before saying, it may also be. Well, I heard that his little daughter was just born in Highgarden. Are you talking about a marriage? The old man said vaguely, but Renly could guess what it was, so he couldn't help frowning. How long has it been since my 5th name day? This is normal. Silently admiring the boy's wisdom beyond his age, the old Maester couldn't help but explain a little more. Lords usually use marriage to win over allies, and many children of noble families have been targeted since they were in their cradles. I would say it's too late for you now. Without waiting for the boy to respond, he smiled and said, you are from the Baratheon family, and you are of noble birth, but you are a hot commodity. The young lord hopes to marry you to climb to a high position, and it is not easy for a great noble to find a marriage partner who is from a family of the same class and is suitable for his children in all aspects. But I'm not even the second son, and I have no right of inheritance now. They continued to climb the stairs as they talked. A black-haired maid greeted them as she passed by. The old man nodded at her and waited until she walked away before speaking again. It is indeed difficult for you to own your own territory, but your grandmother, Lily Targaryen, is the daughter of King Aegon V, a pure royal princess. In terms of bloodline, your brother, ahem. Let's not talk about this for now. Anyway, child, the current situation is turbulent, but when the country is stable, lords and nobles who want to be engaged to you will continue to come, so you must be prepared. The old man smacked his lips after he finished speaking, and suddenly felt that he had said a little too much, but when he glanced at Renly's frowning and thoughtful face, he laughed dumbly. The boy was precocious, but some things were impossible to understand. However, the old maester was wrong about this. Renly was not unaware of this matter, and his understanding was even ahead of time. He knew that, if things developed normally, his cheap brother Robert would ascend the Iron Throne, and he would inherit the castle under his feet and the vast Stormlands. But whether it would really develop in this way was hard to say. After all, there had been an incident that was obviously different from his memory before. Renly didn't care much about this. Regardless of whether he has a territory or not, as a member of the Baratheon family, he has no worries about food and drink for his whole life. So he doesn't have much desire for the territory and the status of lord. What he is really interested in is the golden finger hidden in his body, and the special power it brings him. Relatively speaking, the secular power game is nothing at all. But this worry-free life is not without premise. Renly pondered while climbing the stairs. He felt that he should consider this issue, because according to the original development, Robert, who ascended the throne, would be killed by a wild boar more than 10 years later. The reason is certainly not simple, but there is only one core contradiction. The queen of the Lannister family in the west had an affair with her younger brother behind her husband's back, and the 3 children born were habitually believed to be Robert's children. Even Robert himself thought so. As a result, someone later discovered that they were not of royal blood. Conspiracy, poisoning, betrayal, frame-up, chaos, and war broke out. So how can we prevent the cheap brother Robert from being cuckolded? Renly had some fantasies for a while. You performed well today, but you should have taken the initiative to greet Lord Stark instead of letting your second brother call you. The old maester's nagging came from the side again. Why? Renly asked knowingly. Holding the handrail of the stone stairs, the old man said to him earnestly, as a young master of the Baratheon family, this is a courtesy you should have. As a child, I think I have the right to be shy. Renly said without blushing or panting, and I think he is worried. It would be bad to disturb him rashly. In fact, he was completely attracted by the marshlander during the banquet. Otherwise he would not have ignored Stark. After all, that person is a very important person anyway. Maybe it's because of the war. There is death in war, and death is never easy to be ignored. The old man stopped and patted his waist, then lowered his voice. I think Lord Stark doesn't always attend banquets. I saw that he was very stiff when he toasted. As for your second brother, he was a little cold, but at least he could handle this kind of scene with ease. Is there a difference? Seeing the old man's face seemed to be relieved, Renly was speechless. At the banquet, he only saw 2 stone-like faces, one more stinky than the other. If there weren't so many northerners, the atmosphere of the whole scene would not be lively at all. However, this topic was not continued, as they had already reached their destination. Because they needed to raise ravens, the old man's room was placed on the top floor of the tower, and Renly's bedroom was basically a few steps away from the maester's room. However, not long after he entered the room, he quietly walked out again and walked down. At this time, the corridor was empty, with only the brazier on the stone wall burning quietly. The shadow swayed on the surface of the corridor and the stone dome above, which seemed a little gloomy. The stone staircase connected to the corridor was even darker. The old brocade hung on the side wall was silent. The overall atmosphere was gloomy, enough to make a child daunt. However, Renly was not a normal child, so he didn't care how dark the surrounding environment was. After wrinkling his nose and sniffing, he walked down the tower without hesitation. But an uninvited guest stopped him on the way. Davos. Looking at the middle-aged man in grey robe and brown hair coming up from the stairs, Renly took the initiative to greet him. Why didn't you go to the banquet? He actually wanted to ask how the smugglers got up, because the upper living area was protected by guards. But thinking about the chaotic scene below, it was very likely that the guards neglected their duties. Those northerners are really good at drinking. The other party coughed dryly, and then went straight to the point in a low voice. Lord Stannis promised to give me a territory and knighthood as a reward for this adventure, but the premise is that I must pay the price for my previous smuggling behavior. Renly tilted his head and looked at him. Cut off your finger? How did you? I heard it from the servants. Davos opened his mouth when he heard this, but he didn't ask any more questions. His conversation with Stannis was private, and it was impossible for others to know. However, the special bone powder had already covered the boy in front of him with a layer of mystery, and it would not be too surprising to add another layer. This incomprehensible witchcraft trick made Davos wary and repulsive in his heart, but he couldn't ignore the help it brought him. So despite his entanglement, he still ran to this delicate and beautiful, yet mysterious little boy. I want to say that this is all because of you, sir. If it weren't for compared with the last time, Davos' words were obviously respectful. Isn't it all agreed? The credit is yours. I just want to fill my stomach. Renly interrupted him and waved his hand. This is not the place to talk. If you want to thank me, talk later. Seeing the boy walking by the stairs beside him, Davos couldn't help but say again, but this reward is really. Renly paused, then looked back at him. The other party was full of alcohol and seemed a little unsteady when standing there. Obviously, he had drunk too much. Is it really too high? Or do you think this matter has damaged your honor? Smugglers have no honor, but this is indeed smugglers have no honor. Renly answered firmly. Many people have said this, but it was the first time that a child said it. Davos opened his mouth and nodded awkwardly. Okay, sir, I'm sorry to bother you. He bowed and turned to leave. But you will become a knight soon, Davos. Renly suddenly said from behind him, a knight who regards honor as more important than life. That's what the story says. I hope you can become that kind of knight. Davos paused when he heard this and couldn't help but look back at the boy, who shrugged his shoulders. This may be the best reward for me. The boy smiled at him and left in a hurry, leaving Davos in a daze. The surrounding environment was silent, only the footsteps continued to sound. It was not until the short figure disappeared from sight that the brown-haired middle-aged man seemed to suddenly react. A trace of gratitude flashed across his face, and then he quickly chased after him. Sir, you are going in the wrong direction. Your room is upstairs. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.